네, 우선 오늘 전북 e스포츠 페스티벌 개막을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 저희가 모두 즐거운 시간 보내시고 가셨으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 다음엔 저희 곡 떨려요 들려드릴게요.
헤어 스텔라입니다.
즐거운 시간 보내시고 즐거운 시간 보내시고 감사합니다.
가지고픈 마음 알지만 당신 그 손만 시려워 없잖아. 크리스탈처럼 아주 단단한데 덤벼드는 놈은 간단한 줄 알고 뭣도 모르고 날 부탁해야지. 근데 요즘 들어 연인한 너의 아우라가 점점 붙고 있어. 내게 보만 좋아 이상해 위에 보여 그냥 호기심인 거겠지. 너 정도 갖곤 어림없지. 지금 내가 그냥 들어서는
지금까지 스텔라였습니다.
감사합니다.
Coming up next. Coming up next. Ox Tigers. Jinair Green Wings. Hongdu Monster. Samsung. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016. Coming up next, Ox Tigers. Coming up next, Ox Green Wings. Jinair Green Wings. Jinair Green Wings. Monster. Two Monster. Two.
Live from the Jeonju Gymnasium in South Korea.
Exactly. This is the Jeonbuk Esports Festival. We are here for 3 days of champions. Don't make the mistake. This isn't the new stadium, but it is something new for you champions viewers and for us as well.
Oh yeah, wonderful crowd. These guys filtered in fast. I turned around, wasn't too many people in the audience. We got up on stage, I looked up, and suddenly the audience was completely packed. We have everybody right here on the bottom floor and even up in the rafter seats in the stadium. It's a wonderful audience.
Jeonbuk Esports. Don't make the mistake. This is something new. Don't make the mistake. If they equal game score with SK Telecom, and what that means is that both teams have one best of 3 to play. If they go equal there, their head-to-head over the season is actually equal as well. So what does that long wall of text mean? It means that if we have that situation where match score and game score and head-to-head are all equal between Jin Air and SKT, there will be a bonus best of 1 to decide 3rd place.
Yeah, and a best of 1 to decide 3rd place instead of a series. That's a lot of pressure there.
And what that means, if they go win cleanly, and you have to save for the Rocks Tigers. They don't have a lot to play for.
Yeah, definitely not. But Rocks Tigers are coming off of some recent losses, giving up their first game to Samsung a couple weeks ago, and then KT just last week. So you have to wonder, are they faltering a little bit? Are we going to see a choke from the Rocks Tigers? Or are they going to hold strong and be able to take down Jin Air? A lot of pressure on those guys to be the 3rd team to defeat Rocks Tigers. We'll have to see if they're able to do it today. But of course, our second match as well, Kongdu versus Samsung. A lot of implications there for Samsung.
You have to save for the Rocks Tigers. Really excited. Really excited with us. She is. Really excited with us. There she is. I love the interviewer.
Right up on the camera. Right up on the camera. You can see. She's no stranger to being thrown on the camera.
Put a name to a face. Not George. Not Robin. Not Andy. That's Ungjun.
Yeah, she's been picking up a couple names recently, with Andy having to do the translation last night for Doan Monty's broadcast. But today we do have the return of Robin, so he will be joining us again for our translations when we get to our point where we have our MVPs, which of course,
She's no stranger. As a reward for playing for form, pretty much playing for form, playing
a couple hundred points of him. I think someday might be the next closest, if I'm correct.
I think you're correct. There's actually a big group around 900 points.
Yeah, it's all the top laners and then Peanut.
Yeah.
It's just, that's how the list has been since really the entire season.
And you have to talk about the fact that Smeb is first, even with Peanut taking 9 MVPs. They've won a lot of games, of course. Winning teams eligible for those MVPs. Yep. But the rankings is what today is all about. Jin Air can finish 3rd, which would be massive for them. But they need a 2-0 win here to grab that game. It's
all the top laners. It's all the top laners. It's how the list has been. It's how the list has been. It's about
the way it works. the way it works, if Samsung as expected, they're one game score ahead. They're one game score ahead. If they 2-1, they'll have equal game score, but their head-to-head is actually 3-2 in the advantage of Samsung. So Samsung will go through. So Africa need to have an extra game score, need a clean 2-0 tomorrow, to be honest. And we'll see if Kongdu can play spoiler to Samsung.
Yeah. It's been do or die time for these teams, even more so as we are just mere days away from going into playoffs.
Honestly, it's do or die time for every team except the Rocks Tigers. They want more than Rocks Tigers, they're already in the round. They've been wonderful the whole season.
A roster that never changes, probably never will.
This roster is insane right now.
We're not too far behind as AD and support.
I mean, this roster is just insane right now. As of this particular match, Rocks Tigers in overall league KDA, as an individual player KDA, are number 1, 2, 3, 6, and 8. So all 5 players in the top 8 is an insane stat, holding the first 3 spots. Kuro, your overall leader, we'll get into specifics soon, but man, it's just been an insane season for the Rocks Tigers. They did pick up that steady 2-0 win over Africa after that loss. This is right now. The week basically counted out. They lost GBM, they lost Chaser. On paper, looked so much weaker. Trace wasn't even on the lineup 2 weeks before the season started. He'd been counted out. This veteran comes back on the lineup, reinvigorates his champion pool, and the whole team as a whole has really performed great. At 4th spot is definitely a reach for Jeanette, but they've got it secured.
Yeah, this was, like you said, the team that we didn't expect to do much coming out of the gates this season, and then recently just been faltering. Let's hope that they can get themselves back on the horse and try to
They lost. And while Kuzan's been dependable this season, Kuro's been that higher echelon of dependable. Only player to average over 4 kills a game. 7.2 is your highest average KDA in the league. Kuro has been majestic in most games. He still had his off games, but definitely a much smaller percentage of the time compared to previous seasons.
Absolutely. See these players getting ready.
It's the match here. Dependable this season. Kuro's been massive game. In most games, 2 of our top teams. Trademark controlled gameplay, that trademark controlled gameplay, that long game time, very smart team in the late game, getting to the late game against Rocks Tigers. Now that is an uphill battle.
Yeah.
Uphill battle.
Yeah. We haven't seen Janair in a little bit here, so we'll see how things shake up. As pick and ban has been changed quite a lot recently. Rise coming back into priority, but we can see the bans coming out the gate already. It's going to be the Azir and Callista banned away by the Tigers, and no surprise, Nidalee taken off the table. Already a strong pick, but in the hands of Peanut, nearly unstoppable.
As mentioned, we are still on patch 6.6. Aurelion Sol, the only champion who is disabled. There will be no Aurelion Sol played through playoffs at the end of the season.
Nope. Not going to happen. Sivir and Graves to be the final bans, and a first pick Rise coming in for the Rocks Tigers. very confident pickup. We'll have to see who that's going to go for, because it could be Smeb or Kuro.
Interesting that the Echo has not been locked in just yet. Smeb was majestic last time on Echo, Someday yesterday, pulling out a quadra kill and a very impressive performance as well. Rise makes sense as a region. We haven't seen him be picked up in other regions just yet, but his flex nature and just the damage potential. It's not about the perma-snare anymore. It's about the Q max, the overload, 3 rotations in every one of those 5 spell casts. And again, damage Rise is back.
All right, well, I like this draft so far from the Tigers. Going really aggressive here, locking in the Lee Sin already, knowing that Elise is going to be facing him on the other side. Winged, somebody that plays a good amount of Lee Sin, I believe is 5-1, the stat currently for him. So just tipping over Flawless, who's the permaban person for Lee Sin. But Alistar Elise grabbed up so far for Jin Air. Trundle in the hands of Rox Tigers to try to dissuade Jin Air from going for something like a Poppy in that top lane. It's going to be Corki and Gangplank, however. So we don't know where these are going quite just yet. This could be an 80 Corki, which could put GP in either the mid or the top side. So good draft from Jin Air, keeping it a little bit loose and not letting us know what's going on. So Rox going to have to blind pick a couple of roles here.
It's just interesting that Rox has been forced off Comfort, specifically Peanut, not on one of these carry junglers. Of course, Flawless and other junglers have shown you can have carry performances with Lee Sin, but both Nidalee and Kindred and Graves all banned out, meant that the champion pool was a bit more narrow for the jungle.
Yep. So for that, we can see the lock-in here for Prey with this Ashe. The big Ashe pioneer from Korea. Last time he played this, didn't go so hot.
That's true, but
it wasn't
all these
that
Season
great,
1 OG 80 carries have the legit Ashes.
Yeah.
That's the story, is the people that have been around remember all the times Ashe was in the meta, specifically back Season 1, Season 2. They have that different accuracy on arrows in particular. And Prey's Ashe arrows, as you mentioned, a little bit wayward last time we saw it. Definitely the strongest Ashe player we have in Champions.
Yeah, for sure.
But we're waiting on this last lock-in. Will we see the Vogue new utility mid laner? With Lulu out of the meta to some degree, Karma seems to have picked up her spot, but Faker definitely yesterday, he was the one who brought her back, looked a bit shaky. Looks like we're still going to be seeing Karma mid from Kuro.
So Alisa comes into the mid lane here with Karma pickups. Of course, Trundle going to be on support, so Smeb going to be trying his hand at that Rise up in the top side, and a very quick lock-in. It's going to be Jinx for Pilot on the other side. This is not a pick that we've seen since I believe it was Kramer played it, and they lost that game. It was a very bad game 3.
CJ really reached for a Protect the Jinx comp, and it kind of reminded us why Jinx doesn't work. Jinx is one of those champions, like Jin, that needs to find safe lane farm, and in the lane swap meta, that can only really be found in mid. Now they are running, it looks like a double TP comp, but TP Corki, is that going to be the result? That doesn't look ideal.
I think they have to switch some summoners around still, it looks like. They haven't traded yet. So, looks like we have, okay.
Couple of issues.
Okay, so we did have, looks like a trading issue as far as the champ select goes. So we'll get right back in, lock these champions. I'm not being told that the Jinx was a wrong pick by any means, so it looks like that will be our 80 carry for the time being, but they just couldn't get the champions swapped around. So gonna fix those client issues, get straight back into the game. So again, going back to the Jinx as we were talking about, not good right now, it would seem. What do you think it would take for Jinx to be able to come back into this meta in a strong way? Because we saw her a hell of a lot in Season 5.
Again, the big issue with Jinx right now is that we're in a double teleport meta. We're in a double lane swap era. You know, we see the outer turrets go down very early, sometimes even 2 turrets in both top and bottom lane go down. And then the only safe place for Jinx to farm with the threat of double TP, with her just lack of an escape, is in the mid lane. So now you have a Corki in the lineup who doesn't usually run teleport, usually runs some sort of defensive or combat summoner. How are you going to find safe places for both Jinx and Corki to find farm? If the lane swap goes through, I mean, that's going to actually be pretty tricky for Jin Air to pull off. Now, we'll wait and see if we do get a confirmation on the Jinx pick. It was an insta-lock, so we're expecting it, but yeah, not 100% sure.
Yeah, not playing in one of those ragtag challenger tournaments where somebody like, oh, I didn't have that champion, so he had to place hold.
That's what tournament realms gave us. Achilleos is no more issues with champion pool in that way. We just get players that can't play certain champions. That's the only champion pool issues we get.
You know, I wish the tournament realm would be provided for online tournaments. It'd be a hell of a lot more of them.
Is this a Riot Please PSA over here, Achilleos?
It is a Riot Please PSA. The challenger scene could need some bolstering. Need those teams to up and come. Maybe get that confidence to go to Korea and boot camp. Get ready for the next split.
Korean boot camp. Sometimes a meme, sometimes legit.
Sometimes the meme sometimes leads to the dream, man. You gotta make it into the promotion tournament. Speaking of the promotion tournament, we saw today the end of an era. Dignitas out of the NALCS. A team that's been in from the get-go.
Looks like the Jinx pick may have just been a misdraft.
So it looks like we do have a misdraft. So maybe a further issue, it seems. So not going to be Jinx for the AD carry. So will be Corki and it will be Lissandra. This makes much more sense. We were kind of taken aback and caught off guard by that Jinx lock-in. So here we go. Will be Lissandra mid for Kuzan. Much more standard.
And look, so we'll just throw out what we were saying about Jinx. Only Kramer is a Jinx player, apparently.
But not a very good one.
Well, that's true. This is a really interesting draft just because you've got safe wave clear mids. Looking like Karma isn't going to be running teleport. Basically, this is about buying time for scaling top laners. Both Ryze and Gangplank need to get their core items. Both of them have expensive builds. And there's strong wave clear in other lanes to some degree to buy time for these two. Question is, what can they make done in other lanes? Ryze can show up with an instant snare. Gangplank does have his global ultimate, but this game is largely going to be played around scaling top laners, and I think the team that gets that advantage early, even with scaling, you have to say Ryze and Gangplank pretty similar in scaling the late game, so very interesting to see how they play around basically identical in terms of scaling timing top laners.
Yeah. Definitely going to be interesting. And of course, one of the most interesting people to watch is going to be Peanut in the jungle, this time using Lee Sin, not playing his Kindred or his Nidalee, both banned away. Those are being his biggest champions that he does play. So trying his hand to Lee Sin, going up against Winged, who is a very well-known Lee Sin player here in Champions. So he's going to know that matchup. Winged is going to know when Peanut can out-pressure him, when he can win those trades. So we'll see if Peanut can come out on top and out-pressure the Elise. We're going to get into game one here, Rocks Tigers versus Jin Air.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands.
All right, everyone in the audience chiming in as we get this nice, gorgeous sweeping view of the landscape of Summoner's Rift. And here we are, hot into game one. Again, if you're just joining us, a lot on the line here for Jin Air Green Wings. Looking for a 2-0 to try to net themselves a third place spot, just inching over SK Telecom. But it's a very uphill battle to be had.
Just a lot of fascinating things to discuss about in this draft. Yesterday, Monte Cristo found some time to talk about the meta, and I think the meta's on full display in this game. One of the issues I see, we were talking about Jinx. Obviously, Jinx didn't end up being selected. We have Ashe in this game, and Ashe, much like Jin, much like Jinx, is one of those carries that finds it hard to find safe farm in a double TP meta.
Yep.
This is a game where Kuro has decided to take Cleanse to deal with the Lissandra lockup in the mid lane. Rocks Tigers finding spaces for both Gangplank and, for both Ryze and Ashe to find safe farm against double teleport, potentially in long lanes. Rocks Tigers really do not want to see a lane swap, because if outer turrets go down in both top and bot, it will be difficult to find both Ashe and Karma safe places to farm.
Yeah. Hard indeed. Looks like we are just going to have very brief jungle leash here from the top laners as both of these jungles start around the bottom side of the map. So they will crash up to that top side. So we might see some pre-3 action, maybe something happening around level 3 in that mid lane as well.
Very important, as I mentioned, for Rocks Tigers to get the 2v2. They do call the lane swap, so that definitely does extend the laning phase, which is what they want. Things get riskier when these turrets start going down, for Ashe specifically.
Yeah. Then the 2v2 have to respect the damage that Corki's going to be able to output after a couple backs. Gets those first few items in, especially once the Sheen is in hand. Ashe still a very squishy AD carry despite being so immobile.
We're looking for action from both junglers, and usually it's just Peanut, of course. Famously has the highest first blood participation score in the league at 67%.
Yeah.
Ironically, Winged is actually number 2 at 45%, so both these junglers have been basically ever present at being involved in first bloods.
That's still a pretty big disadvantage, though, about 20% there.
It is, but 1 and 2 is the storyline, and the human battle ward and Peanut probably going to put down more wards, but mostly for mobility, mostly for picks necessarily than for Vision, because this is definitely a different jungle pickup than what we expect. We've seen Peanut almost exclusively on ranged junglers all season.
Yeah.
Elise, Kindred, and Graves have been his big picks, so it's definitely something different for him in this game.
There were a few others available to him if he wanted to go for something a little less aggressive. Could have went for the Gragas, something that's been picked up quite a bit. Nice triple barrel there by Trace, getting some damage in onto Smeb.
Trace's most impressive carry champion by far has been the Gangplank, actually over 21 KDA on the season despite a loss, so it's been impressive on it.
Here comes Wing down to the bottom side. Smeb, though, has that ward in the river. Gonna keep himself alive, just back off a little bit so far. We've seen Kuzan did go back, use the teleport. Doesn't have to worry about out-pressuring Koro with TPs, as Koro has decided to go for that cleanse, of course, against the Lissandra.
Karma's definitely one of these new champions that's in play. It's been Ryze, it's been Karma, and it's been Echo. Those have been the 3 new picks that have kind of come to the forefront on patch 6.6.
Yeah, Echo has gotten a lot of popularity recently.
It's crazy to see him fall through picks and bans in this game as far as I saw.
Yeah, we saw Smeb play a beautiful Echo just last week where he got a double kill with a 1v2. Peanut coming in though. Lands a Sonic Wave. Don't think he wants to go in underneath the tower. Winged waiting in the wings as well. Could throw out that cocoon and make that gank pretty disastrous. You can see though, waiting in the brush. Peanut has an idea that he's here. Throws out the Q. Doesn't land though. Looks like he's just going to play it safe. Not wrap around that side toward the Krugs and just go back to the Raptors. Meanwhile though, Smeb, no ward in this tri-brush. Trace advancing up, flashes away from the cocoon. Beautiful reaction period there from him.
I mean, if you consider that the cocoon only just came through terrain and he was able to get the flash in, so was just aware because Gangplank was moving up the lane, so it's ready for it.
Well, minions as well, kind of giving him a little bit of vision, but still, great reaction there by Smeb, but going to make him that much more susceptible to being ganked.
We should talk about Karma. What does Karma provide? Why is Karma being played? It's difficult to
Provides a lot.
talk about Karma without talking about Lulu. These are both support mages that can be played support on mid. Of course, famously, seasons ago, were both played support. Now we're seeing them extensively mid, with Lulu seeing those utility nerfs, specifically around her speed up on her W. Karma in the same patch basically getting buffs to her utility, specifically doubling ability power ratios. It's just, you see, strong lane phase of
Kuzan
both.
going back in onto Koro. No Ignite, of course.
Mana, though.
And no mana from either side. So no First Blood going to come out quite just yet. But both being taken really low. Still holding on to those flashes. Winged into the mid lane to match Peanut's pressure here.
Ironically, the last time we saw Karma in the meta was during a Sivir meta, because Mantra E is basically the same as Sivir's ultimate when it comes to the big movement speed increase.
Yeah.
Even provides a shield, so arguably it's just legitimately better in that way, but Karma provides a lot of utility, doubling AP ratios of utility when the other strong laning utility champion was nerfed. Makes a lot of sense that we're seeing just that much more Karma this week.
Yeah, obviously it doesn't last as long as Sivir's ultimate, but for a short range, quick burst, move speed increase with a shield, that's huge. Trey, though, the poorer half of a trade here in this top side as Pilot lays down a bit of damage.
I mean, the big difference between the two is that when it comes to laning phases, as we're seeing Winged making a return to bot lane.
Yep. Smeb's level 6, though. You do have to be careful. Even a no-item Rise level 6 can be pretty scary, but the barrels don't connect for the slow. Smeb going to be able to finish the other one off for a little bit of gold, and that's going to send Winged packing back to the base, and he's falling further and further behind Peanut on farm, already up 10 CS on this Lee Sin.
Good power farming despite being...
Wow, this is interesting. He goes for the Swifties instead of the jungle item, so Wing going to delay his jungle item. We can see the Skirmisher Saber and the Sightstone already coming in for Peanut, so looking for that high mobility Lee Sin, able to make those big insect plays, jumping in behind the enemies.
Wing's item builds have actually been pretty much first in class when it comes to these more control junglers rather than carry junglers. Winged was basically pioneering just jungle item, like not even finishing your Skirmisher Saber and going straight into the Sightstone, then finishing a Skirmisher Saber Runic Echo to have more damage, but also the warding potential. He was the first person to really skip over Trapper's Knife as a choice.
Oh, Koro. Frozen Tomb comes
Cleanse.
down, but Cleanse immediately comes out, so Wing's not going to be able to follow up.
Winged has definitely been perhaps the most creative jungler when it comes to itemization, and this is another adaptation.
Oh, here we go, though. Peanut waiting in the wings. Oh, Sonic Wave goes wide to the right. Not going to connect, not going to be able to find a pick. So should still apply some pressure in the side of Jin Air's jungle. We'll see what Peanut decides to do. Looks like he's just going to play some wards around the blue buff so he can spot that out and get the timer for it.
Probably the big fundamental difference between Karma and, again, her support mage in class Lulu is line damage. And both in terms of clearing a minion wave as it approaches, but in team fights, the big thing for Karma, the big knock against her, is that the frontline tank can absorb the damage from, say, a Mantra Q, and then the backline takes no damage, whereas Lulu, much more reliable in getting damage onto the backline. Not a lot of damage, but with a Lich Bane, with some AP, decent damage on the Glitterlands. So, again, going to be more utility-focused in the late game is the Karma, but potential certainly there. And here we go.
Oh, yeah, Gage coming in the mid side. They popped the Rise ultimate, and that is enough for Kuzan to say, okay, I'm out. I don't want anything to do with this one. Flashes away. We'll stay alive for the time being. Good roam by Smeb, getting that Summoner spell down, but losing some pressure now on this bot side as Prey is going to run his way down to this lane and try to get these minions as quickly as he can, but I think he's still going to miss that cannon, or it's going to be really close.
On to see. Jin Air keeps swapping up. Want to try and force that lane swap, get those outer turrets down, force Ashe to overextend the farm. So we could see plenty of turret trading, or in this case, lane swapping just to keep the 2v2 alive. It was a win for Rux Tigers to find it, and again, they want to extend the laning phase as long as possible.
Yep. This is good for Smeb, though. Alone in this top side at the moment. We can see the swap coming back as Pilot and Shay are rejoining the top side of the map, this time with a package in tow. Smeb going to pick up some CS and just about equalize against Trace, who's losing that wave at the turret, not going to throw out the cannon barrage. Wants that for global pressure. So just going to let some of that CS go to waste. But we can see Catalyst and tier has been completed for this Rise. So now it's just a ticking time bomb of a champion. We saw what happened when Sawson played it in the mid lane. This is Smeb. I think that this could be really devastating for Jin Air if they can't do something about this Rise and make some objective plays really soon.
I mean, Xpecial also was pulling off great plays for Longzhu in their 2-0 win over Samsung on the Rise. If you can get those wards down, you can make great plays. That was in a lane swap, though. That was with turrets down. I just love the fact that Rux Tigers basically pioneered the top Jin Air is running. Double TP, if you ever opt into a no-escape AD carry, TP gank with strong CC like a Lissandra, speed up like a Sivir. This time the speed up's coming from the mid. But the big thing for Rux is they were the ones that innovated the double TP gank AD carry meta. So of course, when they're faced against it, they're smart in knowing keep swapping around to force the 2v2 to ensure the turrets never go down, the deep walls never go down, and Ashe is never hamstrung finding farm.
See though, spotting out that Elise in the bottom side with Che. This gives Rox the information and confidence that they need to go over and take out this first Rift Herald of the game. So Prey and Gorilla can be whittling that one down. So give us our first very slight gold lead as that 250 comes in for these guys.
What will they do with it? Are they going to try and get down? Looks like they're going to be too late to stop this turret down.
I think Prey got the buff, but yeah, the tower is going to fall as Wind is here to help them out. Of course, Triforce on the Corki will make pretty quick work of this one. So they will burn this out, and Rock's not in a position to counteract the tower in the top side of the map. So that will give a 700 gold lead over to Jin Air for the time being. Dragon not yet coming into contention, but this is a good objective move that Jin Air needs to be taking, and they need to continue this trend if they're going to beat out Rox in the scaling that is Smeb's Rise.
Scaling is strong on both sides. You can never count Gangplank out of a fight.
Oh no, I mean, we've seen Someday completely 1v9 games with his Gangplank before.
It's fun when you see a rotational game like this where Ashe has already rushed Swiftness Boots before finishing her first big AD item completion.
Yep.
Gangplank also picking up Swiftness Boots because rotating around lanes, finding safe farm has been the name of the game for the first 12 minutes.
Yep. So Swifties, a longsword, and a call coming in for Prey. So just looking for the long haul of farming.
As Corki rushing down the Trinity Force lets you know that Jin Air wants to opt into those earlier fights.
We'd expect nothing less from a Corki. It's very rare that you see a call come out on Corki.
Well, there's just no way for Rox to answer what is going to be a 15-minute Trinity Force and Abyssal Scepter between the Lissandra and Ashe.
Yeah.
So rotation is the name of the game for Rox. Gets a nice poke onto Kuzan.
A bit and some good damage on the turret as well. So if they get a couple picks, they might be able to pressure out that tower, find their first of the game. You can see the Skullcrab has been taken for some extended vision of this dragon. Ward in the pit getting ready to expire. So Rox just trying to keep tabs on that as much as they possibly can and make sure that Jin Air are not in a position to sneak out that first dragon from underneath their noses.
It's a control game for Rox. It's don't leave any time for Jin Air to put deep wards into their red side jungle. Now the turret is down. Just look for farm. Deny any teleport plays, specifically from Kuzan, who of course has the instant cast, hard CC. And just rotate around. So if they can match CS with their opponent when it's Ashe and Rise against Corki and Gangplank, slight scaling advantage to Rox. So incentivizes to keep this going. Hopped into the late game, which is pretty scary against a Jin Air team who've looked strongest in the late game.
Yeah. You see though, Abyssal Scepter and Merc Treads coming in here for Smeb. So just one step closer to getting that Rod of Ages and start the stacking. Should have it in a couple more minutes, but we're going to be bordering on 30 minutes before we see a fully stacked Gorilla.
So you know again that Rox are in no rush to fight, but you need to pick up objectives like Dragon, get control over Baron to force fights, and so far Jin Air have been denied picking up a first Dragon for 13 minutes. We've seen late first Dragons, but again, a late first Dragon is a win from Rox because it just gives them more time. The less forced fights Rox are in, the better.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a good amount of crowd control from the side of Jin Air if they get into those 5v5s. As long as they don't clump up underneath of Smeb, they're in a pretty good position. Frozen Tomb to slow everybody out. Pilot just firing out those Phos bombs and rockets left and right. You can set up for a really good pulverize for Jay as well. So Jin Air not pressuring out as much as they really need to be.
Explain to the fans joining late. We're not in the new studio. We're in a new studio, but of course not the famous new Seoul studio that OGN will be moving to, I believe, late April, early May.
Yep. We gravitated down last night. Now, just oh wow, hold that thought. A Smeb gets engaged on here, takes a lot of damage. Just have that ultimate up. We'll be able to sustain and regain a little bit of that HP, but Peanut not arriving just a little bit too late to try to turn that gauge around.
His weakest point of the game is early, where he's famously, if he goes top lane, a very turret diveable champion. All the swaps has meant that he's got safe farms. That's another small win for the Ryan.
Can't change review like he used to be able to. Wait, no, getting found out here by Gorilla, and Koro takes a bit of damage. Half HP, but Kuzan's there to back him up. Flash is still down there for the Elise, so no Flash Cocoon coming in anytime soon.
Again, we'll complete the PSA. We are in Jeonju, which I believe you saw with your research is 194 kilometers, just under 200 kilometers away from Seoul.
Yeah, came down on a bullet train last night, KTX. About an hour and 20 minute journey, not too bad.
Too bad at all. It's known as the food capital of Seoul, very famous for having great traditional Korean food. We tried some earlier. Fantastic bibimbap.
Yeah. It's a good place for soul food, but not for soul food.
That's fair. Well, this is the sort of soulful play I'm looking for. What is going to be... Again, it is a big match. It doesn't feel like one because we're at the end of the season. Both these teams guaranteed playoff spots, but it's all about that ordering. It's all about Jin Air forcing SKT into what would be a nail-biting playoff match.
Yeah, that'd be really tough. I'd love to see that best of one. SKT Jin Air.
After a long
all
night's
of the
game,
marbles.
we have to assume that it's going to be on Saturday after the matches. Makes the most sense for scheduling-wise, which would be a very long day. But
yeah, which means that Jin Air, if they win this 2-0, they get that much more time to prepare.
The crazy thing is they play Longju in that last series of the weekend, and then potentially set up that best of one against SKT. We'll talk more about that if it does eventuate.
I don't know if Jin Air needs to do too much prep for that one.
Jin Air versus SKT. Well, I mean,
not that one.
The other one. The Longju one. Well, you never know which Longju will show up.
That's very true. Shado taking a lot of damage, has to pop that Alistar ultimate to get out of the room from the Karma. So cooldown has been burned. Rox maybe looking to apply a little bit more pressure in this top side. Peanut on the road down. Wing is still here. This could be the opportunity for Jin Air to make a play, but Prey and Gorilla just going to go ahead and back off.
No incentive for Prey to start face-checking Brush, so just push up that far in the lane. No sight on Wing. They don't have any vision in the enemy jungle. Honestly, the economy of vision for both teams is something to talk about. Very little wards on the map from either team.
Yeah. Two pinks, though, are sitting in that top side of the river from Rox, so they at least have that going for them. Only the one pink placed by the Krugs for Jin Air. So not as much stagnant vision as Rox has, but see what the recall's coming through. Turret already down to half HP. They're going to try to pressure in for this turret. Should be able to get a good amount of damage in. Not going to be able to finish it off quite just yet, though, as Gorilla and Prey do arrive just in time to prevent the take. But still, Jin Air doing well to pressure out these objectives and whittle down these turrets slowly but surely.
Rise has his Rod of Ages, so we're looking at about a 28-minute stacking time for the 10 stacks to come in. Just notice, it's a different Peanut. Both the champion and the texture of this game means not about forcing ganks, not about trading turrets, so Rox just trying to extend laning phases where possible. And Peanut just there to relieve pressure from the act.
You know the arrow comes out as Shay gets caught, does not have the Alistar ultimate quite just yet, but Flash is available. CP gonna get canceled. Here comes Kuzan, locks down Gorilla. He's gonna be the first one to fall. The Cannon Barrage finishes him off. First blood over to Trace. And Rox getting their engage turns right on its head.
Both teleports cancelled, but of course Gangplank can influence that outer lane without committing to using the teleport. So Smeb gets some lane control on bot, but at the price of first blood going over to Gangplank.
Yeah, Gorilla and Trundle not going to be tanky quite just yet as it's playing out of the support lane. Sure, you have that Relic Shield. Sure, you have a little bit of HP regeneration. You can see he's trading some things around now in his inventory, but not enough to stand underneath that tower, and certainly not enough to get locked down by a Frozen Tomb.
Honestly, the big surprise is that Rox were the ones that finally pulled the trigger on an aggressive engage. I talked about how all they wanted to do was to buy time.
Speaking of aggressive engages here, Smeb going in underneath the tower. Doesn't take much damage though. Has that shield, of course. Throws out some more on Trace. Will whittle him down to about half HP, but I don't think he's going to send this Gangplank packing quite just yet. Still has some charges of that Corrupting Potion to chug up on. Peanut and Gorilla coming around the back side of this rush. There is a ward in it. Trace will be able to spot them. Of course, the Wolf Spirit there as well. So he will be able to retreat to safety. But that opens up the tower for a taking in the bot side of the map as Kuro pressures out this mid lane one, and he will be able to take it.
But just come back to that teleport play. Remember, Rox initiated with an Ash Arrow against double teleport when they didn't even have teleport on their mid lane, and when they were getting what they wanted in safe farm. It was just over-aggression from Rox Tigers. The end result, they're still managing to get a lot of control because they picked up a lot of turret damage while Lissandra was in top lane, but just a bit curious to see Rox go for an aggressive play that went against all their other lines of play in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, diving against this comp from Jin Air is a very tricky business, and we can see it just did not pay off for them.
I mean, diving with a teleport disadvantage is almost always a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, for sure. We see though Dragon getting started up nearby. Jin Air, Gorilla and Winged are in the area.
Ash Arrow hasn't been sent yet.
Kuro, yeah. Arrow's still available. Dragon still being whittled down just about 8% at the moment. Smeb here could have a full-on 5v5. Throws around the Monster trying to get some damage in, but he finds Spiderlings. Dragon gonna start resetting. Did Jin Air keep going for it? It comes back out down to 50% HP. Taking a lot of damage. Peanut here to try to go for the steal. Could just be a smite off between these junglers. Crucial damage comes through. They stun up Wing with the arrow. Beautiful play. Peanut gonna find the steal, but he gets engaged on here. Doesn't have the dash available. Runs to the back of the pit. Might be able to make it out of this one alive. Smeb going in. Jumps forward with the flash. Finds Kuzan. Frozen Tomb comes down just in time, but can he get out of this one alive? The flash is not available. He's gonna fall. Smeb finding the kill. Wonderful play by Rox Tigers, picking up a kill for themselves and the Dragon. And Smeb not done quite just yet. Pops the ultimate, goes in on Trace, getting into the room. Not going to happen, but Kuro is pinning from the top side. Wait, gets locked down, has to go for the repel, comes down on the other side of Kuro. Looks like he will be able to get out alive. Jay getting locked up by that Karma, but pops the Alistar ultimate, keeps him alive. Cannon Barrage coming down should keep these two teams separated. Looks like that's going to be the disengage here, but nice play by the Rox Tigers.
And while it's not true Turbo Rise Achilles, with the Karma speed up, and specifically with the changes to Rise, one of the reasons why we're seeing Rise back in the meta is that the cooldown on his ultimate was brought so short that during a fight you will often see Rise able to use that desperate power twice. The first time, everyone has flashes, everyone has gap closes. The second time, they do not, and that's when Rise's true power really comes through. It was a nice Dragon claim. Remember, Rox has no true front line, so they were being very careful about when to choose and engage on this fight. Kuzan tries to zone, but everyone backs away. Teamfight Win goes over the Tigers, and they take the Dragon.
And look at this stat, 95%
That's quite
of the
a stat
time,
right there.
95% of the time the Tigers get the first Dragon, they win the game. 42.9% for Jin Air. That's a pretty crippling stat. Though, both of these teams still really even. Just the one Dragon up. Very slight gold advantage at 1.4 thousand here as we approach on 23 minutes just about.
It is worth noting that over 80% of the time the Rox Tigers hit the Rift, they win anyway, so they're just a team that's won a lot this season, but 95% is still a pretty damning stat.
Yeah. It is for sure. And that was just questionable positioning by Jin Air. They knew that the Ash Arrow was available. Wings should have probably realized that if I get stunned, I can't smite this dragon away.
I mean, at the end of the day, Jin Air showed commitment issues. Did they want to really commit on the dragon? They took a long time. They didn't want to DPS it down. Finally, they made a call to go for it. Peanut was the one that smited away. Then they didn't commit to a fight. Lissandra went to the front line, self-ulted. No one else coming in to fight with her. Chase still had his ult up at that time. But yeah, lack of commitment. Commitment issues for Jin Air.
Yep. Easy though, Rocks not resting on their laurels at all, push straight up with this advantage in the game for themselves and take another tower, now stretching that lead to about 3,000. So this is Rock starting to come online here. We can see the Seraph's Embrace has been completed by Smeb as well. 6 stacks on that Rod of Ages. This Rise is just a few more minutes away from becoming an absolute monster. We'll have to see where he wants to take the rest of this build. Could go for something like a Void Staff very quickly. So we can see the Spectre's Cal has already come out from Trace, so could be looking for more penetration damage, or could be looking for more flat damage and crowd control, something like a Riley's Crystal Scepter.
The late rotation Karma that we were kind of umming and eyeing, especially after Faker's misperformance, you'd have to say, yesterday. Arrow coming in.
Oh, Kuzan will get caught by that one. Cannot take the Glacial Path. Gonna take a lot of damage. Has the person took down on himself after this Zonia's. We'll get a little bit of a heal. Gets caught by the backside of that volley. Kuro throws out the Mantra Q, but cannot find the kill. Kuzan will be able to retreat, but Flash is down, as is that Zonia's. This opens up Rocks for a double split here in the bot and middle lanes. This turret's going to fall. Peanut taking a lot of damage. Cannon Barrage comes down, but he should be able to get out safely. Smeb actually not able to finish off the tower, and the TP's coming to Kuzan. Can he find a catch? Is hot on the heels here. Gorilla coming around the sidelines. Wing taking a big Mantra Q. Kuzan goes in deep. Can he lock anybody up? Has to use the further two on himself. Gorilla in the front line, low on mana. Looks like he might go down, but Smeb goes in the backside. Finishes off Wing. Now it's going to be Kuzan following suit. Jay on the run. Alstar ultimate available. Flash almost there for him, but he will be able to get out of this safely. But this tower is going to go down all the same. Peanut, the only one from Rock Tigers dying, and Jin Air losing 2.
Even though Peanut was so greedy, used 80% of his life total to tank up that turret. They didn't pick it up. They still win a fight 2 for 1 off the backside. They get the turret as well. Objectives and kill advantage to Rock Tigers, and that's why the lead balloons to about 5,000 gold.
Yeah, they have been stretching that very quickly. We were just 1.4K spread between these teams just a couple minutes ago, and now
if there was a
suddenly,
subtitle to the Rock Tigers season, remember, they come in with a new big roster change. This escalated quickly. It's basically the subtitle of their season because it's been all about fast leads, all about changing your lineup and then just going on a massive winning streak with Peanut. It's a really nice attempt at a pick under the turret with the Hail Mary arrow from Prey. But off the backside, they win a fight, they push objectives, and like so many games this season, blink and you miss it, and there's 5,000 gold extra in the pockets of Rocks.
Yep. Rocks' team mantra should be, this won't go well for you.
Well, any team that's winning would have that mantra, Curious.
No, but especially the Rock Tigers should have that one. Not many other teams can have so bold of a statement and get away with it.
A bold season from Rocks. They wait for the 23rd of April for the grand final. It's their last match of the season.
Yep.
Until then, it'll be actually quite a long break. Today is the 7th, so we'll not play for 16 days again on the top level until they play against the winner of the semifinal.
Trace, I don't know about this one. Actually goes in. It's a lot of damage over onto Smeb. Will chain the barrels. Pops that shield, however, from Seraph's Embrace. Will be able to mitigate the rest of that damage. But Smeb being outtraded heavily by Trace, who's starting to look like a very scary gangplank. Could be the saving grace of Jin Air if he's able to line up these barrels properly in some of these team fights.
Felt like he was respecting Rock's Tigers potentially being there despite decent vision being down a little bit too much. Remember, Trace actually has magic resist as a 3rd item. I felt like he could have gone for the trade. Didn't.
Oh, TP coming in here from Smeb though. Arrow lands, connects on the pylon in the backside. Here comes Smeb, throws on the ward over the wall. Actually misses the Q, but it doesn't even matter. It's going to be a double kill coming in for the Rise. No flash to get himself into the wall, but Peanut is there slowing up Jay, who doesn't have an ultimate anymore. He's going to take the kill. That's going to be a 3-for-0 coming out for Rocks off the backside of that teleport play. And this might even net them an inhibitor tower, if not the inhibitor itself.
The Ash arrow out of nowhere was super on point for
He
Prey.
threaded that beam.
He does it so frequently. The last game was a bit of a missed data point, but this is much more a return to form at level 16. Double stacking items completed and Abyssal Scepter Rise. Smeb, it was the Echo last time. That was a tank pick. This is no tank. This is a carry top. And Smeb staying to type, looking to really tie up the MVP ranking if he can find another one today.
We'll have to see Trace. Where are you going? Way too far forward. Throws out the cannon barrage. No avail. The rest of the team just collapsed down onto him. And he just falls under the pressure. Not sure what Trace was thinking there.
How can Trace not go for a fight against a 30% health rise with 2 pink wards on that side of the map, then waltz into lane and instantly die with no vision? That was a little bit questionable. Not sure what the comms are like from the Jin Air perspective, but this team who desperately is looking for a 2-0 win today, if they lose 2-0, they're guaranteed 4th, but they have no chance of pipping SKT to 3rd.
I mean, I know Trace is old, but he shouldn't be old enough to just forget that all of Rock's Tigers were sitting in his jungle.
But that's the crazy thing, is this is a guy who always assumes the worst and is famous for playing super safe, overextending and dying without a care in the world, I guess.
Yeah.
Weird to see.
Very bizarre indeed. And Rock's starting to really run away with this game, and we are getting closer and closer to a 10,000 gold lead here for 30 minutes. 7-2 in kills, up those 2 dragons, 3 towers in the lead for Rox, and maybe a Baron coming up next.
But it's just been genius from the Rox Tigers. They extended the laning phase when turrets being down meant that Lissandra would hit 6 and basically come and assassinate Ashe wherever she was on the map. Then they hit the grouping phase. They hit their items. They took all the outer turrets. They've been grouped as 5 the rest of the game. Suddenly there is no threat of dying being overextended for farm. They're pushing it early with the Karma Power Spike and pushing Baron as well.
That they are, but this is going to turn off and go in onto Jay, who only gets a pulverize onto Smeb, who takes a little bit of damage. Peanut goes deep though onto this Alistar, who has the ultimate Pilot. Thinking about half the HP damage. Kuzan goes in. 3 people locked down with the Circle of Frost. Has to use the Zonias on himself, and Shay is going to go down. With a nice Dragon Trade from Peanut to knock him back into the team. Kuzan going to be the one to follow, and Smeb still playing up on the front lines. Locks down Wing, gets the kill. Can he get more? It's a little bit of damage, but a huge shield comes through from Kuzan. Kuro keeping him alive, and now Peanut going deep into the base underneath this tower to try to get on the Pilot. Dashes away for the shield. Can they finish him up? Flash forward by Prey. There's the last auto attack. There is the ace, and that is going to be the game for Rox Tigers.
Just like I said before, it escalates so quickly, Achilles. They were playing the controlled style, then they decided, okay, we've got the items, let's take turrets. Couple of teleports later, the game's over.
That was beautifully played by Rox Tigers, who are going to finish this one out just after the 30-minute mark. Jay trying to do something, but all he's going to do is pad the KDAs of the Rox Tigers even further. The Nexus falls, and Rox are a game up over Jin Air already.
I mean, Rox, the team with nothing to play for. You wouldn't have known it if you removed the name tags. Rox played like demons possessed. They played excellent. It was so assertive after an early game, an intentionally slow early game, getting the farm on Ashe, getting the farm on the Rise. They come back, they play assertive, and they do it better than any other team in the world.
Yeah, assertive was a great way to put it. Looking a little bit questionable there. Jin Air was starting to make some objective moves, starting to gather some resources for themselves. But after one explosive fight, Rox just taking it by the head and just winning out that game.
But that's the thing, the Rox decided that the early game would be played so. They matched the lane swap, they kept swapping around to force a 2v2. Then they decided they wanted to put the accelerator on. They jammed that foot on the accelerator, and Jin Air just were left wanting. There's no other way to put it.
Yep. See praying. Some laughs being exchanged in the booth here for Rox Tigers. And again, this is a low-pressure game for them. They're already locked in the first place. It's just more KDA padding, another win for them to come out on top of.
But it's great to see. Rox Tigers, they were in a similar position spring last year, took the foot off the accelerator, showed up and were dominated by SK Telecom in the final. They're playing themselves into form. We won't see this team for 16 days after today, and they want to leave a lasting impression for whichever team is the pretender to the favorites, Rox Tigers.
Yep. I think we can almost assume that it's going to be SK Telecom versus Rox as a grand final, but you never know. KT's been looking really strong.
I want to see SKT versus SK. I want Telecom Wars to see who will play Rox. That would be the most hyped semi-final possible.
That it would be, but first we have to come back for game 2 in just a few minutes. Rox versus Jin Air is going to be continuing here.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Welcome back to Champions Spring. Your MVP is Prey. I thought it was going to be Smeb, personally, on that rise, but Prey coming out on top here, 100% kill participation with that Nash.
Yeah, Smeb may be a little bit more explosive, but Prey, what is it about these legacy carries playing Ashe? He threaded the needle on multiple Ashe arrows, specifically the one that hit Pilot, and I believe the next fight after this replay probably won them the game.
Yeah, that was gorgeous. And just getting that Dragon Seal, enabling Peanut to out-smite Wing by setting up this.
Here it is. Watch the threading of the needle.
Just straight around Winged. Probably could have and should have body blocked that one for Pilot.
The fun thing about Ashe arrow is it's a deceptively narrow skill shot, and the difference between hitting an optimistic arrow and winning the game and just going for the field goal and getting nothing is so game-changing that when you have a guy like Prey that can be so on point, the results proof in the pudding.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be the turnaround here potentially for Jin Air. He's got a really beautiful engage into the Frozen Tomb, but nobody else from Jin Air was able to follow up on top of that CC that he established, and they just completely crumbled and fell to the wayside. Rox Tigers come out on top.
And Prey moves to 6-0 on the Ashe this season, one of the many undefeated champions the Rox Tigers have to show themselves, even with, again, 5, 6, 7 games played.
Yeah.
Wonderful Ashe player. The Siva is also the other one that you just can't give to Prey. And if we're talking about 280 carry bands, you're in for a sad time.
Definitely in for a sad time. Prey continuing his streak all over that Ashe.
And Prey has actually really come up in terms of KDA. We saw so many highlight clips or low-light clips for Prey when other players were getting the spotlight. Prey was dying in lane to facilitate big plays from Smeb, big plays from Peanut. Prey has gone from way down the pack to actually second only to his teammate Kuro in overall KDA.
Well, back into pick and ban here.
Bye, Siva.
For game 2, Jin Air now over on the blue side. First ban is going to be Sivir. We saw that as the final ban from Rox going into game 1. But it's going to be very quick bans coming out here. Callista to follow, as well as the Varus, keeping that one out of the hands of Koro.
I mean, the first game of this series is actually much bigger in the realm of understanding the meta, unpacking the meta, than just the actual gameplay. Just because, again, Rox Tigers innovated double teleport and Siva, pushing out waves, always being able to react to Lissandras and Poppies and champions that can always turret dive and snowball leads and apply pressure with strong wave clear. And then they play against basically that comp from Rox Tigers. Play against double teleport, and you wouldn't even know, barring their one failed turret dive, that they were the team that had the teleport disadvantage just because they forced the 2v2 early, got around that hiccupy time when teleport plays can honestly mean lane snowball to a great degree, and then finally grouped, and from there just won the game. So knowing their timings and playing around them was what Rox Tigers showed to beat the meta that the Rox Tigers themselves innovated.
Yeah, but look at this. Oh, final bans come through. It's the Kindred from the side of Jin Air and Alistar Graves from Tigers, but Nidalee makes it through. And that's going to be snatched up for Winged in the jungle. Really strong pick, but why not when you have a Rise? So first pick coming through, yet again, probably for Smeb on the side of the Rocks Tigers. We'll see what they want to do with their second pick in this first round. It's going to be Trundle yet again.
It's just an insane headache trying to come up with picks and bans against the Rocks Tigers with all their power. Nearly seen a decrease in priority, but still has been frequently banned. But Peanut is, I believe, 7-0 this season on Italy. You don't want to give that over to him. He's played it on 6.6 already to great use. But even though everyone's talking about Echo, Korea has shown that Rise is the most powerful champion on patch 6.6. The changes he's had, the fact that he always has the perma Nikes with the ult cooldown being so short, the Q overload damage being increased. It's not chase them down the lane and root them 3 times to kill them. It's just blow them up, and that's what he was doing in team fights. So a lot of power on the side of Rocks. And speaking of Echo, somehow slipped through picks and bans in game 1, but certainly not going to do that in game 2.
Yeah, making a return here. The Echo going to be coming in for Trace in that top side. Could be Kuzan's in the mid lane, full AP Echo, but really doubtful. It's been doing wonders for people across the world in that top side, playing it really tanky.
I love how in game 1, Jin pickpocketed Rocks Tigers' innovative meta comp, and now they're just pickpocketing the champions that Rocks Tigers have been playing recently, of course. Excellent Echo play from Smeb. We just saw Prey play some wonderful Ashe in the previous game. He's only going to go for the Lucian. I was really hoping for the Prey Jhin because he's been up there with the best Jhins in the world from a couple of games we've seen him from this season. But got to find some wave clear because once again they do have this Rise scaling in either mid or top.
Yep. Will be last pick for either top or mid here for Kuro or Smeb on the side of Rocks Tigers as they wait Azir. Something that was banned away from Kuro does make it through the draft this time around, and pretty likely that's going to be locked in.
But what beats a mid laner that doesn't take teleport and an AD carry without escapes? It's double teleport. So heavily expecting Gorilla to last pick for mid lane, pick the Lissandra, then they will have the double teleport threat. This could potentially be a draft. It's one of the reasons why we've seen teams punished for drafting Azir in the first round. First pick Azir, answered by double teleport and strong wave clear, and taken out. So if we do see the Azir lock in,
it could be the LeBlanc as well. Oh my god!
Oh, it could just be another champion that has a fun time against Azir.
I was going to say it could be LeBlanc because Kuro likes playing the Assassins, but
also
it's going to be a... Ooh, wait a second.
Exactly.
Wait a damn second.
If you're taking Ignite, it's going to be jump.
Yep, yeah, there it is. The last swap comes through, so it will
the
be
Summoner
Rise.
spell gave it away. That you're not going teleport mid lane Jarvan. You're going Ignite mid lane Jarvan.
How about Ignite mid Rise?
So many of Kuro's frustrations in the past have been involved with Azir, specifically dying to the Irelia from Faker, famously getting solo killed in the Irelia versus Azir matchup. His Azir has caused him so much frustration that now he gets to take out that frustration. It's cathartic time because Jarvan, we saw it last week from Sarsen, has a wonderful time against Azir.
Yeah.
I mean, the interaction we didn't know about. You can ult over the Azir wall.
Yeah.
It's targeted engage, but it is not stopped by the Azir wall. The damage registers in the AoE. And that damage, you stack that AD, you get the Maw, you get the Tiamat. The damage is explosive.
Yeah, really explosive. We saw Sarsen show us that one firsthand. And thank you again, Sarsen, for showing us that you can, in fact, leap over and never survive.
Happy Sarsen.jpg.
Happy Sarsen, indeed. He was very happy after that series.
He was pretty stoked. That was a big win over Longship.
Absolutely, a 2-0 for Spenu. Any 2-0 for Spenu is a very, very good game and will lead to a very happy
Any game
Sarsen.
with Jarvan mid is a good game by my calculations, Achilles.
I happen to agree with you, so this should be a very good game. We'll have to keep our eye on that mid lane and on these junglers as they rotate around in. Nidalee on the side of Wing. Let's see which jungler can out-pressure each other as we get into game 2.
Find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on my...
Fighting calls
Yeah.
are quiet today.
I'm waiting for the second one. We have just the one fighting call, and it looks like that's going to be it. So one of the sides of the team's giving up, it seems. I'd have to say it's probably Jinair's side
Maybe
surrendering the battle.
less cause for optimism from the side
Yeah.
of Jin. Just looking over.
Quick, hide!
Looking over the standings once again, if Jin Air lose 2-0 in this series, there is still a mathematical chance for them to make it to third place. But for it to happen, SKT needs to be 2-0'd by Spenu tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
There's optimistic results like Longzhu being 2-0'd by Spenu, and there's SK Telecom being 2-0'd by Spenu.
Yeah, that is
Look at Kuro jump out in mid. He's having fun.
not quite going to happen. Yeah, Kuro just juggling around with the spear. Oh, Gorilla and Prey going to go for an invasion.
Base
It's a
checking
Braum. Going to get stunned up here probably. Nope, cannot get that last hit to proc. Concussive blow, so we'll be on the back out, but takes a little bit of damage.
So let's once again put the spotlight on the interaction we learned the last time we saw Azia versus Jarvan, is that while the Emperor's Divide does stop most targeted dashes, it does not stop the Jarvan ultimate. The damage registers, the gap close happens. Yep. We're going to look for more tape of it to show the viewers, but that is an interesting interaction when the big note button, the Emperor's Divide, for once, can't stop gap close.
Yeah, will stop the flag and drag combo, but will not stop the Cataclysm. You can see.
Fans got wild.
Yeah, the audience here in Jeonju has been very reactive to the game so far.
It's worth noting that Jeonju doesn't see a lot of esports. Usually Seoul is where all the esports happens.
Yeah, it's a really small population in Jeonju in the entire district. I believe it's something about 650,000
Okay, but I mean,
people.
Korea is literally Seoul and etc.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's about 650,000 people compared to Seoul, and I think the entirety of Seoul is something like 7 million people.
15, I believe.
Yeah, so
15 to 6.5, 650,000 is certainly a big difference.
very big difference indeed. Jeonju, doesn't get the leap over the wall.
6.6 changes.
Yep. Sorry, Winged. You can't do that. Peanut, though. Roam up to this top side. Trace in a really bad spot. Let's see if he can get himself out of this one. We did see a 2v1 win for an Echo in this kind of situation just last week, but that's going to be the repel coming in. Trace trying to jump away, throws out the slow flash forward by Peanut. This should be the first blood coming through, and it will be. Last auto attack by Smeb to net it for himself. So Rox picking it up here just 3 minutes in.
And that is just really unlike Trace. He's famous for always playing defensive in lane. He tries to pressure the Ryze, pushing in Ryze, forcing Ryze to use its mana to kill minions instead of trade is the way you win those early trades against Ryze, but so punished. Really nice jungle pathing from Peanut. Suddenly, Ryze has first blood, and we all know how that goes, Achilles.
Yep, it's going to be stacking that much faster here for Smeb. As I was going to say, though, I believe Jeonju literally translates to something like perfect land.
Well, the food's great.
Yeah, perfect land for food.
The food capital of Korea. Jeonju style, quite Gangnam style, but it's certainly a great sign. We're looking for
Gangnam style is not food-centric. It's centric on Gragas cosplays.
That's true. Where you go if you want to drink.
We can't say Gentleman Cho'Gath cosplays anymore.
They literally ripped the wine out of his glass. What gentleman holds an open glass like that?
I don't know. I really don't know. We still have Gragas Esper.
I feel like somehow they're going to maneuver Gragas into a more responsible drinking man. Think about when the Cookie Monster became cookies are a sometimes food. I don't know how you do that with Gragas.
Cookies are good sometimes. It's like...
Wouldn't it be hilarious if they reworked him around no longer having a short cooldown drinking spell? It's like, literally for the reasons of PC, changed his kit. His kit was fine, but drinking is toxic.
Yeah, they have to make him drink less often.
Why, I mean, once upon a time, when I started playing League of Legends, Drunken Rage actually had a 30-second cooldown.
Yeah.
But it had a 25-second buff.
Yeah. Huge engage coming on the bot side, though. Pilot taking a lot of damage. Trying to get those concussive blows coming through. Of course, no jungler here to really collapse on the action. But meanwhile, in this mid-side, Kuzan in a bad spot. Has to dash away. The cocoon not going to land. Would have certainly led to a dead Azir, so Kuzan does get himself alive and doesn't have to use any of his summoners to do so.
If you follow that logic, changing a 30-second drinking cooldown into what it is now, a much shorter cooldown, Riot did this. Riot made Gragas the way he is.
Yeah. You enablers!
He was a sometimes drinker. He was a social drinker. Now, the man is a slave to his W, slave to drink. Thanks, Riot.
He's just a shell of his former self. It's all he has. And you did this to him, Riot.
There's no other way. They literally did this to him. They gave him this mechanic. The drinking mechanic. His crutch.
Poor Gragas.
Top laner now.
He can't even choose his own vices, just has to get locked into one.
I don't know, he's suddenly got some split personalities. Like a lot of the champions, sometimes he's a soccer hooligan, sometimes he's a very classy man.
Watch it, they'll just change it into a guy who just really likes juice.
All the skins.
He just carries around.
What would Gragas Esquire be drinking juice-wise? Maybe some sort of imported juice?
A sparkling cider, perhaps. Ooh. A nice sparkling apple cider.
Wait, are we okay with sparkling drinks?
Sure, why not? It's non-alcoholic.
Sure, but mate, that's the next one, right? They came for my alcohol, I said nothing. And they came for my sparkling drinks, and I said nothing. Soon we'll all be drinking flavored water.
Yeah. It's just got those little Lipton packets poured into the water and shake it up. Every time he goes for the Drunken Rage, we just rename it to mix his drink. He
what would
pours
Drunken
a giant
Rage?
packet
What's
out.
the PG version of Drunken Rage? Refreshing beverage.
Yeah. Mildly irritating beverage.
I don't know how annoying it is, but
잠깐 생각 좀 하고 올게.
been a very quiet early game after that explosive first blood. Happy times for Smap once again.
Yeah, they'd be quite happy.
And this is a matchup we actually wanted some data points on, because if we've learned anything about Echo lane matchups,
yeah, look at that one. Has to use the ultimate to go back into the brush. Smap does not have mana here, though. He can still probably auto-attack this Echo to death. A couple more would have done it, but we'll send him packing all the same. TP coming up for Trace will be able to join and back into his lane pretty soon. Winged does not land that spear and therefore will not be able to get the kill. That was a roam up from Kuzan as well, so he's going to lose some pressure in this mid lane. Maybe allow for Koro to catch up on some CS.
Yeah, rare thing that we saw such an extended trade, but with no double teleport in mid, not even a single teleport. It's a bit different. Yeah. Usually we have a million people guesting in top lane, as the meta demands.
It's a little interesting, though, from Smep. Decided to go back. Won't have the TP available to catch this wave, I don't believe.
But
so.
what is Smep going to do in lane with no mana? That's a big issue.
He's Smep. He can last it with a Rise, I believe.
His base AD is so low. That's actually really hard to do.
I believe in Smep.
That's the reason why pushing him up to turret is the way to outplay him, is that he has to use that mana for CSing.
That's also the reason why Smep's the best top laner in the world. If anyone can CS under tower with Rise, it's Smep.
Well, look, that's definitely a title that was debatable last year. Ash Arrow.
Nice dash away by Prey. Will keep himself safe. And that's going to stop any further engage from Jin Air.
But there was definitely a time when you could say Someday was the best top player in the world.
For sure.
But given that he's taken to being solo killed a lot this season.
He has quite a lot. This is going to be Kuro coming in, but Winged is there for the backup. Won't get the flash out as the Emperor's Divide comes across. So Kuro not going to get caught. Only going to take a little bit of damage there. So maybe getting a little too aggressive, a little too antsy against Kuzan.
His lane control also has left a bit to be desired. He's actually behind in CS against the Azir. With a control jungle like Elise for pressure, you'd expect him to be 10 to 15 CS ahead given the counter lane matchup. But for now, expertly navigated by Kuzan.
It's okay. Smeb's making up for that slack that's developed in the mid side. As he is stretching ahead the bottom lane as well. We didn't really take much of a look at this. Prey, 88 to 67.
It is Lucian versus Ashe.
True, but still. Oh, it's going to be TP coming in.
TP
Peanut's going to go for the catch, the flash away. Finds Pilot all the same. Gets him with the flash. It's going to be the Glacial Fissure coming through. Can they finish off the Ashe? Looks like it's going to be so. Prey finding the kill now. Kuzan in a bad spot. Flash is available, but can he get the safety? Cataclysm comes down. Has to burn it to get out. Repel not in time to connect. But Rocks Tigers opening up the map even further, now with a 1,000 gold lead.
And taking advantage of their teleport advantage they had over top. Trace only 50% left on his teleport timer. Means that he loses some lane farm, but again, we talked about the meta the Rocks Tigers innovated. It's picture perfect. You take control of one side of the map, you put down the deep wards, instant CC from a lane. It's not Lissandra this time, it's the Riser in prison, but it's enough to pick up a kill. They will lose a lot of turret damage, but as far as we can tell, will not get a turret here, Trace.
Yeah, don't believe so. You can see Smab on their own back. Winged is in the wings.
Ooh, that's apt.
Yeah.
Winged in the wings.
Winged in the wings. And now it's just going to back off, try to counter jungle a little bit more, but Peanut is getting this blue buff here for Kuro, which means more flag and drag combos coming. Oh, there we go. Has to wait for the standard to come down.
We'll see how Jin Air navigate team fights in the late game. If you don't get a lead early, Jarvan does have questionable or unreliable late game damage, specifically against double exhaust. Kuzan was able to move over to the exhaust summoner spell as well.
Yeah.
But he is a great champion at running at Ashe, forcing Ashe to both summoners, so that still will happen.
Trace, though, beginning to be able to trade pretty well against Smeb.
Well, the things we learned about Echo is that you can't run TP mages against Echo. when you get enough items, specifically the Iceborne Gauntlet, you chase down these mages, the Lissandras, the Cannons of the world, and there is incredible kill pressure by an Echo on those TP mages. Against the Rise, though, after the early trades, it wasn't as clear, but we have to wait for some more items to come through. As I see you getting a big smile, it's been all about the Dark Seal on top lane Echo this week.
Yep. Seal comes in yet again. Will help the corrupting potion there. I don't think we're going to see it into a Magi. I would love to see it, though.
We did see, I believe it was, let's think about this, I believe it was Someday had the Magi, it's about 11 stacks on it, but sold it once he lost the stacks, which makes sense. The Dark Seal is just so cheap, and the extra healing from the Corrupting Potion helps your trades so much that I actually don't mind it as an early investment. Sure. It has the upside if you do get stacks, otherwise pretty gold efficient, and gives you lane control and extra sustain with the Corrupting Potion synergy.
Yeah. But we can see, though, Trace is really... Oh, moves on. Maybe going to get caught. The Cocoon doesn't land. So we're not going to want to follow up on that one as Wings is here. Gorilla coming around the sidelines. He's not going to be able to find anything. What I was going to say, though, is this is Trace really getting cornered into an MR-heavy build. You see the Spectre Tail with the Negatron cloak there. And you have this massive double AD threat on the side of Rock's Tigers with the J4 and Praise Lucian.
I think it's a
So if you
mistake.
get to a fight, Trace is going to get absolutely melted out.
I think it's a mistake going Negatron into the Cal. He got the Negatron first, Cal first would have made a bit more sense, but, just had the gold value, so went from Negatron. But as you mentioned, you look at Jarvan, he gets to rush more Malmortius and feel great about it. It's against Echo, Nidalee, Azir.
Yeah.
Very high magic damage. Ashe only really puts out physical damage after a couple of items. She's definitely on the lower end of damage in the early game.
Oh, Arrow comes out. That's going to be the TP coming in as well. Break getting slowed up. Let's see what they can find. Trace comes in, laying down a lot of damage. Getting the stun. It's not going to connect. Bray will be able to get out to safety. Gorilla, however, not going to be as fortunate. Does go down. And that is going to be Pilot picking up the kill. Nice play by Jin Air, pulling the trigger in the bot side, finding himself their first kill of the game.
So it's a mirror teleport play, but important to note that Smeb had a CS advantage when he teleported. He now gets to extend the advantage. Jin Air have to answer with the dragon, but gives Smeb more free time.
Yep. One dragon going over to Jin Air here, 13.5 minutes. We'll see the second one come in 19.5 just before that 20-minute mark.
But you just have that worry. Lucian's going to have the earlier power spike, going to have the earlier item because he has a strong laning phase. Kura gets to build one of the most efficient items in the game on patch 6.6 in more Malmortius against triple AP threat and a very low physical damage threat. Meanwhile, Trace has to team fight with only magic resist. So the item efficiency, despite the gold being very even, goes landslide to Rock's Tigers.
You can see after that statistic on the screen, even with the first dragon, Jin Air only have a 1%, statistically, only have a 1% greater chance to win this game over the Rock Tigers. Not a fun place to be in.
Not a massive stat, that's for sure.
600 gold, though, separating the teams for the time being. No towers have been put down, so a little bit of a slower tower take game like we saw in the first one. Question is, will Rocks be able to get rolling like they did in that first match?
Downtown,
unintentional punt.
Downtown Ashe time. Considering throwing out the arrow, does throw it now.
Yeah, Smeb just going to go ahead and use the ultimate to increase movement speed. Didn't even need it to juke out, but with that much attention being paid on the top side of the map, they're going to lose this tower. But the bot goes down, and Rocks could keep pressuring onto this tier 2.
Rocks by far have the advantage, getting to the second turret. See Peanut on the bottom side of the map.
Still 4 members, though.
He can either take red buff or help with the turret taking. Maybe they don't even need help.
Doesn't look like it. It's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Trace going to go recall, maybe try to answer that wave down there. But yeah, the turret's going to fall. Peanut just content to stick in the jungle and water pressure as much as he can. Smeb's sticking in here, trying to defend this. I don't know if he could do it.
Remember, Ashe Arrow is down and Azir doesn't have teleport, so uniquely in this situation, he can actually overextend for both experience and fire.
Yeah, we'll stick around. Be able to get all of those minions. You can see that CS lead for him is stretching monumentally now, 25 CS over top of Trace. And we just had a little bit of a fittering around that mid lane as Koro and Kugan go back and forth.
We're going to see a contested Rift Herald.
Yeah, one of the very rare Rift Herald fights here. Jin Air just going to back straight off. This should be Rox's for taking as the TP just comes through from Smeb. And Rox was just like that to push him off.
They were so much faster on the uptake. They took the second turret first. They picked up the dragon earlier, and then just were able to go over and pick up the Rift Herald as well. They're getting those bonus objectives. We talked about KT Rolster trading up against Rox, getting bonus objectives in their 2-1 win over Rox. Rox Tigers trading up in this game.
Yep. Not going to be able to find too much in the mid lane, though, as they cut pressure out. Prey throws out the culling for a little bit of damage onto the enemy. Unbreakable is there.
Pilot has an item.
Oh.
Is that a mistake?
Please be a hidden feature. Please be a hidden feature.
I feel like
Please
this is a hidden feature.
Muzan going in, actually gets the Emperor's Divide onto Kuro, comes right back over the wall with the Cataclysm, flashes away from the
Smooth moves.
So much being thrown out by Jin Air to get this pick onto Kuro, and they just can't even get it. Kuro, with the fancy footwork, keeps himself alive. That was beautifully played by him.
I think we have a return of the pink ward, Iceborne Gauntlet situation.
I really hope so.
But when he starts attacking, we'll see stacks. And I don't think we're gonna see any stacks.
Because that is against Ash. I don't know what to
I'm
think.
pretty sure that's not against his on Ash, but I'm not 100% sure.
I wasn't keeping track of
I
his
know.
build. I saw the pickaxe in his inventory, though.
Well,
Maybe, but maybe he's going to go down. Attack comes through. Don't see. I really can't tell. This is odd.
you'd think we could just look at the item and be sure it's against his Rage Blade, but we have had an Iceborne Gauntlet that was reflected in the spectator client as a pink ward that kept charging up.
Yep.
I know that's against his Rage
No,
Blade.
it was a pink
This
ward.
is actually against your Rage Blade.
Yeah, pink ward has an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Rage Blade Ash. Now, Ash has good AP ratio on the ultimate, but that's the only skill that scales with AP. We've seen lots of interesting experimentation with Ginsu Rage Blade in the OPL, which again, not a top region, but we saw some Callista getting Rage Blade. Rage Blade has such high item efficiency at 8 stacks, you can understand why people mess with it. The question is, at no stacks with very little AP ratios, it has very low efficiency. So
Yeah.
if you finish and get the attack speed item, probably the Hurricane, there is a world where you get a lot of value out of Rage Blade. It's just, it provides so little, it builds so poorly.
It's so inconsistent.
Exactly, it's either a win more item almost, or it just is outright outclassed by other items in the class. So this is a really peculiar one from Pilot.
Yeah, just the 80 carry that we see that from is Cockball.
All right, let's see what it
and we
looks
don't
like with
see
8
that 80
stacks.
carry.
7, 8, all right, here we go, AoE.
Yeah,
This is where Prey's like, wait, what?
this is so confusing.
I mean, you could just get a Hurricane if you need a wave clear Pilot.
Yeah, I disagree. And also, the Hurricane is so good for the Ash.
I mean,
Distribute your Frost Arrows.
look, if you have AP
Let
ratios,
them breed and spread.
and again, you might be like, oh, but there's a 1 AP ratio on the ult. Remember, you get extra AP per auto attack. Ash is not going to auto attack 8 times before you launch out the ultimate. In fact, usually it's from off the screen with no auto attack. So you're not going to get really any value out of the ability power side of Rage.
Yeah. Really odd build here by Pilot.
Again, I understand why people do this. You look at the stats and it gives the most attack speed at 8 stacks out of any item in the game. Gives good amount of attack damage. If you get away with the crappy build path and you have no AP scaling, you can understand it to some degree. It's just, I feel like in almost every scenario on these no AP ratio carries, there are better choices than Rage Blade.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how this pays off for Prey. So far, having the only kill on his side. You see Trace trying to put some pressure down on that tower, but with this build that he went for, it doesn't have an Iceborne Gauntlet, doesn't even have the makings of it, so it doesn't have the Sheep Rocks to really lay in the turret damage. So not going to be able to take down the tier 1 on the bot side. That's just still going to leave Rocks Tigers with a tower advantage for the time being. We see second Dragon spawn here just about 20 seconds ago, with vision control very much in the hand of Rocks.
And with this gold investment, it could have been Boots 1, a Spectre's Cowl, and an Iceborne Gauntlet. And against mid-lane Jarvan and Lucian, you have to feel like that would have been the better itemization. He's building exclusively for lane, so I guess he can stand up in lane to the Rise a bit more. But when you talk about TP plays and team fights, you'd have to say Rise in general has the team fighting advantage over an Echo. Echo's a fantastic laner, but without the chase potential of the Iceborne Gauntlet, you lose a lot out of what has made Echo a really powerful top lane meta choice.
Yeah. You see now just with one cloth on versus you get a bit of a scuffle up in this top side. Yep, pretty low on mana. Of course, that parallel conversion is not going to connect. And Trace is going to deal a good amount of damage here. Smeth's going to get that shield. Tries to trade back. Running low on mana, however, going to have to high deal it out of this one. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, Dragon goes down. The enchanted crystal arrow going to be out against Gorilla. Smeth going low. Can he finish off Trace? Has to try to fight the minions, but he can't do it. Getting solo killed out, but the fight breaks out. Guzan gets caught. He's going to go down. Gorilla finds the kill. Cataclysm going to go wide as they jump away.
Shane Wing gonna keep himself safe, but this could be some pressure onto this mid tower. Clears there, however, from Pilot. Waves crashing in. Let's see if Rocks can make something of this. They have to respect the TP in from Trace.
One thing this item build does provide is the ability to win the 1v1. Smeb got greedy, had no mana. Now it's in the
coming
teleport.
through. Trace on the backside, goes on the parallel convergence. Can catch two members here. It's going to get Peanut and Gorilla. Can they follow up? Spears coming through. Gorilla taking a lot of damage. Wing jumps forward. Peanut with the repel up in the air. Jumps down. Comes straight into Trace's face, however, and he is going to fall. Gorilla getting picked off as well. It's a double kill. Going over to Winged. Bray going to be the only one coming out on top alive from that trade. Smab now coming on the backside with the TP. Very aggressive play. Several members low and low on mana.
1v3.
Going in. Here goes Pilot. He gets blown up. Now Smeb with the 1v3. Can he do it? Can he turn this one around? Trying to go in for the damage. Gets locked up by the concussive blows. It's just piling onto him, and he is gonna go down. Wing finding the kill, and Rocks Tigers overcommitting.
You have to say two mistakes back-to-back for Smeb. Firstly, overextending, looking for the trades against Spirit Visage, Spectre's Negatron Cloak. Echo lost the 1v1. Okay, there was a kill picked up for Rocks, but the teleport play comes through. Then he just basically suicides 1v4, then 1v3, and Jinair will almost certainly pick up Baron as a result.
There is nothing that they can do to try to get this one. Gorilla comes over here. All he has is a pillar to throw out. Can't get much. They're going to take down the Baron. Wing does fall for it, but it's going to be 4 members now with Baron buff. And Rocks Tigers losing the gold lead. We'll take another look at this engage.
Again, this is 5v4. It's a really nice placement on the parallel convergence from Peanut for the double stun. Sorry, from Trace. Sorry, from... I'm saying everything. Trace for the double stun. That was great. They pick up the kills. True 5v4. Rise still dead at this point. Then you see the low health bars, and you can understand why it looks appealing from a Rise perspective. But the change to having only 5 stacks with the passive means that you're just not going to have enough damage rotations to take out this many members. Although he picks up Ashe, it ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade. And the extended trade to Jinair, very one-sided. They actually pick up a lot of momentum in this game and the gold lead.
I feel like they might have actually been able to actually make that fight work if Prey hadn't played out from underneath of the turret. He got caught out, got stunned up immediately, and then died, and then it left Smeb all on his lonesome. If he had fought underneath the tower, they might have been able to make that play work. But just missteps from Rocks Tigers coming in, giving a lead over to Jinair. Baron buff minions, only 700 gold, but this is going to give Jinair a lot of pushing power.
It's a real balancing act from Prey. He wanted to suck them in so that they would group against the Rise.
Sure, but you can only bait so hard when you're a squishy Lucian. Indeed. Those features continuing. Who's on receive though? Takes a lot of damage. Has to pop the Zodiac Swing. Trying to keep himself alive. Colin comes through. He's going to fall. Gorilla finds the kill yet again. This is Jinair losing another Baron buff, so making some mistakes here. Kuzan going way too deep.
Absolutely. Didn't need to be that far in and decided to commit. Dies with his flash up as well. Heal was used. Emperor's Divide led to nothing. And against the Baron buff, Rocks get a free kill.
Yep. Free kill indeed. And against the Azir, that's going to be one of the people that can burn down your towers quickly with the Rise active. Not going to have that one now. Again, Rocks fire back.
Exciting to see the return of the eventual 1v1 between Trace and Smeb.
Yeah.
Iceborne Gauntlet now finished. The consistent story has been that Echo beats top lane mages. Rise falls in that category, has very low resists, only just now putting a null magic mantle. So let's see if Trace in this very long lane in top with only a single turret outside of inhibitor turrets being up still has kill potential in this run.
Yeah. You can see though, Pilot now netting himself some good gold, still 500 behind Prey overall.
But does this build scale, Achilles?
In fact, that is
when we do see these Rage Blade AD carries, Cogmores for example, in the late game they sell the Rage Blade for another item. Given the synergy of Ashe with critical strike, with critical damage increases from specifically the Infinity Edge, it is really peculiar to see. We touched upon it a lot, but given both the immediate and extended benefits of critical strike to Ashe, peculiar choice.
He's still delaying though. Look at this. He got a Vampire Scepter and the QSS. Granted, yeah, QSS, really good. Get out of the root from the Rise, get out of the cocoon from Peanut, but you still don't have any of this critical strike that you're talking about. And then the Infinity Edge is nowhere to be seen.
And you return to magic resist as a statistic against Jinair. The AoE magic damage that you have to assume that the reason that Ashe has bought into the Rage Blade, the proc damage that comes when you hit the 8 stacks, is more magic damage on a lineup that already has triple AP threats. So the value of magic resist to Rocks Tigers, or Malmortius in particular, is through the roof.
Yeah. Prey, though, no QSS insight from this guy. You can see just the rapid fire cannon and the BF sword coming through, so it should be the Infinity Edge to follow up for him. Rocks having some missteps in these last couple fights. Kuzan going deep, but they still maintain a gold lead here for the side of Jin Air, albeit a very slight one. 1.8 thousand at 26.5 minutes. Neck and neck, these guys. 15 seconds now on the Dragon would be second for either team.
Jin Air are very teamfight dependent on their exhaust cooldowns, and that's the big thing. They need flash on the Ashe. Pilot needs flash, and they need double exhaust up to deal with the Java. When they have the summoners, they can definitely win a team fight against Rocks. It'll be very competitive, but they'll have the tool. When they don't have those summoners, they will struggle.
Yep. You see though, Dragon's been started up, already down to half HP. Jin Air should be able to take this. The question is, will Rocks collapse? Or can they take anything else here?
Steps in base, hasn't committed to the home guard teleport yet.
Yep. Maybe looking to open up some pressure onto this mid tower. He's down to about half HP, but I think Jin Air is going to be able to get here in time. They will. So wave not going to get cleared out. Rocks going to have to deal back.
No need to pressure for a second Dragon. They were looking for the ideal teleport, didn't find it, so happy to donate that buff over to Jin Air.
Maybe not happy, but fine. Neutral on it.
Smart to donate at best.
We'll say intelligent decision by these guys. See though, Abyssal Scepter getting ready to come in for Smeb and Peanut. Looking for a quite aggressive build, but that's what we can expect from this guy.
I mean, Abyssal Scepter is one of the most efficient items in League, with all the other ability power items being retuned. Abyssal Scepter is the most cost-effective, and again, makes sense in this scenario where Magic Resistor is by far the best stat for Oxtide.
Peanut getting chunked out though, has to be a bit more careful. Cross Jay going to be able to block it with the Unbreakable.
Got teleport.
Yeah, oh, meanwhile on the bot side, Bro goes in and gets a Cataclysm down onto Trace and Wing. Here comes Smeb on the backside, roots him down, gets him on the wall, flashes in for the continue. The Wing has a flash of his own, and now Trace on the run. Can he get out of this one alive? Still has the ultimate available. Might be able to make some kind of juke play. Getting slowed up here. Arrow comes through, connects onto Smeb. Oh, he's back, but there's Prey to follow up. Should be able to take him down, and he does. Question is, can Rocks find more? Peanut on the roam down here as well. Wing still really hurt. Bro low as well. Doesn't want to go forward. Jacob throwing the Glacial Fissure. Goes in for the Flying Drag. Pops up Kuzan. Throws out the Emperor's Divide. Will segregate the rest of the teams here. But here comes Peanut crashing from above. Not gonna land. Barely misses. Connects onto the minion. Pilot will be able to get out with his life. It looks like it's gonna be just Trace falling in this exchange. And Rocks not gonna be able to pick up any objectives off of that pick.
A lot of cooldowns kept by Rockstar. You didn't see Flash invested by the three other carries on their side. They hold on to their summoners. They pick up the small advantage, but again, only the smallest of advantages with killing Trace. A nice teleport play coming through, you have to say.
And Smeb just going fast.
This is lovely mind games. Flash is after Wing, but he was like, okay.
Boop, boop, and flash over the wall.
No more gap closes for you, right?
Yep. But Trace, not really much you can do. Uses the ultimate at the end of this one, but Prey is right there waiting. He says, oh, hello. I'll take that kill, thank you.
Actually really nice on the ultimate, though, to dodge the flag and drag, but
yeah.
Academic in the end.
Yeah, tries to style on him, but just ends up dying in the end. Not much you can do for Trace.
Pilot continues his Mobile Build. He's going to get Blade the Ruin King now. It's proc Ashe. I've got all the synergy with Critical Strike. I'm going to build on him.
Yep. Why not?
If you think about it, you get a lot of value out of your Q, because that does proc on hit effects, but again, with a kit that synergizes so smoothly with Critical Strike, I don't know, Pilot.
He's like trying to show that Ashe is a better Kog'Maw.
Well, he was always known as a caster carry. Urgot, Ezreal, his caster 80 carries. Now he's making Ashe a caster 80 carry, proc 80 carry. Doing something different.
Ashe is actually just a skin, well, definitely not Kog'Maw.
Well, good range at 600, and again, I like the synergy with Q, but I don't know. What does this do to a Magic Resist stacking Rocks Tigers in the late game? The question, I think, will be answered. I think that's going to be a struggle.
Yeah. So, Koro waiting in this rush up by the Baron. Jin Air trying to sweep through these wards. Rocks trying to get some control of that vision around the Baron, but not able to do so. Still an immense amount of pinks, one in the pit even here on the side of Jin Air. So we'll maintain control, but the question is, will they be able to find any kind of opening to start up this Baron?
Rocks really want to fight while the exhausts are down. You can see Kuzan and Shay both have 30 seconds or more till exhaust is available. Pilot crucially kept his flash up, so isn't going to be as hamstrung by the Cataclysm in the next fight.
And Air posturing up in this mid lane yet again. I don't think they can throw up the sand turret quite just yet. It's still on cooldown here.
Jarvan showed in the top lane, doesn't have teleport, that's why they feel confident to push up.
Yeah. No ulti emergence coming through. Not going to find too much. Calling goes out just to clear out the wave. But the turret does take damage down to about half HP. Smeb is just going to roam around the sides, maybe go back down to the bot side of the map. Not going to be looking for any kind of full guard team flanks quite just yet.
Has about 1,000 mana, so just gonna refill that mana bar. I think we're gonna see another Titanic fight around the dragon. Saw Rox Tigers smartly not opt into a fight at the previous one, but 6 minutes later, with both summoners available on Smeb, I think it might be fighting time around the third dragon from a Jin Air perspective.
I have to agree. Foxo making use of these recalls from the side of Janado. Sweep through and get this vision. Smeb actually duking out recently again, low on mana. Still has the Seraph's Embrace Shield to try to get himself out of here, but this is looking really bad for Smeb. Locks up Trace, flashes away. Trace gonna follow, gets a phase dive. Doesn't want to go in underneath this tower, though. I think he could have actually won that trade easily. Smeb gonna have to back off, so flash down. TP still available. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. He will be able to rejoin the team in time.
I mean, the flash from Smeb was understandable. The flash from Trace was questionable.
Yeah.
He knew there was a turret alive, or maybe he didn't register with him because turret dive could have been successful, had the ult if he failed it, but decided to back away. So feels like definitely on two different wavelengths, flashing aggressively, then instantly disengage.
Yeah, I think he could have done it, but then again, maybe worried about where Jin Air was on the map, so decided to go ahead and back off. Rocks him, trying to posture up around the Baron Pit yet again, but not going to be able to make any moves onto it quite just yet. So that's coming to rejoin the rest of the team in this mid lane. Dragon has spawned. This could be the fight. You can see Wing already rolling down there. It's going to start this one up. Can't Rocks do anything on the rest of this team. It's a 4-5 at the moment. Wing's just going to solo the Dragon. They have to pull the trigger here if they want to get on top.
Rocks don't really have a way to pull the trigger. Smeb isn't in a position to homeguard teleport. Smart of Janetta to send one man to solo the Dragon, because then there's just no way to really threaten. A team fight Italy can always pounce over the back of the Dragon if there is a contest. Yeah. Nobody commits to it. It's a free objective for Jin Air.
So maybe not Winged. He's been missing some of these leaps. That'd be the crucial one that he does miss.
Look at this build also. Speaking of interesting builds, Lichbane.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Of course, we didn't see Lichbane previously because Runeglaive definitely filled that void. But with Runic Echo, there is some attraction to building Lichbane. Big issue is that you're going to get in Cougar form against the likes of Ryze, Elise, and Jarvan, and you're probably going to die instantly. No defensive stats on the Lichbane, so I just don't know when he's really going to find value unless it's a super extended team fight.
Yeah. Well, we can see, though, Baron being started up here by Jin Air would be their second one, but smartly go ahead and disengage. Don't know where a couple of the members of Rocks are. So they're just going to peel back as Gorilla throws those wards over the wall. Maybe pay some more attention into this mid lane where that tower is really susceptible to going down. Wave crashing in the bot side as well. Smeb's going to have to answer that one as that turret's getting ready to go down.
Without the ability to push forward the vision line, taking out a turret, putting in deep wards, opening up Ryze to come around the back, there isn't true engage on the side of Rocks. You do not want to use flag and drag into ultimate as an initiation from mid lane Jarvan. You need to be much more judicious in holding that cooldown, waiting for the exhaust to come down, ensuring your team is in position.
Trace gets caught by that. Not going to be able to follow up though. Pilot is going to be whittling down this tower, calling comes across, gets a little bit of damage onto the Ashe. Smeb, not taking in by any means. You're not taking a lot of damage, going to have to peel back out of this one. Arrow barely misses. He will be able to get out alive, but that's one member down. Kuro, flag and drag in, not going to be able to follow up. Gets slowed up by the Q. Who's on going deep, not going to be able to find it though. Flash down from the Jarvan though. And this is looking like Jin Air are in a very advantageous spot, getting these summoner spells out of Kuro. That really denies his engage potential from that J4.
It's just one of those things where without having mid lane turret down, Rocks have very few ways to engage. Jarvan from any other role is an engage tool, but as I was covering, really wants to be ulting later in a fight, wants Ryze to open up with the instant cast snare.
They go for this. Starting up the Baron, we can see Gorilla playing forward, trying to throw those pillars.
It's really low already.
He's taking so much damage, so just going to be able to take this one away. Rocks, get the Baron, now the fight comes through. Trace with a very nice dodge, using the ultimate to get away from the flag and drag. Jason taking the front line, looks like he might fall. He's to stand behind me to leap away a little bit. Might just be the end of it. Parallel convergence coming out would be a huge pick if he can land the stun. Not going to find it, though. Peanut deep in enemy territory, trying to wrap around the backside. I think he got spotted out by that Hawk shot.
The Rocks moving forward at a big minion wave. Janair caught out.
Yeah, slowing him up and keeping him away from this tower. This is Rocks taking the Baron and going to be able to take a tier 2 on top of it, extending this gold lead ever so slightly. Rocks making some really smart moves.
I just love how quickly they pulled the trigger. Rise, Elise, mid lane Jarvan, and Lucian all hitting 4 true damage dealers. It's a full carry build from Peanut. They had massive Baron damage, calculated effectively. Janair thought they had more time, but were caught napping, and free Baron over to Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, they absolutely belted that Baron away. And then the tier 2 goes down as well, so Rocks just opening up the map. The only lane that they haven't really been able to pressure out is this mid one where the tier 1's still standing, but as I say that, they're going to go ahead and finish it off. So the tier 1 goes down. Let's see if they can pressure out for a tier 2. Chloro is on the roam here through the river to rejoin his team. Peanut over the wall. They might be able to get a pick and maybe go for a dive. Who knows? Baron-empowered minions still here to take the brunt of the tower shots. So they go for the dive.
Both exhausted down this time from Janair.
Yeah, there's going to be the calling coming across. Kuzan already takes a lot of damage. Gets healed up by the Nidalee though. And looks like they're just going to force their way in onto this tier 2. Nothing that Janair can do. Wing gets caught by that Cocoon. Takes a hell of a lot of damage. Corner goes for though. Gets locked up. The Sarge Cage gets popped. Cataclysm comes down on top of Tracer. Looks like he's going to be able to make it on alive though. Kuro goes down. Kuzan finding the kill. The re-engage coming in from Janair. Ultimate by Echo to get him back out to safety. Spears coming through. Wing does he want to follow up?
Here we go.
Peanut goes up. Smeb here. He has got the ultimate pop going in. Trace going to be the one that jumps into his face, but Wing falls on the backside to Bray, who's just working through Janair's health bars. Trace going to get the Guardian Angel pop, and Kuzan goes down. Trace on the run, not going to be able to go anywhere. Bray finds the kill. The death timer's so low. I think this could be a final push from Rocks Tigers.
It might be. Achilleos, Trace dies through his Guardian Angel, tried to be a front line. Janair thought they found their window to fight when Kuro died, but Smeb, full health, full mana, showing what a late game Rise can do.
Look at Peanut, so low, able to stay alive. Kuro, the only person to die in that last fight. Now Pilot, look at that damage. There's just nothing you can do. Rocks, after a rocky start to that game, come out on top and 2-0 Janair, making it that much more difficult for these guys to make it into third place over SKT.
It's basically over Achilleos. SK Telecom would have to lose 2-0 to their opponent's Kongdu Monster tomorrow for that to happen, so it's not going to happen realistically. It's going to be most likely Janair having to fight the 5th place team. We're still not clear who that is. It could be Afrika, it could be Samsung, but it's going to be an uphill battle for the Janair Green Wings to make it anywhere near the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. Rough stuff from Janair, and they continue the streak of looking like they're underperforming. I mean, they are underperforming.
I mean,
losing to Afrika, losing to SKT, all 2-0 series, now losing to Rocks Tigers as well.
Remember, for large swaths of the second game, Janair were actually in control. They fought very smartly. Rocks Tigers just made the most intelligent call they could. We were talking about, okay, no true engage. Don't want to use the Jarvan for engage. How do you get the fight you want when you don't have engage? You force a dragon, you force a critical Baron. Baron was the one spot Janair will be forced to fight them or give over a free objective, and it turned out to be that free objective, and from that objective, Rocks Tigers very quickly won the game.
Yeah. You know, watching some of the damage being thrown out by Pilot in these fights, you have to wonder how much would have been different if he had a more standard build, if he had gone for that critical strike instead of this bizarre Ginzu's Rageblade Hurricane start followed up by a 3rd item QSS. It's just really bizarre stuff from Pilot. You have to wonder how that's going to impact them. When we come back, though, we'll have our MVP interviews and our second set of games.
Coming up next, Hongdu Monster, Samsung, Hotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 2.
요즘은 뭐예요? 메인그룹이 끝났어요?
이제 들어가지 않아요?
뱅그룹 끝났어요. 끝나고 그냥 요즘에
한숨을
왜
깊게
슬퍼지? 눈가가 촉촉해지세요.
자, 승강전이 확정된 스베누가 롱주를 향해 핵폭탄급의 고춧가루를 투척했습니다. 그 중심에 미드계 김밥 천국 사신 선수가 있었죠. 그의 20번째 선택된 챔피언은 바로 라이즈. 마치 축지법을 쓰는 듯한 달리기 속도로 롱주를 제압한 데 이어 2세트에서는 21번째 챔피언 자르반으로 롱주팀 승리의 의지를 죽창으로 내리꽂아 버렸습니다. 그러니까 20번째 라이즈, 21번째 자르반으로 이긴 거예요. 알바한테 롱주팀한테 일을 잘했구나. 역대급 고춧가루 뿌려버린 스베누 그리고 사신 선수 베스킨 사신스 31이 될 때까지 넓은 체프폭 쭉 보여주세요. 반면에 지난주로 가끔 불타오르게 만든 특급 스로잉 장면도 있었습니다. 미키 선수의 속 시원한 특급 배송 서비스가 바로 그것이죠. 무려 4명을 향해서 불나방처럼 뛰어드는 코르키의 2단 발키리. 이건 뭐 듣자 하니까 뭐 팀원들이 들어가라고 뭐 했다던데 뭐 진짠지 뭐 아니면 뻥인지.
이거 먹힐 것 같은데?
뭐 절대 못 먹었잖아요.
앞살에 오면
먹으면 죽여, 먹으면
다 죽여 다 죽여
먹으면 따라가.
먹었다. 다 죽여 야 루시아 없어 지금. 여기
와우.
나쁘지 않아. 이거 웨이브 좀 밀어놔야겠다. 쟤네 근데 이거 억제 밀어서 우리 죽으면 안 된다. 이제 죽으면 안 돼 우리. 괜찮아. 지금 글로벌 내가 대충복이 15,000이야 15,000.
자, 지난 4월 1일 CJ와 KT의 경기에서 전설의 정글러 클템이 CJ의 버블링을 제끼고 CJ 정글러로 다시 돌아왔다란 그만 좀 해, 넌 좀 제발 현우야 적당히 좀 해. 뭘 그렇게 자꾸 네가 하려 그러냐. 자, 이게 끝이 아닙니다. 양팀 감독 라인 수화까지 이어지는데요. 하지만 진짜 하이라이트는 바로 이 사진. 형도 좀 그만 좀 괴롭혀 애들 좀. 그렇게 나랑 정석이랑 진호를 그렇게 괴롭히다 나이 먹으면서까지 그렇게 괴롭혀야 되겠어 정석이를? 근데 나는 이거는 좀 믿기지가 않아. 그 스풍들을 롤챔스가 아니라 이지훈 감독이 준비해 왔다라는 거는 이거는 거짓말 아니야? 거짓말이지? 진짜 그거를 지훈이 형이 준비했다면 이 형 요즘 할 일 없는 사람이거든? 감독 안 하고 그거를 무슨 만우절 이벤트 어떻게 할까를 지금 대회 중간에 뭐 그런 거를 준비하고 있어 이 사람아.
이거 지면 나 때문에 진 거야. 나 됐다고 이제 욕먹어. 너희들한테 달렸어.
그리고 클템이 부스에 들어갔으면 걔가 그거 들어간 게 뭐가 재밌어. 나를 내가 해설 속에 들어가야 재밌는 거 아니야? 누가 용준이 형한테 대들 수 있겠어. 나 말고는 대들 수 있는 사람이 없어요. 머리를 굴려야지. 몽상가가 돼야지. 다음에 좀 기대해 볼게요, 이제. 좀 아이디어 좀 내요. 자, 여러분, 오늘의 위클리 LCK는 아쉽지만 여기까지입니다. 참 보지도 않는 롤챔스 이야기. 뭐 여러분 다 아시다시피 좀 대본 보고 있느라 좀 힘들었어요. 뭐 중간중간에 뭐 제 얘기를 끼워 넣기는 했는데 뭐 이지훈 감독이라든지 뭐 선수들 이거는 뭐 제 개인적인 얘기니까 뭐 작가님이 써준 건 아니에요. 오해 없으시길 바라겠고요. 신나게 그리고 비판하고 뭐 롤챔스 실상을 제가 다 까발리고 싶었지만 단군 봐서 좀 참았고요. 1년 거의 한 3개월 만에 이렇게 여러분들한테 인사드렸는데 좀 많이 보고 싶었죠? 뭐 아님 말고. 자, 어쨌든 제가 여러분들한테 전해드리는 내용은 여기까지입니다. 저는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다. 다음에 보는 그날까지 건강하세요. 여러분 안녕히 계세요.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you.
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 2 is Smeb. Up in the top side, playing the Rise yet again. First pick coming through, and he is just going to lock in that #1 MVP spot here.
Yep. So that's the story of champions so far. There's been 3 regular season MVPs. Najin had the first MVP of Spring 2015. That was Duke, of course, now of SKTT1 fame. MVP of Summer, that was Someday for KT Rolster. And the third in this triumvirate of amazing top lane Korean talent, Smeb, is now the MVP of Champions Spring 2016.
And I don't think any of us find this a surprise whatsoever. This play was a little bit questionable, so we'll just cut it quickly. But, I mean, this guy's been on top for the longest time. Always been several MVP awards ahead of everybody else. There's been a few people that have tried to be hot on his heels someday. And then, you know, Peanut was up there as well.
Trace at the start of the season.
You could never really catch this guy once he got going. Smeb and the Rocks Tigers as a whole have completely come into their own and are really showing that they are in fact the #1 team in Korea and more than likely the #1 team in the world.
And the Rocks Tigers, they finished 16-2 on the season. That was their last match. So guess what? We're in for a treat, Achilles.
Oh yeah, we are in for a treat when we have all 5 members of the Rocks Tigers set and ready to go for an interview. You see, we have Unchung ready for the interview there with all the squad. We're going to throw over to Robin for the translation. Robin, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It has been a great day so far here in Jeonju, I think. And I'm sitting inside a shady tent out right outside the stadium. And gotta say, it's better than crouching in the corner of the Yongsan Stadium, I guess. Let's welcome all 5 members of the Rocks Tigers who are secured finalists.
자, 먼저 스맵 선수
First of all, Smeb,
2세트 MVP 받았습니다.
you received the MVP
어떠신가요?
for the second game. How does it feel like?
MVP를 못 받을 줄 알았는데
I didn't think I
이렇게
would
받게
get the
돼서
MVP today,
기분이
but
좋아요.
I did, and so it feels
네,
really great.
오늘 1, 2세트 그 라이즈
in
대장군으로
both
또
games
활약을
today,
해줬잖아요.
you played
근데 1세트
General
MVP를 못
Rise
받아서
as
좀
well here in
아쉬웠다고 하더라고요. 맞나요?
We've heard that you were kind of disappointed that you
제가
didn't
받을
get
줄
the MVP in the
알았는데
first
못
game.
받아서 좀 많이 아쉬웠는데
Yeah, I
저
kind of was
대신 받은
disappointed that I
사람이
didn't
프레이
get it in the
선수라서
first
좀 더
game.
아쉬웠어요.
And I think it was especially more
그래도 스맵
disappointing that it
선수
was Prey
지금
that got the MVP instead of
1,400점으로
me.
이번 시즌 MVP
You
1위를
have racked
확정
up
지었습니다.
1,400
욕심이
MVP
너무 과한
points.
거 아닌가요?
Perhaps you're a little too greedy.
저도 제어가 잘 안 되는 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, I can't really control
그렇다면
myself
마지막
sometimes,
그
you know?
MVP 영광을 누구에게 돌리고
Who
싶은가요?
would you like to
아무래도 저한테
give glory to for your MVP?
돌리고 싶어요.
Well, I want to give it back to
네, 스맵
myself.
선수가
You know? I wanna
잘해서
thank
MVP
myself
받은
for my
거니까요.
great
그럼
performances.
마지막으로 자기 자신한테
Always
한마디
humble.
해주시죠.
Very humble.
Finally, anything else to say?
올해 열심히 했고 앞으로도
Well, I played very, very hard
Fighting.
today, and
여러분
fighting
큰
from here
박수
on as
보내주시기
well.
바랍니다.
Round of applause for Smeb,
축하드립니다.
please.
자, 이제 피넛 선수
Moving
만나보겠습니다.
on
안녕하세요.
to Smeb from the jungle.
피넛 선수 또
Peanut,
이렇게
excuse
큰 무대는 처음이었을 텐데 전주
This must
와서
have been
경기해
the
보니까
first big
어땠나요?
stage for you. What was it like to play in Jeonju?
동산에서 경기하던 거랑 더 긴장됐던 것 같아요.
Well, I think I was definitely more nervous
1세트
than
때 피넛
compared
선수
to when I was
3벤이
in Yongsan.
나왔습니다. 그래서 또 이번 시즌 처음으로 리신을
Now,
쓰기도 했는데
you
그런
played
저격벤
Lee Sin for
좀
the first
당황스럽지
time,
않았나요?
and there were a lot
조금
of target bans.
당황했는데 연습 때 많이
Were you startled by
나오던
this?
상황이라서 네,
Well,
상관없었던
not really,
것 같아요.
because these situations happened a lot during
그랬군요.
scrims.
옆에 있는 스맵 선수가 이제 정규
Smeb
시즌
who's sitting
MVP
next to you
1위를 확정 지었습니다.
Has
뒤따라가던
concluded
피넛 선수
the season
아쉽지
as
않은가요?
first place of the regular season
아쉽긴
MVP.
한데
Are you maybe a little
저
disappointed that you didn't get it?
진에어전 두 번째
Well, I am
판은
disappointed,
솔직히
but
경호 형이 라이즈로 솔킬
Yeah, in the
따여서
second
힘들어졌던
game,
거거든요.
Smeb
근데 MVP
died
받은
to
게
a solo kill
약간
early on.
좀 이해는 안
So
되는
that's
것
why
같아요.
it was tough on us, and I can't
표정
understand
변화
why he
하나
got the MVP
없이
and not me.
옆에
in the
스맵
second game.
선수를 저격해서 말씀을 해주셨는데
Seems like you're sniping him
마지막으로
down.
또 그동안 함께 고생한 형들에게 한마디
Now, to
해주시죠.
everyone else on the team, do you have
더
anything else to say?
고생해서 나 우승컵 한 번만 들어줬으면 해요.
Hopefully we
와,
can suffer
여러분,
through a little bit
피넛 선수에게
more
큰
so that
박수
I can lift the
부탁드립니다.
trophy for the first time.
자, 이제 쿠로 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Moving on
안녕하세요.
to Kuro from the mid lane.
네, 쿠로 선수
Kuro.
16승 거뒀습니다. 승리
You guys
소감
have
어떠신가요?
racked up 16 wins. How does it feel?
아무튼 승리해서 되게 좋은 것 같아요.
It feels really, really great to win. I
승리는
guess.
언제나 기분이 좋죠.
Victory
오늘
always does
카르마와 자르반
feel great,
평소에
I
선보이지
suppose.
않던 픽을
No, you
보여줬습니다.
picked
이유가
Jarvan in
있었나요?
the mid lane. Is there a reason behind
대회를
this
보면서
pocket
저희
pick?
팀도 많이 연습을 했는데
I
그래서
played it a lot in practices because
확정된
we've
캐릭이
seen it
두
in
가지인데
champions.
카르마는 네, 괜찮았어요.
Well,
근데 자르반이 조금 안 좋았던 걸로.
Top Jarvan was
맞아요.
alright,
2세트
but
조금
I
아쉬웠을
think
것
we
같은데
would have been
지난
they would
인터뷰
have been an
때
easier win if we
작년
they picked a different
스프링과는 또
champion.
다른 결과를 보여주겠다고 말씀하셨잖아요.
You said you guys
우승
will show
노리고
different
있는 건가요?
results this time in the
네,
finals.
우승을
Are you
위해서 여러 가지
aiming
캐릭터도 해보고
at the
정말 열심히
victory
하고
at
있습니다.
the finals?
마지막으로 또
Yes, we
늘
are,
함께 힘써주시는
absolutely. We wanna
코칭
win
스태프분들께
everything.
한마디 해주시죠.
Now anything else to add?
항상 저희 뭐 꿀챔 같은 것도 찾아주시고 열심히 도와주셔서 감사하고 저희 결승까지
To our coach,
파이팅합시다.
thank you so much for
여러분 크로
finding
선수에게도
me
뜨거운
champions
박수
that I can
보내주시죠.
use and pull out in
축하드립니다.
random situations.
자 이제 프레이 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next
축하드립니다,
up
프레이
is
선수.
Prey.
안녕하세요.
Congratulations.
자, 이 환호성의 의미 오늘 1세트
What is the
애쉬로
meaning
MVP 받았잖아요.
behind
소감
this
어떠신가요?
loud cheer you got? Maybe it's the
솔직히
MVP.
1경기는 받을 줄 알았고요.
Well, I knew I was going to get the MVP in the first game, you
이제
know?
2경기 그
And the
경호가
second game,
솔로킬도 따이고
Smith
사람
died alone in
아니었는데
lane.
그래. 이제
And,
2경기도
situations
솔직히
were
약간
kinda
누르고만
dire.
했는데
Well, I think I
좀
would have
한타에서
been able to
잘해서
get an
이 친구가
MVP in the second
MVP 받는
game,
게 조금
but,
아쉽긴 하네요.
but yeah, I guess
지금
that
이번
takes it
시즌
away at the
MVP
end of the
1위
day.
스맵 선수가 굉장히 민망해하고 있을 그런
Smith
말들이
seems pretty
회자되고
embarrassed at the
있습니다.
moment.
프레이 선수 애쉬가
Prey, your
전체
Ashe
시즌 10승 무패로
Has a
승률이
record of
100%입니다.
10 wins and no losses.
알고
100%
있었나요?
win rate. Did you know this?
솔직히 저희가 연습 몰랐고요.
Well, honestly, I
저희가 연습을
didn't
좀
know.
달리고 있었던
And
터라
I've just been practicing
승률이 좀
playing
좋게 이렇게
Ashe.
나오는 것 같아요.
Yeah, I guess we've been playing it really
그렇군요.
well, so that's why we
이번
have that kind
시즌
of record.
12연승을 경신하지 못한 게 그래도 조금 아쉬울 것
Perhaps
같은데
you're kind of disappointed
어떤가요?
that you weren't able
제가
to
저희가 연습을
have
하다
12
보니까
wins
이렇게
in a row.
계속 그날 경기에 대해서 부담감이 점점
Well,
커지더라고요.
every time we
그래서
go into
근데
matches
어쨌든
with
솔직히 목표는
consecutive
결승이잖아요.
wins, it puts
그래서
more pressure on
결승
us.
지고 나니까 좀 부담감도 좀 덜하고 해서
After we
결승은
lost
좀
the
무난하게
streak,
간것
there's
같아요.
a lot less pressure on our
그렇다면
shoulders.
이번
So yeah,
시즌
I think
돌아보면서
we just
이거는
kinda
가장
ride it along
잘했다
from here.
생각하는 게 있나요?
Is there anything that you think you really need to take
우리 팀 솔직히 좀 잘했다.
from this match? Well,
네,
I would like to say we
누구도
played really
반박할
well.
수 없는 한 문장이었던 것 같습니다. 마지막으로 이렇게 현장에
Finally.
많은 분들이 또 박수와 응원 보내주고
A lot of people
계시는데요.
out here on the
팬분들께
stadium
한마디
are cheering
해주시죠.
for you guys. Do you have anything to say to the
네,
fans?
좀 저희도 먼 길을 했지만 네, 이렇게
Well,
먼 길 해주셔가지고 응원해 주신
We came far away as well, but thank you so
응원해
much for
주시는
coming down
팬분들께
here and
정말
cheering for
감사합니다.
us.
네, 여러분 프레이 선수에게도 큰 박수
Round of applause for
부탁드리겠습니다.
Prey again.
자,
everyone.
고릴라 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
Finally, we'll meet Gorilla from support.
네, 고릴라 선수 이번 시즌 이제 정규 시즌 마지막을
Gorilla.
승리로 장식했습니다. 소감
You guys
어떠신가요?
concluded the
사실
final match of
어제
the season,
처음
regular
오는
season, with a victory.
곳이라서 낯선
What does
곳이라
it feel?
잠자리 좀 불편하고 그랬는데 이렇게
Well, it was-
결승전 전에 큰 무대에서 좋은
We've never been here
경험했다고
before,
생각을
so
하고요. 이걸
our safety
계기로
situation
결승전을
wasn't
잘
that good,
준비하겠습니다.
but
네,
we're
다시 한번
really
축하드립니다.
glad that we were able to
고릴라
win.
선수는
And,
이번
yeah.
시즌 전체 어시스트 1위입니다.
Now you have
와,
the most
정말
assists
대단해요.
out of all players.
어떻게
so
가능했다고
far.
생각하나요?
How do you think this was possible?
일단 저희 팀 자체가 지금 너무 잘하고 있어서
Right now, our
네,
team is playing
팀원들한테
really, really
감사하다고
well,
전하고
and
싶네요.
I want to thank my teammates for
워낙
this feat.
낙스가 또 잘하기 때문에 여러 가지 기록이
The Rox is
나오기도
definitely
합니다.
playing really well, and
이제
that's
결승에서 기다리게
setting new
됐습니다.
records
어떤
everywhere.
팀 올라왔으면 좋겠나요?
Who do you want to
지금
face
아직
in
한
the
팀이
finals?
결정이 되지 않았잖아요. 그래서
Well, there's one team that
아프리카랑
hasn't
삼성이랑
been decided
포함해서
yet
저희가
for the
최근에
playoffs.
이겼던 진에어나 아프리카가 올라왔으면
I
좋겠고요.
hope either
혹시나 뭐
Jin Air or
KT가
Africa
올라온다면
makes it
제가
so that we
하찬이
can beat
선수한테
them.
복수할 게 있어서
And if KT comes
KT가
up,
올라오면
I
재밌을 것
have
같아요.
this little
안
grudge
그래도
against Johnny, so
KT에
we
대해서
will be able
여쭤보려고
to smack
했는데
him to the ground.
KT가 또 SKT까지 잡았잖아요.
you
KT의
mentioned KT, and
전력을 좀
KT
어떻게 평가하시는지 궁금합니다.
defeated you guys
일단
and
KT가
SKT.
지금
How
많이
strong
폼이
do you think
올라온
they
것
are?
같고요. 저희가
SKT
롤드컵 때
has
KT
been
상대로
playing really well
좋은
recently.
성적이 있기 때문에 큰 무대에서는 그렇게 저희가 조금 자신감 있게 할 수 있을
I
것
think we
같고요.
will play better
제가 낮은
on
실드 때
big
하승태 선수한테 8강에서 졌기 때문에 꼭 그
We lost
복수를
them in the
위해서 뭐
round of
KT가
eight
올라온다면 더
before,
뭐
so
물론 열심히 할 거지만 KT가 올라오면 더 열심히
They
준비할
will be playing
생각입니다.
hard. We'll be playing hard
네.
too. But
고릴라 선수 그럼
yeah, it'll be interesting to
마지막으로
be able to face
결승
them.
각오 한마디 멋지게 해주시죠.
Do you have any
일단 저희가
remarks for
이렇게까지
the finals?
올라올 수 있게 같이 열심히 해준 코치님, 감독님
Well,
그리고
for coaches,
선수들,
our directors,
매니저님, 단장님
our
감사하고요.
managers,
또 저희가 이렇게
Thanks to everyone for trying so hard to keep us
무너지더라도
up in shape.
응원해주신 팬분들한테 감사하고
And for all the fans that
이걸
have
더
been cheering
열심히
for us.
준비해서 꼭 좋은
And
결실
we'll be prepared
만들어내도록
really, really
하겠습니다.
hard this time so
감사합니다.
that we could
네,
actually win.
락스타이거즈 다시 한번 진심으로 축하드립니다.
And that
자,
appears
이렇게
to
해서
be it
승리로
for
유종의
the
미거든
interviews. Back
락스타이거즈
to you,
선수들
gentlemen, to
만나봤고요. 저는
introduce us
잠시
to
후에
the second
펼쳐지는
set of
홍두와
games today.
삼성의 대결로
Thank you very
돌아오겠습니다.
much,
잠시 후에
Robin, for the
만나요.
translation. Yet yet again, as always. Rocks Tigers, full 5 squad, finishing out on top, plus 27 on their game score at the end of this split. Strong performances overall, and a very convincing 2-0 over Jin Air to round things out for their 18th set of this split. Looking really strong going in finals.
And we questioned their mindset. We were like, okay, they've got nothing to play for. They've already locked in first spot. What would they show in their final 2 matches? Much of the same, but the same was very effective.
Yeah, very effective indeed. The rise from Smeb. Not much more you could say about that one, but that Ash from Pilot was just so damn questionable. Not sure about that build path. Don't do that in solo queue, guys. You will tilt your teammates off the face of the earth if you do so.
I mean, when you have a team like that where there's so many must bans, Gorilla's Alistar, for example, champions are going to come through, and if a team gets Rise more than other teams, you can see the power of certain picks that that Smeb and the rest of the team pilot so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see them still remaining confident, losing to KT the last time that they faced them, and maybe thinking that they're going to see KT in the finals as well. They didn't mention much about SK Telecom and whether or not they thought they'd make it, but they did say, you know, if we see KT, we think they're going to play well, but we think we're going to play even better.
I mean, SKT versus KT, that's what everyone wants to see in the semifinal. That's the big match. That's the grudge match after yesterday especially. And then those are probably the 2 biggest contenders to Rox Tigers taking Spring 2016.
Absolutely. I mean, Samsung won the first set against them, but I don't think that Samsung, after the way that they've been performing in some of their last games, are going to be much of a contender against Rox this next time if they should face each other. But as well, Samsung, they might not even make playoffs. They need to look for a 2-0 here, or else they make it that much easier for Africa to keep ahead of them and make their way into that 5th seed.
And that's the big story. Samsung versus Kongdu Monster, 5th on the ladder versus last place. Samsung expected to win, but need to win clean. They're 1 game score behind the Africa Freaks, who, at the time of speaking now, are in 6th spot. So it's all about whether they can get the 2-0 win, force Africa to win 2-0, because they do have the head-to-head over Africa. So that's the big thing they have in their pockets. So they start it all with a 2-0 win, and then it's pressure on Africa to beat CJ Entus 2-0.
Which is that could be a little bit more difficult for them. CJ has been a very inconsistent team, though. Africa has been very much on a rise, but sometimes they make those very questionable picks in their draft that just kind of spell disaster for them. Mickey with the Yasuo mid, not something that was very good. Even his Lulu play from here to there sometimes falters and he doesn't play well with the team.
Yesterday,
so there's a lot of potential for Africa
jungle.
to mess up. Yeah, Kha'Zix jungle. We will not be seeing Kha'Zix anytime soon, I feel, after that performance, because it was really, really rough.
Basically, Lero watches the LPL, looks for the most off-the-ball pick that he sees. You know, first it was the Sejuani. That didn't work out so well.
Yeah.
Then he sees the Kha'Zix. That didn't work out so well. So just keep with the meta. Keep with the meta, Lera, please.
Lera keeping us on our toes. Not sure what he's going to screw up next. Now, but yeah, still a lot of pressure onto both of those teams. Samsung, though, coming into the set, like you said, need to win cleanly. Look for the 2-0, not the 2-1, because it makes it that much more easy for Africa to make it in. So looking to see if Samsung can play like themselves from that first game against SK Telecom from last week, not the Samsung from games 2 and 3, because that Samsung just kind of fell to the wayside and SKT completely stomped them out. Granted, we can't really compare SK Telecom to Kongdu Monster, which is definitively the worst team in Champions and could get relegated. You don't know. We might see MVP coming in, but that's a story for another time. But Kongdu Monster have every opportunity to play upset here in this matchup and just stop Samsung from making it into the playoffs.
And just like Spenu, Kongdu have looked better but not picked up the game wins to really be able to show the proof in the pudding isn't there for Kongdu. Spenu, Samsung, you expect them to beat Kongdu 2-0, but the guarantee is certainly not there.
Yeah, and even comparing them to Spenu, who has been on a rise, it's not been nearly as night and day as it has been with Spenu. Their decision-making has been really great lately. They faltered a few times and it's cost them some sets. It's looked like they've maybe been able to take some games off of stronger opponents, but Spenu has really shown up in a better way than we've ever seen Kongdu play lately.
아락스 12연승 도전입니다.
화이팅 화이팅! 화이팅 화이팅!
화이팅 화이팅!
내가 문 써볼래? 나 가면? 예.
아 퀸드 탑.
아 바피 바피가 안 돼요. 양해한 시켰어. 자 이거는
아 웃었다. 때릴게.
여기 둘 다 있어요 바텀.
계속 우리 걸렸다 너무 많이 나갔는데?
너무 세요 데미지가.
딜이 말이 안 되는데?
돌려가 터트립니다. 2대1을 쏠 길었어요.
나 그럼 배치기 빠졌다.
이번에 싸우자. 야 궁도 빠졌다. 이거 상대가 이제 탈락했거든요.
아지르가 합류하는데 시간이 너무 오래 걸리거든요.
브레이브 수 없다. 프레임만 잡아주고.
하나 잡았고.
오 마이 갓 이거 너무.
다음 이렇게. 아지르 길게 가지 말고. 오케이 나 그럼 밀게.
야야 빅쳐 일포 수능까지 완전 터지고 있어 킹. 와 됐어.
이거 엄청 유리하니까 천천히 하자. 마무리 진짜 이거. 아tom병 뭉치면 깰 수 있어. 이거 피 아예 없어.
양해적 치고 공동의 이동이고 고릴라 전사
갱플까지 피넛도.
자 프레임 빨리 도망가야죠.
하고 빼야 된다 소영아.
아지르 풀 뺐어. 카메라 좀. 가자.
스맥 계속 맞아. 아 이거를 사는 거 신기 이게. 오 앰비션 더블킬.
야 게임 너무 불리해. 그래서 왕호야 바로 뺄 거지.
바로 살살 녹습니다. 살살 녹아요.
룰레레븐.
아 고생했다.
나 봤는데 900일까였다.
준비하고 탈까?
보자 탑에서. 해보자.
탑에서 가자. 탑에서 해보자.
나옵니다.
와봐.
딱게. 딜. 루시안.
자 피너체는 빠지고요.
이런 상황이 나오면 피넛
앰비션 엄청 세요.
죽었고요. 커튼콜.
앰비션 앞에서 때리는 다만 앰비션.
끝내.
끝났어요. 삼성이 잡았습니다.
삼성이 지지.
나이스. 아 진짜 우리 또 11연승이 좋네.
와 이걸 삼성이 해냈습니다.
살벌한 경기력으로 잡았습니다.
네.
그냥 파괴시켰어요.
내가 말했다. 대구 완벽하게 했었어.
All right, coming back in here after that video, have to take a look at Samsung in their highest moments so far this split when they did take down the Rocksiders. Very much on the back of ambition. Man in question there in the jungle.
I mean, his improvement over the course of this season, a veteran redefining his legacy, specifically as a jungler. He had his ups and downs on CJ, mostly were downs. We thought maybe this guy was done as a player, but coming onto a new lineup, his first change in colors, his whole career, had spent his whole career MIG, then Azubu, then CJ Entis, moves to Samsung, redefines himself as a farming carry jungler, and he's been fantastic.
Yeah, and we've been getting closer and closer to his 4-year anniversary, the 11th of April. Celebrated,
couple of days away.
Yeah, celebrated that last week, I believe. A couple of the fans showed up, gave out some stuff to celebrate his 4 years. So ambition still keeping it consistent, and when he shows up hard, because he is carrying the rest of his team on his back, especially when he gets champions like Graves and that Kindred, as we saw in that little montage right there.
And just given the opposition they have to play, you have to put Samsung as very slight favorites to make it through to playoffs. They should be able to 2-0 Kongdu and 2-0ing CJ, depending on which CJ shows up, is a much tougher ask for a Freak of Freaks.
Absolutely. On your screen, though, Kongdu Monster going to be kicking it off in that blue side for us with Hippo in the top lane, Crush in the jungle, Edge in the mid lane, and Sol and Guger rounding a bot side as AD and support.
It's been a rough run of form, as expected for Kongdu. They've had periods this season where they've looked pretty good, but again, it's pretty good for Kongdu. It's pretty good for a bottom team. This was not a team that qualified for champions. Najin gutted their lineup. Kongdu inherited basically the slot. A lot of sub players, not much experience, and the result is what has been a big struggle of a season for Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, absolutely. They just haven't been able to keep pace with the improvements of other teams. Africa and Spenu both being the two that have really surprised us.
Samsung Galaxy as well.
Yeah, really big improvements, as we saw, but also some very low lows here and there. But it is going to be Kuve starting in the top side with Ambition in the jungle, Crown at mid, and Core JJ and Wraith running up bot as AD in support. Core JJ, we saw him get swapped last week. Didn't really work out so well. They immediately took Stitch right back out and put Core JJ back in, but unfortunately we're not able to find a win in that series after a really strong game 1 against SKT.
I mean,
Just
for a
getting
lot
absolutely bopped
and for a lot of the
second.
season, you have to say Core JJ and Stitch were pretty interchangeable. The results didn't really change depending on who they had in the lineup, but in the second half, in the second round robin, Core JJ has cemented his spot as the AD carry for this team, but can still be caught out. His last performances made some pretty big mistakes, so going to look to correct those, but they still come in heavy favorites in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was just a really odd decision by Samsung's management and coaching staff to make that switch after winning the first game against SK Telecom, putting Stitch in, and then swapping him right back out for game 3. They just got absolutely destroyed. Of course, Core JJ had another very questionable Ashe performance, another one that we can kind of tack on to the list. I think he...
Questionable Ashes.
Yep. He made very few lands on his arrows, and we can see...
Kongdu Monster made very few victories in the past 10 matches.
Yep.
3 games.
3 game wins in the last 10 matches. 2 against CJ. That's hopeful for them, and then 1 against Africa, but ultimately losing them all. A couple losses here for Samsung. Of course, the most questionable one was that one against Longju.
The big issue for Samsung is that even though they're 9-8, they should be above 50% game win rate. When they win, it's long, drawn-out 2-1 victories. They haven't been clean in picking up 2-0 wins, and that's where it might cost them against Africa.
Yeah, you can see here, KDA's very much just across the board going to be favoring Samsung. No real surprise there. No, this is one of the closest KDAs that we've seen for these guys outside of maybe them versus Spenu, as sad as it is to say.
1.6 KDA points is one of the closer, is definitely the sliding scales of comparing teams, but Sol has been good. He's been very solid in the AD carry role.
Sure.
Definitely the most impressive performer of the 5. It's just...
I'd say Edge is hot on his heels for that.
Edge looked decent when he played for KT Rolster. Again, has had some decent games, specifically when he picks up Varus. He's looked very good, but Kongdu's big problem is that when you look at Spenu, it's kind of a question mark. You're like, okay, these guys have good players, but they just haven't got the team game down. Kongdu Monster's team game is fine. It's just, do they have the players to be threatened champions? And do they even have the players to be able to beat MVP in what we have to expect is going to be their relegation match?
Probably not. If I had to give my harsh criticism, probably not. I unfortunately do not think that we will be seeing the Kongdu Monster come next split. But enough of that. We are already in the thick of bands. Got a couple games yet to happen before we can talk about relegations much further. So, bands coming out so far from Kongdu Monster. Graves and Rise, no surprise. Didn't mean that to rhyme. But the Graves being taken away from Ambition, of course. Have to keep that out of his hands. Jin and Varus going to be coming out on the other side. Varus has been banned pretty much across the board for most teams, but in Edge's hands specifically, that is a champion that he has excelled on in past games.
Honestly, the bans are indicative both of player choices, specifically Ambition's Graves, by far his highest win rate, 8-4. A meta champion, but his best jungler by far, and he's been carrying a lot on this pick. And also just banning out meta champions. So I actually really like the pick and ban from both sides. End result is that Nidalee is left available, and Crush will lap it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Locks that one in immediately. We'll have to see what Ambition's going to go for. Could go... I mean, he could go for something more aggressive like a Lee Sin. We saw that played by Peanut. But quick pickups coming through. Sivir makes it through. Going to be the first pick with Azir for Samsung. It's already 2 really major backline threats.
See if Kongdu follow the Rocks Tigers lead and answer this with double teleport. That's been the way that teams have been able to take advantage of the fact that Crown on the mid lane Azir won't be running teleport. Traditionally, we see a combat summoner coming out of the Azir mid laners, but let's see what Kongdu do. When they've looked the best, it's been on poke comps. The Varus banned out doesn't necessarily remove poke comp from the equation. Corki, Nidalee, Braum, all available and all a cornerstone of a strong team comp.
Yeah. Be surprised if the Corki doesn't get picked up here. Would just be very bizarre to see that one passed on. Poppy, something that's made it through all of the drafts that we haven't seen grabbed up here, is going to be the lock-in for Hippo in the top side, and Alistar as well for Guger in the bot side. One of the champions that he does play quite a bit.
One of the most proactive top laners, and Cuve's best top laner in Poppy taken away. Probably going to be on Maokai duty, you'd have to imagine, given the top lane champion pool that's left. But outside chance of a Trundle top, we've seen a lot more Trundle support than Trundle top recently.
Yeah. Just making through, we saw the hover right there over it. But it looks like we could be seeing the Elise and the Gangplank, something that does play well into Poppy. Pokes her out early, keep her away from those minions, and will passively farm more gold. So it will in fact be Gangplank picked up here for Cuvée and the Elise for Ambition.
When you see a farming top laner with very poor teleport ganks in Gangplank, and an Azir who's not going to pick up teleport, this is the time to play rotational League of Legends. Kongdu have managed that in fits and spurts with their Varus comps. Can they try to severely out-rotate Samsung before this very strong team fighting comp comes online in the mid to late game?
That is indeed the question here. Final round of picks coming in for Kongdu. Playing around with the thoughts of this Kalista. As you said, Sol, definitely the shining star on Kongdu Monster lately. Kalista could be the desirable pickup. Gets that strong 2v2 with the Alistar. Looks like it might just be Corki as last round pick for their mid lane.
They need to pick a comp that can be assertive, can make the plays early, because the late game is already looking for champions in. Very, very rough from the Kongdu perspective. They have some good laning matchups selected already, but again, definitely a hard timer on this game from Kongdu's perspective.
Yeah. See though, Kalista and Corki will be the lock-in. So Corki versus Azir. Edge versus Crown there. Now last pick coming in, going to be the support pickup. A little bit unorthodox from what we usually see as a last pick, but Rom is available. Would really deny a lot of the harass coming out from this Nidalee and this Corki. I think it's a no-brainer. Wraith probably going to lock this one in.
Yeah, surprised not to see Kongdu pick it up in their second rotation. It was available much earlier.
Could have denied the poke denial from Samsung, but instead go for the Alistar. So looking for that engage tool, really just have Poppy to rely on if they don't go for that one. Braum not going to be the strongest engage support champion.
What Alistar does give them is, because Samsung's teleport game is so weak, flash, pulverize, ult, and try and stop any sort of stall game from Samsung. So Alistar's the proactive choice. Braum would have been the setup choice, but they're just trying to be on the front foot, which is a good sign from Kongdu.
Yep. See, Braum does come through, so still very consistent bot lane here for the side of Samsung with that Sivir picked up. Has been touted as probably the most broken AD carry in the game at the moment, and can proc those concussive blow stacks really quickly with the auto attack reset that you get off of Ricochet, as well as that increased attack speed. This is looking like a really deadly composition for Samsung going onto the back line of Kongdu Monster. You have chain barrels that can reach the back, you have that Azir with the Sand Soldiers, and these Ricochets coming in from Sivir. The question is, can Kongdu Monster get ahead fast enough to stop the scaling that is this Gangplank and this Azir?
Yeah, the 5v5 from Samsung is oppressive, to say the least, so they're in a great spot there. Kongdu hitting their timings, that's what it's all going to be about. They have a lot of power themselves, it's just late game team fighting, not an option.
Yeah. You have a little bit more of a front line here on the side of Kongdu with that Poppy, with that Alistar. Even the Nidalee can get a little bit tanky, but not nearly as much as some of these other champions. But Samsung really going to be relying on Wraith to be that front line, because I don't think Ambition is going to go full tank with his build. We'll probably see the Riley's Crystal Scepter come out, but the question is he going to go for something more aggressive, like we see Peanut play with an Abyssal Scepter? I mean, we've seen it, Rabbidan's Death Cap from him as well. I don't think we'll see that for the Elise, but you never know with Ambition. But a lot on the line here for both of these teams, as Kongdu can upset Samsung and knock them out of playoff contention for, you know, potentially, or make it more difficult. Again, knock them out here. We'll see what happens, though, as we get into Game 1. Kongdu versus Samsung coming right up.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
Here we go, onto the Rift. You know, when you zoom out this much, it looks like, good lord.
What does it look like, Achilles? Tell us, we must know.
Well, I was waiting for a follow-up chant, but it doesn't look like we're going to have one. Just Samsung fighting the majority of this packed crowd here in Jeonju. But when you zoom out that much, Summoner's Rift looks like it's just completely floating. I thought maybe it was like some kind of mountaintop plateau that they had going on, but I think it's just a floating isle
in the middle of Runeterra.
I would appreciate a 3D model of the surrounding areas. When we poke towards the corners, you can see water in the distance, so something's happening.
Yeah, there's something, but right now it looks like they have a very Dalaran feel about it, to reference the city from World of Warcraft. It's just hovering above the rest of the landscape.
More Blizzard references, please.
Yes. But Dalaran is not a open battle arena where people just slaughter each other for the hell of it. Because really, what are these guys fighting for anymore? They kind of botched the lore in that regard, from what I can understand. I don't think that these guys really have much outside of glory. I don't know. Some of these people have really weird motivations to join the league.
I think you're putting the fine looking glass a little bit too close, Killius.
You can see, though, invade here from Wraith and Core JJ. Not going to be able to take away the little Krug. Does get rended out by Soul.
I'm really aggressive in this trade.
Yeah, Edge really walking up into his face.
Walking past his minion line. Pressing the Gatling gun, looking for the Thunderlord's proc. Going pretty even in the damage trade.
Yeah, overall, we can see both of these mid laners using the exhaust as well. A little bit interesting. Crush coming around the side. Won't be able to connect the spear because there is that little red minion there. Gonna come in now onto Ambition. Might be able to take away a few of these little ones. Nope. Wait. I can't tell if he got one or not. I think he got one.
Credit to Ambition, he actually smited and queued very late. He pulled the cramp as well to stop that potential invade. Crush has done that before on champions like Kindred, but doesn't find the steal.
Yeah, which is just going to delay him a little bit here. Ambition, of course, going to have sustain off of the W in that Spiderling form, so not going to have to go back and still looking pretty healthy. Can use the smite as well onto that blue buff to really keep himself in the jungle. So going to have a little bit of a lead there as he did not miss any of those little red minions.
Lane matchup, Sivir wants to push up early. Obviously, in extended trades, Kalista can definitely do great things, but for now, Core JJ just happy to push lane, and you look at the lanes, there is actually the potential for Samsung to get lane control in all three early with their ability to push out, just with the innate kits of the likes of Gangplank, Azir, and Sivir.
Yeah, and I mean, this level 2 from Gugar's Alistar is certainly strong, but with Soul on this Kalista, not having attack speed early on, you're that much less mobile and that much more susceptible to getting hit by those Qs from the Braum and getting locked up and really losing those trades. So this could be a really strong start for the side of Samsung. But of course, like we said, there is a lot of scaling that needs to be done with this Azir, with this Gangplank to get rolling and really become a force to be reckoned with. So Samsung going to probably be fine to play as slowly as they can. They're not in any rush.
None whatsoever. And Crush is going to be the big question mark. He's on Italy, very fast clear, can provide some pressure ganks and has CC in both top lane and bot lane to work with. But if Samsung just gets a free push and pick up the CC, they're in a happy place.
Very much so. So shoving this lane forward has a little bit of a lead. Both teams have warded the tri-brush, so Samsung going to keep themselves safe from any kind of gank from Crush roaming down to the bot side. Would have to go for a lane gank, something that we don't see too much of. Meanwhile, lead are really starting to stretch for Kuveg, and this is much of a surprise.
It's worth noting that this comp from Samsung goes against the team comp that honestly they've seen the most success on. Triple, Quadra AD with a tank top laner and the likes of Braum is what they played. You know, thinking of like Varus, Graves, Corki kind of comps is what has been their wheelhouse. So going for this more team fight, late game focused comp is something different from them, but a sort of change of pace they'll need to not be one note if they do make that eventual playoff run.
Yeah. Looks like the back got delayed a little bit there as Crush roamed up to stop Kuve from recalling. We'll see what he decides to pick up. Probably just going to go straight for the Sheen. There it is. So locks that one in. Doran shield there from Hippo to try to mitigate as much of that auto attack damage as he possibly can and get that increased regen. Crush though, maybe looking for some kind of engage here in the mid lane. No, just showing up to try to keep Edge alive. So Sand Soldier's just ripping through him. Brown doing a hell of a lot of damage, and he's going to have to Valkyrie out to safety. So Edge going to be making that first recall here in that mid lane. Brown going to have a bit of an advantage, get some CS back, and maybe shove the tower to deny.
Pretty curious to see Edge pick up the exhaust on Corki. A lot of the damage trades against Azir will be out of range for Corki to actually use the exhaust.
Yeah, you have to go into his face. I guess you were thinking, rather expecting the Azir to go in for the Empress Divide play, and then once you're in that range, use the exhaust. But you can see him just getting chunked out, really hurting him. Core JJ. It's going to be Ignite coming across, should be able to stay alive. Brent comes through, actually almost takes him down. So going forward, can he find the kill? No. Looks like he might get locked up, has to flash away. Wraith does get the stun, does get the first blood. Samsung turning that one around. Cougar taking a bit of damage as well, but first blood going over to Wraith.
Really expertly done by Core JJ, holding onto the summoner spell heal till after Ignite was down. Soul couldn't tell whether he popped heal during the Ignite duration or not. Baited in with the flash. Ambition in great position. First blood over to Samsung.
Already starting to assume the Ambition submission position. And Core JJ, like you said, literally playing with fire, holding on to the heal, able to stay alive and get the assist on the backside of that one. We'll take another look at this engage. This was a good start here from Kongju, recognizing that Wraith had left.
The big story is that Guga actually very smart and pulverizing late, ensures that there's no way for the spell shield to counter both, but Core JJ holding onto the heels, the big story. Ambition's positioning as well. You can understand why Kongju were confident. They had the health bars. They had Nidalee coming into the lane. Expertly done by Samsung.
Definitely. And Core JJ showing some good skill here on this Sivir, whereas before we did see some questionable plays from this guy. I did ridicule him as saying that you can't take the NA out of Core JJ, but so far, so good. Then again, it is Kongju Monster, so take everything with a grain of salt.
It is Sivir also, champion that definitely has a lot more utility than Ashe in a lot of ways, so safer laning phase as well. So was able to push up earlier, but as we have to give him credit where credit's due. It's a very nice outplay against Soul.
Absolutely, and Hippo already had the back for the second time. We can see 30 CS up now for Cuvée, who's just having a farm fest on this Gangplank.
It's a unique thing about the Gangplank Poppy matchup is that Gangplank actually gets lane control in this matchup.
Oh. And that's going to be the end of that gank.
Aren't many matchups that Gangplank can stand toe-to-toe and get a CS advantage and cultivate it, but this is the reality of the Gangplank versus Poppy match.
Yep. We'll have to see how Hippo's going to optimize, because of course you do have to be worried about the AP presence from Ambition, from Crown on this Azir, who has been poking the hell out of Edge. We can see he's going straight for that Abyssal Scepter. The Null Magic Mantle and the Blasting Wand already in hand.
Small CS advantage for Edge, but nothing really to speak about.
Yeah.
Gonna really track whether he gets value out of the exhaust. It has opened up Guga to take Ignite in the bot lane, but it's just matching the Ignite from Wraith.
Yeah. It was a last minute flip there. Almost locked in with the exhaust, but at the last second did go for the Ignite. You see though, Ambition just going straight for his jungle item. Not going to be seeing any delay in that as we saw in the last set.
It's a bit of a surprise to go such an aggressive build, actually rushed the CDR boots, and now into the jungle item. Usually he has at least one of the
Oh wow, Wraith taking a lot of damage, trying to hop out of here. Looks like he might be able to get out alive. The Ignite going to take him down. Not going to take him down, rather. Now Cougar needs focus here for the rest of the team. Face call comes through, and that should be the end of the engage. Nice turnaround there. Wraith stays alive. Cougar going to get out as well, but Flash and Ignite down for him.
It really does surprise me, Achilles, that Ambition doesn't feel pressure by the enemy Nidalee jungle to the extent that he doesn't even pick up Sightstone or an early Tracker's Knife, going full damage build against one of the highest pressure, highest damage early dueling junglers, and Nidalee just not respecting Crush's ability to impact the lanes.
Well, Ambition, after his recent performances, knowing when he outclasses an opponent jungler, it seems. Falling a little bit behind in CS though, but he does have that assist in his pocket. So
it's worth noting there's
keeping it close.
There's outclassing the enemy jungler, which Ambition certainly does against Crush, and there's not respecting Crush's ability to impact lanes, despite being on a high-pressure champion like Nidalee.
Very true.
One is understandable, the other one
could a potential
reckless
mistake.
aggression.
Yeah. Cuvée though gonna get popped up by that keeper.
Package time
into the wall. Here comes a package. Knocks him back after the flash. That was really well timed by Edge. Cuvée not gonna be able to get us out of this one. Edge finds the kill, and that's one on the board for Kongju Monster. But they still are falling further and further behind as far as the gold goes.
Really impressive package positioning to be able to get the knockback. You don't really talk about the knockback very frequently.
It's well timed.
But was very effective in that gang, so nice play from Edge.
Yeah, and that is going to be a very nice pickup here for the Corki, who's been maintaining even CS here with Crown so far. Wraith now maybe in a bad spot. Oh, but the pulverized misses from Cougar. So not going to be able to follow up there. He had flash available and could use stand behind me to get to Core JJ, so I don't think he was going to go down. But that definitely could have been a much more dangerous situation for the Braum had that connected.
Worrying thing from a Kongdu perspective, already 1,000 gold behind despite being equal in kills and no objectives going down in the CS. That's the big factor. Cuvée already gets bonus gold with a lot of his CSs thanks to the Parlay passive.
Yeah.
But a 33 CS advantage this early is pretty monumental.
Yeah, and we can see he is really keeping pace as far as CS goes. 101 at 11 minutes. And once the cannon barrages start coming in, and in these dives underneath the towers and whatnot, he's going to be picking up even more CS globally. So this Gangplank going to be in a very comfortable position as he gets closer and closer to finishing up that Trinity Force. We can see the Zeal going to be coming in. Now Cougar maybe in a bad spot. Has the All-Star ultimate available, but he's going to get stunned up by these concussive blows. One last auto attack comes through. The Crush joining the fray. Spear gets blocked by Unbreakable. That should be the disengage.
And we were speaking about potentially reckless aggression from Ambition and not picking up wards. Samsung with the scaling comp. Gangplank's getting bonus gold. Siva has the cull compared to no cull from Soul. Samsung all in the late game, doing well in the early game as well. This is definitely looking like 6th versus 10th place, unfortunately, for Kong.
Yeah, absolutely. And Crown now starting to inch out above Edge. He does have that gold from the kill, so he will be slightly ahead of Crown, but Crown still been sticking around in this lane, got the experience advantage, is now level 10 to level 9, so will be winning out even harder in these trades.
Really curious to see Edge investing in the Sorcerer's Shoes this early, so not going for the fast Trinity Force pickup. He already knew that Crown was rushing Abyssal Scepter's first items, one non-magic mantle and a blasting one, and yet still goes for the flat pan that isn't going to get a lot of value against Crown's build.
Yeah. Bizarre. We've seen some bizarre pathing as far as items goes today, Papa.
It's been one of those days.
It has indeed been one of those days. But of all teams to expect it from, Jin Air was not the one. Kongdu, they can get away with it.
They can, but will it actually contribute to anything? He's already losing trades to Crown. Sorcerer's Shoes probably not going to change anything. Crush going for his second red invade. Again, too late.
Just arriving a little bit too late, so we'll not get anything there, but we still stay at about 1,000 gold lead here for Samsung as they're just keeping it tight-knit and consistent here. We can see possible recall coming in from Raid. Maybe Core Jaden follows soon. We'll likely see that Essence Reaver starting to come together. Just the BF Sword and the Long Sword for now, so still a ways off. Needs that Call Fields and the Cloak of Agility. And I don't think he has enough to try to complete that quite just yet. Edge really playing with fire here in the mid side, though. Let's have that exhaust available. Crown knows that, is not going to go for a dive. It'd be pretty ill-advised, even with Ambition waiting in the wings.
And even though the gold lead's not there, the CS lead is actually there for Corky. It's the turret damage that really tells the story.
Yeah.
Third health on this turret. Only going to go down quicker with Ambition coming to mid.
And this is what happens when you have an Azir that can just push up to your tower with little to no worry. Uses that W and just burns right through the HP bar.
But he should have a lot of worry, Achilles. That's the crazy thing. Doesn't have any defensive vision.
Yeah.
But just not respecting Kongdu and specifically Crush's ability to impact the lanes. Everyone on the side of Samsung has gone greedy. The draft was greedy. The build from Ambition in particular is super greedy. They're pushing up their lanes even without information, and Kongdu no way to punish.
Yeah. And I feel like this is really just setting the stage for the second game, just kind of looking forward to that future, where Samsung are going to get some kind of heavily prioritized pick in the first round draft on the blue side.
Won't have to go for banning the meta champions on red side, so we'll be able to look for something, whether it's the Rise for Cuvée or
the Graves.
Or the Graves for
I don't think the
Ambition.
Graves will make it through. I think the Graves will be 100% banned by Kongdu in this set.
When a champion like Graves on the fringes of the pick ban gets banned, something has to fall through.
Yeah. Could be an Italy over for Ambition, you never know. That one might just make it straight through. 3 members down at the spot side. Soul going to show so far. They want to wrap around into the brush and try to go for a dive on the tower. Does not look like it. Just going to go for this takeaway on the blue buff.
Pretty low percentage dive against Braum Siva, so taking the buff. Brush already tried to steal 2 reds. Didn't match that, but does pick up the blue.
Yep. Get some good deep ward coverage though here. So that'll be quite nice for Kongdu as they maybe try to bait here. Wait for Ambition to come in for the blue buff or Crown. But no, it's going to be a big pinch down at the spot side. The TP being used as well. On the hunt gets popped. Can they catch Core JJ? Flash is available. He goes in, gets the pulverized. Cannon barrage down. Core JJ completely getting locked up. Has to flash away now. Unbreakable blocking the rockets. One more hit though will take him down, and Crush is going to find the kill. Wraith on the backside gets hit by that last rocket, but will not go down. Uses the flash to get himself to safety.
But are they going to lose 2 turrets out of this, Achilles?
Yes,
Does look likely.
maybe even more. The pings are coming out into this tier 2 in the mid side. Crown gonna be able to put down a lot of damage.
Just picked up the Stinger, freshly sharp, doing so much damage. Kongdu Monster losing everywhere across the map.
Yeah, only getting core JJ, just the 80 carry going down. And Samsung just taking 3 towers off of that push. Crown maybe even going in here. The exhaust comes across. Denver Survive thrown out. Can he finish off Edge? Package comes through, knocks him back. Sandtower there trying to play underneath of it, but he cannot find it. Ambition goes in. Can he get the kill? Huge amounts of damage from the Corki come out, and he does not go down. Edge with the double kill coming through, and Samsung maybe misstepping a little bit there, getting way too aggressive, but still with a comfortable gold lead after all of that.
There's no maybe about it, Achilles. They got 3 turrets for 1 death. Could have just gone back, taken that, felt great about it, got greedy, specifically Crown, going Rambo style, looking for the dual kill on Edge, was too greedy, and they lose some kills, they lose the Dragon. They're still comfortably in the lead, but Samsung, unforced error is the only way to describe that.
Yeah, that was entirely questionable by Crown, and Ambition to follow up. I guess he just wanted to make the best out of a bad situation, trying to get the kill and back off, but gets popped. I mean, that's the Trinity Force, Source, Boots, Corki. We'll take another look at this engage. Sandtower comes up, and Crown just feels confident.
They have taken 3 turrets for free, and then Crown basically goes for this play. Now, he has the Sandstar. You can understand why he does it, but it's just so unnecessary, given how landslide they won the previous macro trade.
Yeah. Really bizarre stuff. Kube, though, comes in with a TP into the bot side. Fate's Hole comes out, pops him up in the air. Soul, I don't think you're going to get out of this one, and he does not. Kube finds the kill, trying to chain these barrels, trying to get a slow. We'll find Cougar. Question is who gets the kill. Core JJ picks that up, and just like that, 2 kills back over to the side of Samsung come through.
Yes, the 2 answering kills for their previous Rambo plays. Now Samsung going to look to break the last outer turret very early at 17 minutes.
Yep. Strong stuff by Samsung. So making some missteps, but Kongdu says, you know what, we can do that too. And throws away 2 kills of their own.
Ah, yes, the fight of the missteps. It's not what I signed up for at all, but
nope.
That's what we're getting.
I mean, it's kind of what we could have expected, at least from the side of Kongdu. Samsung, not so much. We can see Abyssal Scepter completed for Crown in the Nashor's Tooth. And the Hex Drinker now for Edge, going to be looking for that Maul Malmortius.
Again, the CS in top. 50 CS plus advantage for QV.
Yeah, that is dirty. This is the best way I can put it, I guess. Rift Herald, though, going to be taken by Kongdu. Will net them a little bit of gold here, but that gap is still just growing larger and larger. 38.9 thousand to the 30.4 thousand. That Kongdu Monster have accrued for themselves. Up that kill, but still down 3 turrets.
And the counterplay for Poppy, because the laning phase is tough, free items, is to make impacts in other lanes. That's why we saw that big teleport, but now that QV is able to make a teleport gank of his own, any sort of advantage from there is countered, and the end result is just piling on farm to the gank.
Which they're more than happy to do. We can see the BF Sword coming through for him, as well as the Swifties, so it's a gangplank that's going to go fast.
Swiftly.
It's going to go swiftly,
as Jana would say.
Soul pushing up that bot side. Going to be trying to get some of those minions denied away from Core JJ. We'll arrive to get the last 2 here. But still a solid push from him, keeping it even as far as the CS goes here. We can see the Hurricane completed, played with the Root King, coming in pretty quickly. Doesn't have the bilge water quite just yet, so still couple hundred, about maybe 1,000 gold away from completing that item, but getting to a comfortable spot on this Callista. But the Essence Reaver has since been completed here for Sivir. Zeal item coming through, which we of course know is going to be that static shiv for that really nice wave clear.
We mentioned that Kongdu will be evaluated on their early game performance. We're hitting 20 minutes, the outer ring of turrets is down, early game is over, and Kongdu unfortunately have been found wanting when it comes to picking up an objective lead. They're actually 3 turrets behind Samsung, and
yep, about to be maybe 4. See some strong pressure coming out onto this tier 2 in the bottom side as it gets worked down to half HP. Or JJ doing some work across the map, but Hippo's arrival will delay them a little bit, and they have to peel back. Dragon going to be spawning in just a couple minutes here. Would be the first for Samsung, second for Kongdu Monster. Likely going to be looking for that one. Try to keep that big Dragon dream alive.
He's looking for the Flame Horizon dream.
He's getting there.
25 CS advantage over his opponent.
Hell, man, just start using the Cannon Barrage to clear out your your allies' waves. They don't need the CS.
Now what you do is you Cannon Barrage the Dragon fight and you just push.
There you go.
That's the plan.
I'm here in spirit, guys.
I mean, the Cannonballs hurt, but
they do.
He is the
They do a
ghostly
smattering
Gangplank, so the spirits are certainly real in this one.
But it's not APGP cannonball damage.
APGP, sadly, a thing of the past.
I miss the days where you could drop a Cannon Barrage on an entire enemy team and watch them melt away.
Over time, it's worth noting, the AP ratio was always on the lower end. Lichbane Qs, though, now that was
pretty filthy. But even the heal was about 1,400 on the pop once you had full item build. Maybe even you can get it higher than that, I guess, with the Spirit Visage.
But now we have Corki doing magic damage, Infinity Edge crits.
Hooray. Oh, Cougar, that was not good. Goes into the Flash Pulverize, completely misses, but it might be enough still for Kongdu Monster to do some serious damage. Hippo trying to take up this front line. He got a lot of damage of his own. He's going to go down. Ambition finds a kill. Now Soul has to flash over the wall, but he still goes down. Ambition with the double kill. But Edge trying to clean up the fight. He's going to find a double of his own. Overall, it's going to be a 3-for-2 here of Kongdu Monster. They come out on top. Not quite in time to be postured for this Dragon take, but still strong showing by them.
Making the proactive teleport play was very smart. They have Poppy compared to Gangplank. Cuvée was a non-factor in the fight. He looked for a big barrel at the end, but it was actually very smartly thwarted by Guga. Even though he messed up the initial engage, this is just the case. You know, it's Core JJ's DPS'd out. Very smart team fighting in a choke by Kongdu. This could have all been turned around by Cuvée. He's on your mini-map. Watch him put down the barrel, and this would have potentially got a couple of kills, but Alistar kills the first barrel, headbutts him away. A true 5v4 is only a slim, but still a lead for Kongdu in that particular fight.
You just have, ooh, wow, big engage on the Core JJ, and he just gets destroyed. Basically a solo kill coming in from Edge. Absolutely devastates the AD carry of Samsung.
Now looking at Baron.
The pings are coming out. Kongdu Monster roaming over to this Baron. 23 minutes. They're going to take a bit of damage. Doesn't have the Alistar ultimate available. The question is, do they still want to go for this? It's a 4v5.
So risk against Gangplank.
15 more seconds. Cannon Barrage not available here from Cuvée. I think they have to back off this one. The Baron down to 50% HP. And with Kongdu Monster getting chunked out, they will in fact peel back.
I think Kongdu should have taken basically a free second Dragon to pile on there rather than going all in on the Baron. So much damage. You still had Gangplank, Azir, both alive, both healthy, both with AoE damage. Almost no chance of picking up a Baron Force there, so don't take the free objective and may end up with none at all.
Yeah. Strong showing by Edge, though.
6-0-2, 100% kill participation.
Yeah, he is destroying Samsung right now in these exchanges. Up 3 kills, still down, though, significantly in gold. 3.5 thousand here in favor of Samsung. We might be looking for that first Dragon of their own.
Most of that in the pocket of Cuvée, you have to think.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the Infinity Edge has been completed by him. Yeah, 10.4K. He is up at least 1,000 gold over everybody else on his team and is really stomping the gold numbers.
His gold lead over his opponent is 75% of the overall gold lead.
Yeah, that is really disgusting. Dragon can go down here. Ambition smites that one away. Cougar goes in, gets the Pulverize onto Ambition. Cannon Barrage comes down to split out the teams. Cougar caught in the pit, but the Fate's Call will drag him out the safety to throw him back in, but he's so low. Has to pop the Alistar ultimate to try to keep himself alive, taking a lot of damage. Can they finish him off? That is the question. Continuing on the chase, Crown gonna find it with a Sand Soldier. Hippo having to exit up through the mid lane. Looks like that's going to be all of the catches that Samsung can get, but it's still a first Dragon and a pick off on the support.
Kongdu really wanted to re-engage. They had high health values on their carries. The big issue, though, was they had no vision control around all the different chokes, so they actually lost vision, couldn't really get auto attacks. A lot of them were cancelled, and Guga basically gave his life and the Alistar ult for no gain.
Yeah. Odd decision to go back in. Should have just disengaged, allow the Dragon to fall, but instead give up another kill and give that much more gold into the pockets of Samsung. So some poor decision making here from Kongdu, where they really were starting to look like they might be able to net themselves some kind of lead. Just giving over a larger one to Samsung now.
There is that Flame Horizon observed at 25 minutes.
Cuvée
insanely far ahead of Hippo, who is just completed his second item in the Iceborne Gauntlet on top of the Sunfire. And look at that, one barrel parlay clearing out the wave.
And look at a very, very early 3-item power spike for QV. Almost certainly going to be Essence Reaver coming in third.
Yeah. Big crits, infinite mana.
You've got 3 very squishy poke damage dealers on the side of Conquer Monster that will explode to that barrel pressure.
Speaking about exploding, we still have Edge with this Quirky, who has shown that he can blow up for JJ. Crown with the Abyssal Scepter and the Rylai's is going to be susceptible to taking a good amount of damage. The only one that's really tanky enough to get through that is Ambition and Wraith. The rest of the members still quite low.
It's still an insane amount of the team's gold is completely localized on Edge. Everyone else, barring perhaps Crush, is a support effectively for this Corki. So.
Yeah.
Gonna have to be Edge. Team fighting fight after fight completely on point, or just having all your gold localized on one squishy damage dealer can really come back to bite.
Yeah. We can see Soul's trying to be not so squishy. Picks up the Null Magic Mantle. Could be going for the Hex Drinker as he does have a long sword in his pocket. Could be the QSS as well. Who knows?
The front line is so far behind Achilleo. Specifically the Poppy needs to be a one-man army. Guga only situationally tanky with the ultimate. So if the ultimate is down,
ooh, wow.
Kongdu will really struggle to acquire any targets because they only have Poppy in the street front line.
Haunting guys coming in here for Ambition, so probably going to be finishing off with the Leandries, not an item that we see too much of.
Probably not going to be any rush on the completion, but it is a late game option for them.
Yeah, we can see the cloth armor in his pocket at the moment, so likely going to be prioritizing some completion of that item before the Leandri's Torment comes in. Hippo maybe looking for a TP play.
Don't really have a lot of TP wards.
He'd have to come in through the river.
Or they'd have to fight around Baron.
Yeah. Don't know if he's going to take this one. Still sitting in base. Package is up as well. They might want to go back and pick that up for Edge. Looks like he's roaming back, peeling back here.
Samsung smartly playing around their vision. The one place they can't look to walk is around Baron, so smart of them to back away.
Yep. See, it will be a Warden's Mail now for Ambition as he backs off. And this opens up the tier 1 tower in the top side for the taking. Kongdu Monster going to be able to net that one for themselves, so getting just a little bit more gold and bringing us to about a 2,500 gold lead here for Samsung. So it is shrinking actively as we near this 30-minute mark.
It's worth noting that when these two turrets are answered, we see equal turrets, the gold lead will actually be almost null. It'll be even between the two teams. It's just the gold spread is so uneven. That's the fun thing, is the gold lead will be small, but the gold spread, who has the gold, is going to be so centralized on QV and Edge.
Yeah. You can see just now the Spectre Scout coming in for Hippo as he's starting to realize, okay, you know what, maybe I need to be able to mitigate some magic damage. So picks up that one up for himself. Hex Drinker completed for both of these 80 carries. And the Cole does get sold, and it's just going to be Core JJ picking up another BF sword. So not going to be completing the Maw of Malmortius quite just yet, where it looks like that's going to be Soul's objective. Look at that. Ambition not even doing any damage to Edge.
With a Haunting guys, no less.
Yeah. So Edge just going to keep himself healthy.
Level 16, very free farm, very fed. Corki is certainly someone that needs to be shut down from Samsung's perspective.
Yeah. And Edge looking like he might need to be the one to, 1v5 the enemy team.
Issue there is that he needs his frontliners to stand true while he's free hitting these people. And we've already covered it. They don't really have the gold to do that. So
unless he can get some massive kick like he did onto Core JJ.
Or really fight in an advantageous terrain, but so hard to see how you actually put that together from a Kongdu perspective.
Yeah, well, right now it's a lot of poking around this Baron pit from both sides. Scuttlecrab vision is there for Kongdu Monster, so of course they're going to know if any sort of engage comes through onto that Baron from Samsung. Only 2 people that could really get over that wall. 3 people, I suppose. Wraith can jump over to stand behind me, but Azir and Ambition would be able to duo out that Baron buff.
They're still pressuring around mid. They don't have lane pressure in the side lanes, but
looks like it might just be a fight over the dragon as it gets ready to spawn here.
It's only a second dragon, so maybe it's a place that Kongdu want to force a fight.
Well, these guys have been stepping back and forth on each other's toes, so they might be looking for it. Hippo does the recall, sitting in base with a home guard buff, so looking for the TP play. There's a couple wards they can go to. Neither of them are really behind the ranks of Samsung, so it wouldn't be that great of a flank unless Samsung completely collapsed into this Dragon Pit, but we can see they're just going to go ahead and surrender the second Dragon over Kongdu Monster, not seeing it as very much of a priority, and it's understandable at this point in the game.
I mean, Kongdu have been angling for a teleport flank from Poppy for the last 10 minutes, and Samsung have just been like, okay, we're not going to give you one. We don't need to fight for a second Dragon, hardly the biggest buff to contest. Samsung are being smart, playing to their win conditions, extend the game, get more and more farm on their carries. And if you deny Poppy chokes to get the really big flank engage, Kongdu Monster have very few ways to actually force the win.
Yeah. And we can see now, keeping that Flame Horizon very much alive. Cuvée reaching 300 CS, just slightly above Crown. Both of these guys doing above perfect CS. Edge hot on both of their heels, however, with this Scorpion. So still strong showings in the 80 carries trying to play catch up as they near that 300 CS mark. But Essence Reaver has since been completed here for Cuvée. It's starting to look like a very, very scary gangplank. And Crown continuing the scale up as well. Blasting Wand in the inventory. Could be a Void Staff. We'll have to see what he wants to go for the second to last item. More than likely going to be the Void Staff. I don't know if he's going to just sell Orange Ring and maybe go for a Rabbidan's Death Cap. But we'll have to wait and see what he decides to do on his next couple packs here.
And Ambition's really done a 180 on his early build. Went very aggressive offensively, but now has pure frontline tank Elise build in Randuin's and Spirit Wizard, which is pretty complete.
Oh, nice repel will dodge out that Pulverize from Guger, but the turret still takes an immense amount of damage despite the admirable hold here from Samsung. So just really one more auto attack from Edge, I believe, will be able to take that down, or damn near it, maybe two.
Big issue for Kongdu is they want to get their lanes in the right spot and then look for a teleport play, but Poppy can't really enter lane against Gangplank because of the item lead.
Yeah.
So now they have Callistus for pushing in top without any teleport. They have a lot of pressure in mid, but all this effectively does is extend the game longer and longer, more likely to see a 40-50 minute game. But the only thing that will force Samsung to fight will be a 5th Dragon or a Baron. They don't really have tankiness to take up the Baron, and the 5th Dragon's been so delayed that we're looking at objectively around a 50-minute 5th Dragon, which isn't really a realistic thing to shoot for Kongdu.
Yeah. It's also something that I would like to avoid if possible. Crown taking a lot of damage here from Edge.
Got somewhere to be?
Yep. Not really. We're in Jeonju. We are. We're pretty much stranded in Jeonju. At least I'm stranded somewhere that has amazing food.
That's true. The food stays open late.
Yeah. Bibimbap earlier. It's quite delicious.
Was indeed. Kongdu finally pick up that mid lane outer turret that they've been angling for a good 10 minutes. But the Baron is the objective they really want.
Yeah. You can see they're trying to bait this out. No war. It's just one word in the back of the pit, actually. Barely out of range of that pink. So, Samsung don't need to call the bluff. They know it's not happening.
And this is Kongdu being like, wait, we should be fine.
Yeah, wait, why don't we just engage this? We have a Callista and the Smite. So we will go ahead and start this one up. Collapse coming in
Ward
from
is
Samsung.
spotted.
Yeah, Ward on the backside of the pit here for Hippo. If he wants to TP into it, going to go straight into the pit. Crush already getting chucked down. Guger is gone. Couldn't even use the ultimate. And now the chase onto Soul, who's going to get locked up, likely by the concussive blows. Ambition, the only one on the backside of this against the rest of the 3 members of Kongdu Monster, does get picked off. And suddenly it's a 4v4 as they could not finish off Soul. Hippo going in, getting the sun to the wall, not going to connect. Great, taking a lot of damage from that spear, but this is going to be Crown showing up huge as he takes down Crush. Gets the double kill and just starts sweeping through the Callista, the only member going to make it out of that fight. And Samsung, just like that, likely going to be able to take down an inhibitor here at the 35-minute mark.
It was looking like Samsung would have it turned around on them. Edge volked in aggressively, but did not know that Cuvée was standing in a brush, unwarded. Face checked the Gangplank, died instantly. So even with a front line for him to fight around, disrespected the Gangplank's position, that might be game.
Yeah, Guger goes in, gets a double Pulverize, trying to delay as long as he possibly can. Base Call comes through, they pop up Cuvée, who has that tower aggro, taking a hell of a lot of damage. He's going to go down as Soul rends him out. Wraith low as well, gets a stun onto Guger. Members coming up here in 15 seconds. Doesn't look like Samsung are going to be able to finish the game, but they do get one Nexus Tower.
Yeah, they're still in a great spot though, Achilles. They got the kills they wanted. A bit too greedy, but they realized if they got another pick specifically on the Callista, the game would have ended for sure.
6,000 gold lead now.
Kongdu, they're just completely
destroyed by that vision. The fact that Samsung didn't have to face check and then came at just the right time, layered the Gangplank ultimate. What I want to draw attention to is afterwards, though, this is finally a fight where Hippo has the tank items to fight in the front line. Corki should have been able to free hit behind the Poppy, but Gangplank, Cuvée, stood in the brush at blue buff. Nobody had vision of him and literally killed Corki the moment he rolled green, and the fight was kind of over from there.
Yeah, I'm just surprised Cougar died that quickly. Couldn't even use the Alistar ultimate to tank up any of that damage, just got popped immediately. And that led to the inevitable success of Samsung, getting a little bit overzealous, trying to go for the win there. But now we can see going right for this Baron, the TP coming in from Cuvée, going to try to cut off Kongju Monster's defense, throwing out those barrels, trying to get some damage in. And just like that, there's so much damage. You have a Sivir, you have an Azir, the attack speed is there, and they just destroy Baron and take it out.
And we were sitting teams duo Baron with Elise and Azir. So you add in a Gangplank, you add in a Sivir, and Barons explode.
Yep. Just like we saw in that second Rocks game where they just destroyed it with the Rise in tow with the Lucian. You can see though, push going to continue here onto this top tier 2 tower to try to get a little bit of damage, but Samsung still showing a lot of respect to Kongju. Don't want to overcommit, don't want to give up these buffs, just want to play patiently, wait for this wave to build in the mid lane.
They don't have teleports, so they can't push up bot lane, so going to be a certain amount of stalling out or not.
That's going to be the go button press here by CoreJJ, who takes a lot of damage from that Rocket of Edge. That's going to be the immediate disengage from him. Cuvée gets popped up as Cougar goes in. Nice pulverize the follow-up. Cuvée already going to fall. CoreJJ trying to push out as much damage on the backside as he possibly can so far. It's going to be Hippo and Cougar going down. Sand Soldiers push forward. Can they find more picks? Ambition goes forward. Crush goes in. Can't find anything. Gets taken down. Ambition finds the kill. CoreJJ clean it up. Edge gets the kill. Can he find one on the ground? It's not going to happen. Just Crown and Ambition, the last 2 members alive, but Super Creeps knocking on that last Nexus tower, and this is going to be the game here from Samsung. A near turnaround fight from Kongju Monster, but cannot find the lead, and Samsung will finish it out here as we enter 38 minutes.
Crazy how even that last fight was. It was on a knife's edge, despite the fact that Samsung were 8,000 plus gold ahead when the fight began, but the knife's edge tips over to Samsung. Better team on the whole. They made some mistakes, but still able to take down Kongju Monster eventually in pretty straightforward fashion. Kongju missed their window early game, couldn't push what was a very powerful early game comp. Ambition got away with greed once again. Usually it's just free farming with Graves, but this was the most aggressive Elise build possible. Didn't really apply any lane pressure, got away with it, and Samsung win the game.
Yep. Better team, better players. Papa John's.
Really?
I don't know. Samsung coming out with a win, but you can see these guys not necessarily looking very happy with that. It was a really rough performance from them at times. Strong lead, like you said, and still nearly giving up that fight, and that could have been the massive turnaround that Kongju Monster needed to net a victory.
And even though Samsung pick up the win, maybe they'll go through and come into the playoffs, but if they play like they did in this game, they won't be in the playoffs very long.
No, definitely not. And this is the faltering performance that we've seen from these guys. Came out the gate swinging against SK Telecom in their game 1 last week, and then completely faltered, looking like they did in this game in games 2 and 3 against SKT. When we come back though, Samsung versus Kongju, match number 2, coming right up.
Where's the good and goodbye? Where's the nice and nice try?
롤챔스 한 번도 안 보셨어요? 그러면 지금까지?
제대로 잠깐 한두 경기 본 적은 있지. 못 보겠어?
뭐예요?
왜요?
재미가 없어. 해설이 재미가 없어. 그 3명 얘기하는 거 목소리도 듣기 싫어. 너무 물려. 물려. 좀 지긋지긋하지 않아? 일주일에 4일씩 듣는 거? 현우 목소리도 듣기도 싫어 이제. 그래서 그냥 현우랑 얘기했을 때 채팅으로 얘기하는 게 편해. 목소리 들으면서 얘기하면 지긋지긋해. 나니까 이런 얘기하지 누가 이런 얘기하겠어. 안 하잖아. 괜히 잘못 얘기하면 큰 코 다칠까 봐 안 하잖아. 난 다칠 코가 없거든. 난 다칠 코가 없거든. 자, 이 순간만을 기다렸습니다. 롤챔스 본격 비판 방송 위클리 LCK 안녕하세요. 롤챔스의 원한 맺힌 거 많은 강민입니다. 위클리 LCK 저는 이 방송 자체부터 비판할 거 많다고 봅니다. 대체 롤챔스에 언제부터 단군이 비판을 하기 시작을 했죠? 단군이 롤챔스 하다가 뭐 욕먹어보기로 했어? 아니면 롤챔스 하다가 밑으로 내려오기로 했어? 그냥 아무것도 안 했잖아요. 자, 우승아 너 진짜 잘해야 돼. 네가 뭐 잘 나갈 때 잘해야지. 한순간에 훅 간다. 그나저나 롤챔스 손 놓은 지 1년도 넘은 저에게 지난주 경기 뉴스 말해달라고 하는데 나 너무 안 봤잖아. 나는 잘 몰라요. 저의 롤챔스에 대한 마지막 기억은 삼성 왕조가 진짜 판치던 그 시절뿐이에요. 그게 언제 쪽이야 도대체. 그러니까 여러분 큰 기대는 하지 마시고요. 모르는 내용 나오면 제가 정말 성의껏 조냐를 키도록 하겠습니다. 아무래도 롤챔스 팬들은 강소리보다는 차라리 조냐 키는 걸 더 좋아하셨잖아요. 그렇죠? 자, 그럼 지금부터 진정 롤챔스를 비판할 수 있는 자격이 있는 전직 롤챔스 어그로 담당 정말 피곤한 대목이다. 강민과 함께 위클리 LCK 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
나도 그냥은 안. 스베! 잠깐만요. 이거 불을 저거 3타 터지면. 이거 스베!
나 이 장면 보고 진짜 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 와, 스맵 선수 진짜 사람이? 아니 근데 스맵이 원래 이렇지가 않았는데 옛날에는 솔직히 얘기해서 내가 요즘 그 스맵한테 이런 얘기하면은 스맵 그 팬분들한테 많이 욕먹을 것 같은데 옛날에는 그렇게 상태가 좀 썩 좋지는 않았었어요. 조금 형편없었어. 상태 많이 안 좋았었거든. 야 이거 스맵 이거 왜 이러나 이럴 정도로 상태가 안 좋았는데 그건 한 1년, 2년 사이에 정말 컸네. 많이 성장했네. 이 선수가 옛날에 아이엠에 있던 진짜 어떻게 근데 이렇게 많이 성장을 하지? 보통 이제 시작부터 뭔가 좀 다른 모습 보여주면서 크게 성장하는데 이 친구는 약간 좀 약했었거든? 처음부터 등장이 괜찮았던 애가 제가 있었지, 플레인. 걔는 원래 등장부터 좀 약간 화려하긴 했었는데 그 이상을 못 찍고 있었죠? 계속 그냥 쟤는 너무 얼굴로 먹고 살아. 내려올 때가 된 것 같아. 미안하다, 호종아. 오래간만에 네 생각나서 얘기했다. 자, 현재 CJ의 탑솔러 운타라 선수가 지난주 CJ 탑솔러의 전통을 계승했습니다. 때는 지난 CJ와 KT 간의 대결. CJ 운타라 선수 아이템창에 주문 포식자가 갑자기 2개가 올라오죠. 어쨌든 CJ의 탑솔이라면 이 솔직히 좀 흔해 빠진 일이라고 볼 수 있어요. 플레임이 여기서 나오네. 오늘 내용에 있었네. 플레임 선수의 탐식의 망치를 시작으로 저때 탄식의 망치라고 많은 분들이 얘기를 했었습니다. 2013년 스프링 앤 프로스 탑솔러 샤이가 신발 2개를 사기도 했었는데 그 전통을 운타라가 계승을 했어요. 역시 운타라 선수 CJ 탑솔러로 인정하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 그리고 플레임 그리고 샤이 너네 좀 정신 차릴 때 됐다. 진짜 이제 나이만 먹을 게 아니라 정신도 같이 차려야지. 클캠이랑 얘기해보니까 샤이 좀 상태 좀 많이 안 좋아졌다고. 그리고 호종아 큰 돈 받고 저기 뭐냐 롱주 갔으면 좀 보여줘 임마! 보여주란 말이야. 성적이 그게 뭐야. 니네 좀 올라와야지. 받은 만큼 좀 하란 말이야. 부탁한다. 형이랑 좀 오래됐잖아 관계. 좋은 소식 들려와야지. 상태 안 좋다는 얘기만 들으면 되겠냐? 형 응원할 테니까 화이팅해. 화이팅! 운타라 너도 화이팅해라. 잘은 모르겠는데 너도 힘내라. CJ 힘내야지. 정석이 들어가는데. 정석이는 응원한다. 잘해야 된다.
락스타이거즈는 여차하면 진 쓸 생각을 할 것 같습니다.
애쉬예요?
애쉬를 쓰려고 저런 밴을 했네요. 그러면 네, 애쉬도 또 의미가 있습니다.
김종이 들어가고.
이제 좀 나이도 있고 해서 좀 많이 힘든 것 같은데.
해봐 원딜은 진. 원딜은 진.
그냥 확정이에요? 오케이 진. 렛츠고. 이게 진종이죠. 진종 플러스.
이제 커튼 컬 시간이다.
천천히 되면 될것 같은데? 오케이 예.
이게 뭐야?
리신 빼라 끝에 있지 않나?
리플레이로 봐야겠다. 막타!
영호야 한순간이다.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Back to Champions Spring, your MVP from Game 1 is Kuve with a pretty sick performance on the Gangplank. 2, 3, and 12 overall, but an 87% kill contribution rate.
And the biggest stat is one that's not actually on that board, Achilles. It's the CS advantage. Because, man, Flame Horizon at 25 minutes, and he only grew it from there.
Yeah, I don't think he lost Flame Horizon after that point, and he just completely shut down Hippo, making him a very ineffective poppy for the majority of that game. You can see this was the point where Hippo kind of hit that spot where he could actually be tanky, but still gets destroyed in the end of it. But there was still a very back and forth set here for Samsung, nearly losing, barely inching out ahead in these final fights that netted them the victory.
And in the big picture, they played smartly. They understood how to win. They got through the early laning phase. They built up the gold. Late game team fighting would always be on their side. But the one misstep when they went Rambo for kills after already winning an objective control or objective trade, that was the big concern.
Yeah, really big concern indeed, because Samsung is on the verge of making it into playoffs in that 5th spot. If they're going to play like that against the upper echelon of teams and champions, they are not going to win. We saw that, as I keep referencing, against SK Telecom, but this is a team that has the potential to show up to play better than their opponents, better than the Rocks Tigers even, in that set that we saw them win. But it just seems like they're having trouble getting back to that point. They're having trouble getting ahead, and a lot of that you have to question is,
Ambition not getting these more desired jungle champions in the Graves, in the Kindred that he's had so much success on.
I mean, he went greedy with the build this game despite not getting the Graves. It wasn't made to pay for it by Kongdu Monster, and no one wants to get into the playoffs and then be the first loser, just only really accomplish nothing in the course of the season. They want to believe that 5th spot means they have a chance to win it all, but Samsung need to show more than they did in Game 1 to give us any real hope of them assaulting the Rocks Tigers and making it to the final.
Yeah, if they're going to play like this and make it into playoffs, they need to be praying to the Cloud9 gods that they're able to make it through the gauntlet run and then get to that grand final against Rocks Tigers. But right now, it's just not looking convincing. It's not looking likely. So have to look to Samsung coming into this second game to try to close out much cleaner than they did in that first one, because if they can't do that, if they barely inch by Kongdu Monster of all teams, then Samsung's hopes of succeeding in playoffs, if not just making it into playoffs, are all but gone.
And let's talk about the fact they'll be on the blue side, so maybe they will get access to one of those picks, one of those champions for Ambition to really set the tone for the game. On the red side, you have to ban those priority champions. You don't want to give the Rise over another strong champion as a first pick. On blue side, you have more flexibility. So maybe this is the game where something creeps through for Ambition.
Yeah, going to be looking for that one. Of course, Nidalee making it through this time for Crush. Didn't find too much ground. Wasn't able to apply that early pressure that you come to expect from a Nidalee in the lanes. Couldn't get ahead, and Ambition started making moves around the map much earlier than his opponents did. We can see, though, the bans that came out from that one from Kongdu, Graves, Rise, Echo. The question is, what goes through this time? Does the Nidalee make it through? Can Ambition pick that up for themselves? Will the Graves make it through? These are the questions that need answers as we get ready to go into that second pick and ban phase.
Yeah, we're just waiting to load up to the lobby. Maybe some computer issues. There were some computer troubles.
Yeah, we had to actually
communicate beforehand.
Yeah, we had to swap out an entire PC, but the crew here at OGN making that swap happen very quickly, getting us back in. We got to watch that nice informative video about Samsung and see that win against Rocks Tigers.
Definitely the highlight of their season was the win over win over SKT. It was against the run and play. We were surprised by it, but Ambition had a monster performance. And maybe that's the sad thing about Samsung, is that when they win big, and it's almost always because of Ambition, because it's team fighting in the late game with strong team fighting champions like the Graves has been very impressive.
Yeah, they're almost like KT. When the jungler gets ahead, they really stomp out, or someday has to carry the rest of the team. It's one of those two things for KT, and it's looking like it's the sole thing here for Samsung with Ambition getting ahead. So if he's able to get his hands on something like this Graves, something like the Kindred that they banned away, Kongdu Monster probably not going to stand a chance. It's going to be really interesting to see what they decide to prioritize moving into the pick and ban, because we still have so many champions. This is the best thing about 6.6, is that there's so many champions moving into the meta that are so heavily prioritized by both sides, whether it's the blue or the red team, that you just don't know what to ban anymore. And people still have these pocket picks, people like Flawless with the Lee Sin, that you have to show respect to, or roll the dice and hope that you don't get stomped out by it. It just makes it so much more uncertain as to what is going to happen, and it allows for these teams like Kongdu Monster to put up fights against Samsung.
I mean, since the start of 6.6 on Wednesday last week, Rise, Echo, and Siva have really been added to ban lists.
Yeah.
That's pushing champions like Kalista, Nidalee into the pick and ban. Even though these champions have seen nerfs, they're still very, very strong. They still are dominant in certain parts of the game. So, as you mentioned, fascinating time where the pick ban phase, it feels like you're getting powerful picks in second, third rounds of the draft that you would never have got on previous patches.
Yeah, and the question is, does Riot just continue to nerf these champions that are ever so powerful and prominent in the pick and ban, or do they look to maybe adapt moving into the next split and maybe add another ban in the pick and ban? I think with as many champions as we have in the game, as we encroach on about 130 different characters, a fourth ban might be a good idea.
And look, you were talking about this off air. I understand the reasoning. Riot has always been reticent to add bans ever since they moved from 2 to 3 many years ago now. I can understand the reason that they don't. Also, you have to put into consideration the mid-year mage rework will severely change the meta if the Juggernauts are any indication. So they prefer to go with the nerfing approach, and sometimes it leads to patches like this where there's a lot of excitement because comps are put together that you just wouldn't see on previous patches. And we see lots of different identities bolstered by powerful picks on both sides.
Yes. Well, that's another interesting point, though, is like these comps coming together. A different approach, instead of maybe adding a different band, you could always swap the drafting style. We see captain's draft from a lot of different games. Just adapt that with 3 bands, and then you'll have these compositions that have to evolve during the ban phase. You can't just come and say, okay, we want to play this style. Now it comes to a point where you have to counter-ban your opponent in the middle of the whole process to stop them from getting those picks that you see, like the composition forming. You say, like, okay, you know what? They want to pick a Rise here. Now we ban away the Rise in the middle of this draft. Suddenly their composition has to shift, and you see if they're able to do that.
I mean, the depth of strategy available on Captain's Draft is very attractive, used in a lot of other MOBAs. League of Legends has always rejected it, so even though I think it would be intriguing to see, don't hold your breath, Achilles.
I won't hold my breath. But you know what I look forward to? Something that was just on that screen right there. As we take a look at the Korean casters, is going to be the Taric rework. And that's a champion that I want to see come back into the meta. We have not seen the Gem Knight for quite some time, and his return to professional play would be truly outrageous.
So what the Korean fans say is that the Taric rework looks a lot like Dongjun, one of our Korean casters.
Yeah, just over on your right.
Hilariously, though, the Western fans always talk about it looking like Monte Cristo, specifically in some of his old
when he had his long
photos,
hair from his college days and whatnot.
I mean, Monty was called Kim Monty after Kim Dongjun for a long time, so a lot of synergy between those two.
Yeah, would be. I'm excited to see what happens with that rework and whether or not they can bring him in. Because last time I remember, if Taric really was when he became a top lane bruiser and he was just destroying everything. That was around the time, I believe, that Alistar top was a priority pick as well in the LCS and across regions. So the times have changed quite a bit. We'll see what happens and how the comps are going to differ when the Gem Knight makes a return.
And the last time we saw Taric was in Season 3. It was Taric Jarvan giving your team 50 armor in an AoE.
Yeah.
That was quite powerful. That was Taric's support. His new ultimate giving AoE invulnerability. I mean, you only need to know that people will definitely heavily be experimenting with Taric if the rework goes through.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that we know about Riot, it's that they want these rework champions to go into the meta almost immediately. We've seen this time and time again. As they just change something, tweak something, and then suddenly, boom, the champion's straight back into it. Maokai being a very prime example, just that slight tune-up, but with a huge rework like Taric is probably going to get, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in the first week that he becomes available for competitive play.
Or there's Alawi, who we never see.
Well, that's what I was going to get to that, is Alawi is the one that they just can't seem to make it desirable. Sorry, Alawi. Nobody wants you and your weird tentacles floating around the rift.
No Alawi, and we will not see Alawi this series, let's be real.
Yeah, now, I wish that Rocks would have done that in their sets. It's like, you know what, we have nothing to lose, really. Let's play Alawi, but it was not so. We can see the bans coming out, though. Samsung now over onto the blue side. Going to be keeping it consistent with this Jhin and Varus. Echo to come out from Kongju Monster. They could just repeat their bans. Rise going to come out if the Graves is it. We see the Graves and the Kindred here. We'll have the exact same bans.
I think some junglers will fall through the pool, though. That's the big story. Now we know one of Kindred, Nidalee, and Graves. In fact, 2 of the 3 will be available.
Yep, not surprising, though. Forky gets banned out. Edge was really the last vestiges of hope for the side of Kongju Monster at the end of that game. Couldn't get those final 2 kills to finish out and stop the victory from Samsung. But last ban coming through, what is it going to be? It was Graves last time, and I think it has to be again. There it is.
Even though we talk about the 3-pronged threat for Ambition, the Kindred, Nidalee, and Graves. Graves is the only one with an impressive win rate. His Nidalee win rate isn't great. He actually is 1-3 on Kindred. So even though we remember that amazing carry performance over SKT, statistically, and I think over the course of a long season, the Graves is the only must-ban against Ambition.
Yeah. We can see Kongdu coming back into this one, looking like they're just going to go ahead and pick up this Nidalee yet again. Made it through the draft, and this could just put Ambition back on the Elise again. Maybe something like the Gragas could come out, but seemed like he had an interesting performance with that Elise, changing his build about midway through that, but went very much for damage early on, had a Haunting Guise in his inventory, and then shifted, got the Randuin's Omen and the Spirit Visage to go tanky, be that front line. In the end, was one of those crucial members that survived the final fight to help push in and take down the Nexus.
But even though the Elise wasn't impressive, it still worked. It wasn't punished. Crush had a lot of room with a very greedy build from Ambition. No wards put down really to speak of, and yet Crush did not find space to invade outside of failing to steal away the red buff at level 2.
Yep. See though, with that as your first picked, Hover's coming back in for the Gangplank. Could you see that one locked in? It would be really early. Oh boy. Since the Poppy was shown first, I say go for the Sivir. The GP, I don't know about this one. You know that they have an Alistar. They're going to lock it though.
Still, a lot of power in the lane. Sivir, good wave clear. Azir, good wave clear. You need to get wave clear in other lanes to buy Gangplank the chance to be pushed in, unless we see the Poppy matchup, and then they might have 3 winning lanes.
Yeah. Quite possibly. I don't know if Hippo wants to go back to that one. He had a hell of a hard time in that top side. It looks like the Maokai might be the pickup, and it will be, as well as Callista. So just going to be a repeat bot lane here. Pretty much everything going to stay the same outside of Poppy and Corki. So 3/5 will come back in here for Kwangju Monster as they snatch up that bot lane.
Samsung also getting a lot of what they showed prominence with in Game 1. Not a lot changing in the draft.
So not surprising.
Game broke, they say.
Yep. Not surprising whatsoever. So maybe the Trundle support here for the Sivir. Played the Braum last time, but no Corki on the side of Kwangju Monster this time, so you don't need to prioritize the Unbreakable for him to mitigate a lot of that poke damage. Just going to be the Nidalee throwing out the spears this time. But with this last mid lane pick, we'll see what Kwangju is going to do. Looks like this is Samsung pretty set on what they want. It will be Trundle support and Kindred in the jungle.
Will they try and go for poke? They know there's no Braum. This is a GBM special. He's hovering the Xerath. There's also the outside chance of a Jace, perhaps, if they want to go poke.
Could be Jace. He's come back into the meta. We saw the changes for him with that To the Skies getting buffed up. Now the Jarvan perhaps coming through. We were talking about this interaction early on in the set for Rox Tigers when this was picked by Kuro in Game 2. Can, in fact, use the Cataclysm to jump over the Emperor's Divide.
One of the few gap closers not repelled by that ability.
Yeah.
But it'll be a different team comp. But with Callista, they do have some semblance of team fight. We've seen this go 2-0 so far over the Azir in the Jarvan Azir matchup.
Yeah. The thing that would worry me is it would just be a lot of AD damage. You'd be very reliant on the Nidalee to output your AP damage. Looks like it's going to be LeBlanc here for Edge. He locks this one into the Azir.
Going for the skill matchup instead. Risky against Crown, who's looked good on the Azir.
Yeah.
Big issue for Kwangju now is the wave clear is certainly at a premium. This could really be a game where if Azir gets on top in mid, if Core JJ is just able to free push in the lane like he did in the previous game, 3 push lanes will be a lot of pressure and again, a lot of time for Gangplank and Azir, the same 2 solo laners, to scale into late game from a Samsung perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to have to be Crush and Edge applying more pressure in this game. We saw Crush really just not evident in that early game in Game 1, not making any moves to apply pressure with that Nidalee that he got.
Different case here. He has CC in all 3 lanes. Not Corki.
That's true.
Mid.
This is very true.
It's LeBlanc. So the chains, the targeted twisted advance, and the Alistar flash pole, all great spots. So Crush needs to snowball these lanes, or otherwise I see a pretty mirror game coming through from Samsung.
Yeah, well, if it is a mirrored game, hopefully Samsung can play it a little bit more clean this time. Because it was a very rough performance by them for sure in Game 1. But Core JJ looking much more consistent than what we've seen from him in the past on some other champions. The Sivir looking like it's a good pick for him.
And Cuvée, MVP performance on the Gangplank, looked very impressive himself.
Yep, that he did. Let's go ahead and get straight into Game 2. Samsung versus Kwangju Monster. All Alrighty. Big chant there for Samsung Galaxy.
But there was a Kongdu chant that time.
There was. That's an improvement. The Kongdu fans have come out of hiding. They said, you know what? They almost won that first game. Maybe we should speak up and voice our support.
Almost won. I don't know if that's fair.
It was pretty close. Samsung nearly threw that one away.
They made some missteps, but Kongdu definitely needs to win a couple of engagements in a row to really hopefully win it.
Sure. I'll say Edge almost won that game.
Edge almost edged it out.
He almost edged it out. So far, though, looks like we might end up with standard lanes in the bot side. Neither of these bot duos is going to be rotating up towards the top. Ward is here on the Gromp. They could try to disrupt that and maybe steal it away if this gets started up by Googer. Already some action in the mid lane here. This is what I like to see. Crown going in with Edge. Going to be trading out the damage. Ooh, actually, Edge does have that Ignite. Crown has to be careful. Has the heal as well for him, but he's already going to have to start chugging up these potions. Edge playing forward, just going to throw out one more auto attack, but Crown is going to be at the disadvantage here as he uses both of his spots in that exchange.
Yeah, Edge could have gone for the all-in. Wouldn't have had kill pressure, but could have at least forced the back. A level 1 back would be massive on Crown.
That would be, yeah. Devastating for either side.
Goes for the mathematically correct choice of just pressuring and having the pot advantage.
Well, speaking of trades, we see that bot side starting to trade out in favor of Core JJ and Wraith as Cougar takes a bit of damage, but he is an Alistar.
Hippo's role-playing, standing perfectly still as the tree.
I am just a tree. Don't mind me.
Rhymes.
Just part of the brush.
Ever so lush.
Very good. Crown, though, starting to come out on top of this. Does get Edge to use that second potion. So that'll be a nice little evening of the playing field for him.
Let's see how QV does. Remember, it was a 25-minute Flame Horizon. Now, the Maokai matchup's a bit different. Maokai doesn't need to get into barrel range to clear minions, can throw out saplings pretty happily.
Yeah.
Will itemize more naturally into regen, but wow, the early levels at least. Big HP advantage.
Oh, here we go. Crush coming into the mid lane. Crown gets locked up by the chains. Gonna go down. That's first blood going over to Crush. Nice arrival. Crown getting shut out, trying to go too hard onto Edge and gets taken down.
It's something we expected from Crush in game 1 that he never did. This time with CC in all 3 lanes. Good to see him finally being proactive.
Yeah, that is exactly what he needed to do. And needs to continue to do. Get Kongdu ahead and take us to game 3. But first blood comes through. Quite nice here from the Nidalee. Had to use the flash to get in range there, but gonna be more than happy to make that trade to get the first blood.
That's what you do when 3 lanes are trying to push up, overextend. Nidalee, powerful clear, great damage jungler, but of course when it comes to ganks but doesn't have the CC, this time no way to overlook just how much lane pressure the Nidalee has, and that should be the first of many visits to these 3 lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Ambition though, of course, just going to be continuing on a farming path through the jungle, trying to get those kindred stacks as well as he moves over to the Skittle Crab. Looks like Edge knows that this might be going down and wanders up the river. Just going to throw a pink ward, though, in that brush to spot out that kindred where he can. We'll have to see how quickly Ambition can get sated. We just have these extended trades in that bot side of the map. Hippo already going to recall. Going to come back up to this top side, falling slightly behind in CS, but picks up the second Doran's ring, so going to give him a little bit more HP, a little bit more damage to trade back against his Gangplank.
Expecting it heavily to be Catalyst, probably even Rod of Ages has been the favored Maokai build recently.
Yeah, we have seen that quite a bit. Oh, Crown. Does the chain come through? It will connect. Crown dashes away, though. And Ambition arrives just in time. Low on mana, though, so wouldn't be able to do too much work to try to get a kill. But that will dissuade further engagement onto Crown and should keep him alive for the time being.
It was actually really smart from Crown. He actually dashed after this, as the snare was about to register, right next to his teammate. No way to go in, despite the spear landing from Crush.
Yeah.
Good to see a mechanics from Crown.
Yeah. Good indeed, but still has to play cautiously. Maybe get some more vision control around the river. You can see just that one ward sitting in there. Soul and Cougar starting to push really far forward here. Have a bit of vision with that sentry moving up through the jungle. So going to try to spot Ambition should he be on the roam down. But they're keeping themselves pretty safe, it would seem. We can see it's netting a very slight CS lead here for Soul. even with pushing these lanes into the tower for Core JJ. So still getting a little bit ahead.
Inching ahead, as you said, but nothing big. Hippo also able to catch up in CS, so less likely that we're going to see a very early Flame Horizon in top lane.
Yeah. And this is still fine from Samsung. They want Ambition to be able to scale up, get that Devourer on the Kindred, start stacking it. We see just the one dagger coming through so far, not yet going to be getting to the Hurricane. Looks like we might have two junglers finding each other in the jungle here as Crush comes around. Is level 6, so Ambition's level 5. I think he's going to go ahead and back off. They see Wraith roaming up through that Tri-Brush. He will peel back.
You can see Nidalee players slow to adjust to that change. That's the second Nidalee we've seen today. Because the camp isn't rooted, by the time you get vision, it's out of pounce range, so you can't pounce over as easily unless you're already in melee range spear-wise. So Nidalee players going to have to play a bit more solo queue Nidalee to pick up to the changes.
Some work and research yet to be done here.
The hilarious thing from a Samsung's perspective is even greedier draft now that they have a Devourer jungler. They have Gangplank, Azir, and Kindred especially all incentivized to extend the laning phase. But they do have good wave clear. So that's the thing, is that because they have the wave clear, they think they have the breathing room to open up scaling from 3 lanes.
Yeah. The thing that is a little bit more scary is that they don't have as reliable of a tank early on. Wraith with this Trundle is not going to get tanky nearly as quickly as a Braum will. Can steal those stats sure with the ultimate, but could still be rough times for him. And GP, of course, we saw in that last game, not a tanky frontline whatsoever.
Nope, not at all. But Ambition looked so impressive on the Kindred last time out against SK Telecom.
Yep.
Just by effective tanking stats and invulnerability.
Oh, it's going to be a flash forward. Cannon Barrage and cut off Soul as he tries to retreat over to Gugur. Has to pop the heal. Fate's Call still available. Actually, no, he's not even level 5. Didn't realize that he didn't even get that. Wraith going forward, going to try to get this one, but uses that Q, the Pierce, to get himself over the wall. Nicely played by Soul. Holds on to the flash.
Really well thought out by Soul, as you mentioned.
Oh, Kube flashes away from that spear as Crush comes up here. Has that red buff to slow him up. Can they go for the dive here? Be really risky as he throws down the barrel. That will stop them from going any further, but this is good pressure by Kongdu. In that top side of the map, Edge now going in, gets pushed away by the Emperor's Divide. Here comes Ambition. Can he pick the right target? They pick the wrong one at first, but they go straight over on Edge, find him out. And Crown is gonna find that kill, barely living through the trade, but still comes out on top with a kill, evening things up here as far as the kill count goes. But we can see 800 gold lead here coming up from Samsung at the moment.
And at the end of the day, Crown outfoxed Edge. He had a ward in the brush, played like he didn't, and then Ambition was in the right position. Very nice collapse, excellent target selection, and crucially the kill gold goes over to Crown and accelerates the pace of the Abyssal Scepter.
Yep, you can see the Blasting Wand and the Negatron Cloak have been completed for him. Edge going for the Frost Queen's Claim, it would seem. We'll see where he wants to take that build next. Usually we see the Morello Nomicon coming out. Crush goes in though for the invade, takes out the red buff. Does get spotted by that pink, but he doesn't want to stick around to clear it out, so just going to go for that invade and go ahead and back out. So denying potential stacks here for Ambition. Good stuff here by Crush, keeping up the pressure game so far.
I actually heavily disagree with going the Frost Queen's Claim build against Azir. This has always been a matchup where if you're not massively ahead and can one-shot the Azir, you're going to take trade damage. It's so predictable that you go in for the Mimic, back to your Shadow, and there goes the Sand Souls. You take a big damage trade with such low magic resist. I feel like the damage trades are going to be really going over to the side of Azir rather than LeBlanc because of the itemization.
Yeah, I have to agree. We can see a fast first Dragon coming in though. Ren stacks there. No hope of a seal in sight as Wraith cannot deal any damage over the wall. Wow, this Dragon is really dedicated to just resetting and annoying the hell out of Kongdu.
So what happened was that Wraith put down a Trundle pillar that stopped the Dragon from fully resetting, so it was just healing itself like a centimeter away.
Oh, here we go. Hippo flashing away. We'll get out of the Cannon Barrage. Ambition arriving though. Have the Lambs Respite available. Should they want to dive this? Looks like they will. Twisted Advance comes down. Ambition taking this one up. Throws down the Lambs Respite just in time. Hippo sticking around it as well. Can they finish him off? The barrel is there, but Hippo melee attacks to kill it, and they cannot get the kill. They get the flash out of him, but the Lambs Respite and the Cannon Barrage go down.
Hippo played that really smartly. Another good play. First it was Soul in the bottom lane, now Hippo in top. The fact they're not giving away that extra gold and potentially lane snowball bodes well for Kongdu.
That it does. But slight gold lead at 10 minutes. Not boding nearly as well, but that 6% from the Dragon buff is going to start stacking up as they get these items in. You can see this time Soul making the adaptation to pick up the call, happy to farm up against the Sivir, and we're not going to see that match by Core JJ.
While the true gold lead is 900, the implied gold lead of a team with Gangplank and Devour Kindred being ahead in the early game is much more than the gold necessarily reflects.
Yeah, that is very true. Very good point. Now Crush just paying more visits to this mid lane, going to be sweeping out some vision this time. Crown intelligently picking that up to try to keep himself safe, and will stop what would have been a gank coming through yet again. We can see he is starting to stretch a little bit of a lead after getting that kill over Edge. About 12 up at the moment, crashing that wave into the tower. We'll see if Edge is able to pick up too much. Meanwhile, on the bot side, On the Hunt does get popped. Killer comes down to try to block Soul off. Does have the flash available. The TP going to be coming through from Hippo. Not going to be matched by Kube for quite some time.
No
Big Skull
respite.
pops him up. No Lamb's Respite, as you said. Ambition goes down now. Core JJ looking like he's in a bad spot. Kube really far forward in the thick of 4 members. Crown on the roam down. Can he make something happen here? Throws out the Emperor's Divide. Going to pick Cougar into the wall, who has to flash out for the Pulverize. Trying to CC them as best as he can. Crown going to go down actually to the Ren here from Soul as they try to get onto Wraith. They can't get enough stacks into him to rend him out for the kill, but Kongdu Monster coming out with 2 kills, not losing anybody, and probably netting themselves a tower off of that play.
Kongdu Monster looking to be a big spoiler going into playoffs for Samsung if they pick up 1 win. All that Afrika will have to do is to beat CJ Entus in their series next tomorrow.
Yeah. We can see from historically how it's been going, it's very likely that Afrika will get that win. We'll take another look at this engage though. Overzealousness from Samsung.
Absolutely, they just didn't respect the Kalista at all. Samsung, they come in with a teleport, but it's teleport Gangplank. He has so much less immediate presence than a Maokai when you make those teleport plays. Soul plays this fight so smart, flashing away from the Azir, opened up space. Crown just ends up taking 8 different auto attacks and gets rendered down, and in general, vastly outplayed in the team fight with Samsung.
Absolutely, we can see that nets Kongdu a bit of a lead because they just turn it right on its head. Up by about 800 now with that Dragon stacking in their pocket as well. First turret really going to be the bulk of that gold lead, however. But solid plays coming in from these guys. Cuvée really late to match that teleport.
It was the second game in a row with an unforced error. They were scaling up. They had a gold advantage despite having the later game power spike in comp. Devour Kindred because it's been in her jungle, farming up, but instead Ambition gets too overeager, tries to fight with no Lamb's Respite, and well punished by Kongdu Monster.
Never try to fight without Lamb's Respite.
Only in unintentional rhymes today.
Yeah, that should be the mantra for Kindred players.
Might just go so differently if...
Oh, here we go, trying again. Cougar is here, goes on to Core JJ. Nice spell shield will mitigate the pulver, or the headbutt here. So still taking a lot of damage from Wraith as he's trying to kite back. Pulverize comes through, so Wraith gets knocked up in the air. No one from either team ready to collapse, so just an interesting engage there. Maybe thinking that Cougar wasn't nearly as close as he was. No summoner spells from Soul, but it doesn't even matter, still gets out alive.
Weird to see Core JJ popping the ult and going aggressive. It's very difficult to win extended trades against a Kalista. You really want to burst her down with some targeted CC because, again, the Ren sets are real and extended trades almost always go over to the side of Kalista.
Yeah. As we saw in that fight. But we go back to the farming game starring Gangplank.
But this game at least co-starring him.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Keeping up, closer than he did in that first game, but we can see he's going to be going for armor early on here. As that chain vest as well as the glacial shroud in his inventory.
And Frozen Heart itemizes you against 3 people. Azir is an attack speed-based mage, so very, very satisfying purchase from a Maokai perspective.
Yeah, very strong pickup for him. Not going for the Rod of Ages.
Sad days.
Well, not necessarily if you're Kongdu, who are applying really good pressure on the map. Look at Soul just bouncing around here. Cougar on the backside of this turret, just keeping Core JJ away. This is just going to be a tier 2 tower for South by Kongdu. Keeping up the pressure and just getting these objectives.
Samsung nowhere to be seen. Crown takes a nice burst, returning to the Frozen Heart rush. Rod of Ages, needs sacking time. It does delay the game a bit. Immediate power spikes like Frozen Heart, again, against the delayed power spikes, all across the board on Samsung does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's making a little bit of an adaptation. Could be going for the Sunfire Cape. Ooh, we're going to be taking a bit of damage here from Ambition. Soul nearby to use the Fate's Call, and he will do so. Drags the Minotaur to safety, throws him over the wall.
Happy times for Alistair.
Very happy times, and happy times for Kongdu Monster as a team, as we can see the second Dragon started up, and Samsung are here to try to contest this, but there's little hope of a steal when there's a Callista Rend in tow, and we can see this is not going to be contested. The TP coming in the back, however, from Hippo. Can he catch Court? JJ throws out the sapling on the hunt, gonna get popped, goes straight onto Ambition, who flashes away. We'll take that Javelin. Here comes Crush over the wall. Lambs with Spike, gonna have to go down. The Cannon Barrage is here. Actually, the heal comes out from Court. JJ keeping him alive, but a nice help. Headbutt Pulverize, locks in Ambition. He can't use the Lambs with Spike, and he goes down. Emperor's Divide just trying to push them away as Edge joins the fight, and Kongdu, yet again, netting an objective and a kill, and Samsung cannot answer for it.
It looked really optimistic to go for such a deep teleport play from Maokai. No home guards, of course. It's still only 16 minutes, but they pay it off. Ambition once again caught. This time has Lamb's Respite. Doesn't use it for a second fight in a row, and is punished.
Punished indeed. Kongdu Monster starting to run away with a lead here. 3,000 gold up over Samsung, just 17 minutes into this game.
It's worth
Kongdu, where was this play earlier on in the season?
So this again, Ambition caught out, doesn't use Lamb's Respite, still doesn't use Lamb's Respite. And almost taking an Alistair perspective and trying to hold it to the last second. You can understand why, but it's just easily punished because the layering of the CC is very smart from Guga.
Absolutely. It was just beautifully layered, followed up by that Javelin from the Nidalee to just confirm the kill and stop him from throwing down the life-saving ultimate. Even if he had that with the turret down, you have to wonder if Ambition would have been able to get out alive, or if he would have just gotten picked off all the same.
It's important to remember before we go overboard in complimenting Kongdu that this comp is expected to win in the early game compared to Samsung's. We'd expect them to be about this gold lead ahead in an even game, just from pressure, just from the lane matchups they've picked into. Samsung's comp is very powerful in the late game, so while we'll give a pass mark to Kongdu, and it's good to see them make proactive plays, this game is by no means over.
Oh, definitely not. We can see Samsung not resting on defeat, going to go ahead and make some moves of their own, trying to get some objectives. Looks like they might trade towers. This bot tier 1 for the top, which would still give an innate lead over the Kongdu Monster, but making moves all the same, finally picking up some objectives and opening up pressure on the map. Looks like we might have a race here for these tier 2s. We'll see if Kube is able to hold on.
Samsung have double AD and Sivir crucially with excellent turret damage, so they will lose the trade.
Yeah, he's about to have the Cannon Barrage as well. Throws it out to try to clear the minion wave. And Kongdu are not going to be able to stick around, I don't think. No, they will. Heal coming out from Crush, giving that adrenaline boost to Soul, increasing the attack speed. They trade out the tower, and Kongdu is still going to come out ahead. Now 3 towers up.
Excellent use of the Rift Herald. That's the reason why they opted into it. Okay, they don't have the Sivir, but the Rift Herald is the ultimate equalizer in that case.
Very good point.
No way for Gangplank to stop the push. So once again, this has been the story. Kongdu Monster trading up. This is not something they've been able to do with any regularity this season. Great to see them do it here.
Yeah. And we can see Edge has finished the Morellonomicon, so didn't get punished further after that first death of his, by going the route of the Frost Queen's claim.
This is definitely very high cooldown reduction, very high ability power, 40% already observed. So in extended fights, definitely going to see the benefits of the build he's gone for.
Absolutely. Ambition falling behind Crush as well in CS, which does not bode well for Kindred, who's trying to stack that Devourer as quickly as possible. We're nearing 20 minutes here in just 10 seconds. And he's at 20 marks, so it's going to be quite some time before he's able to finish out this Devourer. No kills, no Rift Herald, which would have netted him an extra 2 stacks. So Ambition falling behind this Nidalee.
And this 5,000 or 4,500 gold is reflected in completed item purchases on the side of Kongdu. A lot of 2-item power spikes already observed.
Yeah.
And Samsung still in the building block phase. So Kongdu need to keep up the pressure that they've definitely got in terms of items.
Yeah, going to be a really tanky Nidalee as well. As you can see, Rod of Ages was completed by Crush. Double items for Soul with that Blade of the Rune King and Hurricane completed. And now the Frozen Heart coming out for Hippo all the same. As he completes the Swift, he's trying to stay on top of the members of Samsung as much as he possibly can.
outside chance of the Iceborne Gauntlet, but usually that's only in a very trade-heavy top lane. You don't really want to be taking trades against a Gangplank.
Yeah, the Frozen Heart is just so well itemized against this team of Samsung, as you were talking about earlier. Cougar, though, getting engaged on. Face Call, of course, is there to keep him alive. So, Samsung not going to be able to find too much. Ambition taking a lot of damage. Already pops the Lambs Respite just for fear of the damage from the LeBlanc.
Well, he at least learned 2 fights in a row. Was far too slow on it, so...
Yeah, use it rather than not and get popped.
Somewhere in the middle is what he's going to be shooting for next time.
Yep.
Definitely a fool me once, fool me twice scenario. Looking good. 3rd Dragon. Remember, they have the first 2, so...
Yeah. Could be a very fast stack up. And look at that damage still here from Edge onto Crown, despite the Abyssal Scepter not mitigating enough. Now maybe a collapse onto Kube, who's on the run, has that movement speed increase from these barrels to try to get him to safety, but Soul's coming through. Could just rend him for the slow. There's no tower. Here comes Edge. Can he get the chain? He could always cleanse this off with the orange. Dashes in, throws down the damage. Kube jukes it out, burns the flash, and still goes down. Soul finishing him out. And this is looking like Kongdu Monster might just be able to finish out this game with relative ease. Stretching that gold lead, do lose the tier 1 tower, but they're still up significantly. Hippo coming in onto Ambition, locks him up. No Lamb's Respite, nowhere to go. He's going to go down. It's Crush finding the kill. That Burst Divide comes out from Crown just to try to keep himself alive, but here comes Edge. The Ignite through, gets the Sigil. Can they follow up the damage? Cannot get it. Flashes away from the Javelin. Now it's Core JJ who's in damage, or in danger of damage here. He's in damage. Flashes and heals on the hunt popped, and Samsung really just scrambling. Yeah, 22-minute Baron. Wraith, the only one nearby. Cord JJ on the roam back up, but it would certainly be a death sentence. Pulverize on the Wraith, boots him in. He goes down. Kube here trying to make something happen. Throws out the camera rush, doing a lot of damage onto Soul. Has to use the heal to try to keep him up. This could be the hero play from Kube. Baron goes down. Cougar, Fate's Call comes out. Should save it. They throw him back in. That was a little bit questionable, but Kube not going to be able to find any kills, so 5 members taking out the Baron at not even the 23-minute mark here from Kongdu Monster, and they are 6,000 gold up.
I really like the assertive Baron play. Now, the assertive re-entry with the Fate's Call, that was a bit questionable.
Yeah, I thought the parlay was going to come out and just pop Cougar, but...
Summon a spell, heal was popped as well. Kongdu do not want to give away this dragon, so they're coming towards it, but it's going to be taken down first by Samsung.
They do at least take away the potential 5th dragon here, or at least delay it away from Kongdu Monster, but 5 members with Baron and Toe. We can see the push coming in already onto this mid lane. It's going to take a hell of a play from Samsung to get themselves back in this game.
And this is the only scenario where Kongdu can have any semblance of siege. Remember, the wave clear advantage on Samsung is massive. Only LeBlanc and Kalista for wave clear certainly pales in comparison as they're looking for a
pick onto Wraith, taking a lot of damage. Look at that Ren, almost taking him out. Barely has any HP. Now Edge joining Fraze, distorts over that wall, but not going to be able to find the follow-up with a Mimic. Could just be more extended pressure into this mid lane as Hippo is pushing out the top side.
Out of Hippo, bringing up a minion wave for them to transition to. Should be no way for Samsung to hold on to the outer mid lane turret. But for now, it still lives. Finally getting into it. Yep, smart for Samsung to see this, but it'll grow the gold lead.
Yeah, you can't fight this.
10,000.
It's not worth the tier 1 to fight. The tier 2, maybe you try to contest this with your wave clear, but even so, you can see the damage coming through. Edge takes a bit, but Nidalee's there to help sustain him up. Hold on to it for the time being, but Samsung just have to put their head between their heels and hold on for dear life as long as they possibly can. Try to wait for this Baron buff to expire.
Africa Freaks
still continuing that push.
They're the big team watching this game, willing on Kongdu Monster. A win for Kongdu makes the Africa Freaks jobs so much easier.
Yeah, we heard the chants in the audience for Kongdu Monster, but the Freaks are definitely the biggest fans of Kongdu at the moment. You see the Javelin coming through, really hurting Crown. Gonna have to send him packing back to the base. Kongdu Monster just setting up a camp in this mid lane, happy to continually just chip away at this tower. Anything they get off of this Baron buff is just a major advantage that they pick up as they continue to stretch that gold lead. This will be their 6th tower going down.
Comes the minion wave. Nothing Samsung can do. That's 3 turrets now with the Baron buff. Nice play from Kongdu.
Yeah. And you know, this isn't something that we see from champions, but sometimes we see it in other regions, especially in Challenger. Sometimes it's advantageous just to go ahead and surrender away the game. and just focus on the third. I know it's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen from Samsung. There still is a semblance of a chance that they could come back in this one, but it's just looking so faint.
There's no white flags when this is the game that really cements your playoff status. Not 100%, but the best shot you're going to get.
Yeah, it's pretty damn
You've
close.
got Gangplank, you've got late game Azir, Siva, and the Kindred. So you have a lot of late game power. If you're Samsung, you definitely want to dig in your heels and pull it late. Only 26 minutes in. 56 minutes, the goal gets a lot closer to even. Good times for Samsung.
I don't know. At the moment, I just don't see it happening. But there could be that Hail Mary play that finds them the victory that they so desperately need. 8,000 gold up, though, is Kongdu Monster here at 26.5 minutes. 4 towers of an advantage here as well for KDM.
Crush has gone the most tanky Nidalee build possible. Rod of Ages into Rylai's.
Yeah.
Wants to frontline and have at least some slows to go along with nice damage.
Yep, you can see Fate's Call getting used. Flash, Pulverize, they knock Ambition in. Lamb's Respite does come down, but can he get out of this one alive? I don't think it's very likely. Emperor's Divide comes through, but it's not enough to keep the Lamb alive. He goes down. And Soul finds the kill, and Kongju Monster just continue the slaughter toward the base here of Samsung.
Now the wave clear is still alive from Samsung.
Yeah, no Baron-powered minions, so the wave clear will be very powerful.
Yeah, no way to break the base.
We can see Hippo splitting on the bot side, has the teleport available, should a fight break out around this mid lane, so they're just going to continue this poke and siege up in this mid side.
They've got all the easy turrets though, Achilleos. Breaking the base is going to require a big turret dive.
Yeah.
That for now they don't want to pull the trigger on.
Could just be the wait for the next Baron. Could see another Dragon fight break out here. Or a Dragon fight breakout. So it's going to be spawning in a minute and a half. Baron to follow 30 seconds later, just about. And Kongdu Monster in such a strong position to be able to take both of those objectives. There is 5 wards, now 6 with that pink going down on the map for Samsung. And we can see that their side of the jungle is just lit up for Kongdu Monster. They can see every single move that Samsung is making.
Still need to push some pinks in. There's actually only 1 pink ward on the map from Kongdu, so
yeah,
pushing a pink ward line. They've got 2 in the inventory, so they'll go on to do that.
Yeah, lastable vision is definitely something Kongdu needs, but as far as forward and deep vision, they have a plethora of that at the moment.
Edge is looking very powerful. Got all the penetration items, working on a death cap as well. Got through the laning phase with a greedy item build, and now it's definitely benefiting him.
Absolutely. Edge going to continue this push in the bot side. You can see the Rabbidan's death cap getting ready to come out from him. Void Staff already completed. Looking like a very scary LeBlanc. Even if you block one of the spells with your spell shield, if you're Core JJ, you're still probably going to get popped. And look at this build from Soul. Phantom Dancer picked up here as the 3rd completed item.
Yeah, Phantom Dancer into, I guess, more of the Mount Mortius, so going for very much the Battle Kindred, a Battle Callista build.
Yeah, finished off with a Sterix Gauge, perhaps. The Never Die build.
The I don't want to be popped by a Gangplank barrel build.
Yeah, which is a very good build to have. You can see, though, no answer going to come out from Samsung as this 3rd Dragon will be taken for Kongdu Monster. 4th overall. And now Baron spawning in 15 seconds. That's going to be the real decider of this game, is whether or not Samsung are going to find their way back in, or if they're just going to get almost completely shut out.
And I really want to go in on the build from the Callista, because we don't always see this build, but I think it's very situational. If you have one of the comps that peels around Callista very well, say an Azir in the mid lane, also a tank top, the likes of a Kindred, you can go a more full damage build. But when you're in a game like this where Kongdu want to use all their CC for aggressive catches, they're not looking to peel for the Kindred at all. Go this build, allow Kindred to basically copy Siva and fight with her tank line, because she's so inherently tanky and will keep fighting even if she observes a little bit of burst.
Yeah. See where he wants to finish out. We can see the Maul does get completed right there. Hippo still falling behind on the CS, but still a very tanky Maokai. As you saw, still delaying that Frozen Heart. Went for the Spirit Visage first and got the bonus little buy there for his Swifties as well.
Kongdu setting up around a 2nd Baron. The first one was what really blew the game open for them.
Oh, trying to get a pick on a Wraith. He will be able to sprint away, but has to use the flash as well. Hippo now sitting in the base, looking for some kind of TP flank. The wards have waned a little bit in the jungle. There's Pink standing and a few in that top side of the jungle of Samsung that he could go to, but looks like he's just going to wander on back down to that bottom side and continue pushing that wave. Maybe allow for some pressure for Kongdu to go ahead and engage on the Baron.
He really wants to draw a Gangplank into the bottom lane to make sure the Gangplank can't set up the barrels and has to match TPs with a Maokai who's so much more reliable in that scenario. Moving the Cuvée shows in bot, and we're ready to go.
Here comes Edge. Emperor's Divide already out. Cuvée taking a lot of damage. It's a major cooldown burn just for Edge to walk forward. Crown getting a little too antsy and really fearing the damage that this LeBlanc can now put.
See Hippo backing. Wants that teleport play.
Wants that TP play, indeed. One ward thrown into the pit. Wraith taking so much that Chain not going to connect as he distorts back. But Edge barely going to take any damage in that trade. And a barrage going to have to be thrown out here by Cuvée momentarily as we can see the TP coming through. Hippo holding on to his so far. And a barrage gets thrown out. It's going to be TP straight into the middle of Samsung as he follows one through. Google goes in with the face call. Pops up Crown, who gets locked down and bursted out. The Lambster Spike coming in all too late to save his life. Hippo going in, gets the twisted advance onto Core JJ, chasing him deep off of the flash. Pops him. That's going to be Ambition going down. Cuvée to follow. Wraith, the only one alive, hightailing it into the jungle of Kongdu Monster, and they might have just won this game. 40 seconds on the death timers here. Kongdu Monster going to force their way straight into the base of Samsung.
This is such an insane upset, Achilles. We penciled in a 2-0 win for Kongdu Monster, but Afrika, if only we had a cam on them right now, the smiles will be wide as can be, because honestly, Samsung might not even win the series.
Yeah, this is looking so devastating for Samsung. Even just losing the one game is tough for them, but losing the set to Kongdu puts the nail in the coffin just about here for them and their playoff hopes. But just like that, in 32 minutes, just about 33 minutes, Kongdu Monster take down Samsung in a near shutout.
Their 18th series of the split, the second game of it, Kongdu Monster easily put out their best performance of the year. Controlled, smart. They bought smart items early, things like Sunfire instead of the Rod of Ages on Maokai. They went for the immediate power spikes, they grouped and fought around them, and Samsung, the greedy draft, came back to her foot the second time around.
Yeah, what a hell of a performance from Kongdu Monster. And this was with Ambition getting one of his desired picks in the jungle, just couldn't create the pressure necessary. And you have to wonder, maybe they should have gone for the Nidalee first pick rather than prioritizing the Azir, because Crown did almost nothing in that game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Achilles. It was a really great performance from Kongdu with such a hard comp to execute. Didn't have a lot of wave clear. If they ever fell behind, the game would have probably been iced by Samsung. But they took their chances. They were assertive, specifically around their first Baron. And that first Baron was what really blew open the game.
Yeah, and now with that loss, Samsung, if they can close out the series, have to rely on a 2-1 for Afrika or a loss. It's got to be a loss, actually. We'll see what happens when we come back for Game 3, Kongdu versus Samsung.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Welcome back. Your MVP is Edge. No surprise, this guy had immense pressure in lane. Didn't really reflect it in the stats. I mean, 3-1-4 is not too bad. The 58% kill distribution, not the biggest that we've seen tonight, but he made some really game-breaking plays. And more importantly, scared the hell out of the members of Samsung and stopped them from going in for a lot of engages.
And the thing you have to return to is that they lost Victor LeBlanc to dominate mid lane. He needed lane pressure. If not, they would have had no wave clear. They would have been overwhelmed by the late game scaling of Samsung. But he did his job. He got lane control. He consistently had kill pressure. He went for a greedy build with the Frost Queen's Claim Rush, but made it work. And that's the thing you have to say. Edge, he went for the ballsy decision when it came to mid lane matchups, but he took it, he ran with it, and Kongdu Monster, out of nowhere, picked up a very unlikely victory.
Yeah, he definitely owned that pick and really helped this team find a victory where we thought that it was impossible. Samsung not looking like the team that we have seen in the past, faltering heavily here against what has statistically been the worst team in Champions this spring. Kongdu showing a breath of life that is just all but too late for their own playoff hopes, but they can at least snuff out that of Samsung's if they do secure this victory, pretty much.
Definitely too late for playoff hopes, but they're going to have their own playoffs to play in. They're going to be in the relegation playoffs, likely against MVP, this org that has dominated the challenger scene with Ever falling away to some degree in second and sometimes third spot. It's a good time to show something because they're going to need confidence to be able to beat MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. This would be a great bolster of confidence. We can see, though, Kongdu back over onto the blue side. Had a bit of a back-and-forth game in Game 1 when they were on this. We'll have to see what's going to happen here with a pick ban, because honestly, I don't think Kongdu needs to change much. They banned pretty much similar things. Yeah, they banned exactly the same things in the first and second games. Probably don't need to change up too much, and we can see that's going to hold true with Graves coming out first. Jin going to follow.
They're on the blue side, so they have the flexibility of going for these targeted bans. So how many ambition bans will there be this time?
That's a good question. So far,
one only.
It's going to be
the big one, though, the Graves.
Yeah, it's got to be the Graves. But so far, keeping it the same. We'll see if Rise is going to be the final ban, and it is. So now eyes over onto Samsung. What did they do? They banned away Corki in the last game, kept the Jin and the Varus.
They desperately want to pick up Nidalee.
Ooh, it's going to be the Callista, but this could open up the Corki for the side of Samsung if they lock Nidalee in the first rotation.
I think they just want to keep Ambition away from the Nidalee. It's one of his legacy champions. He was an amazing mid-lane Nidalee player years ago.
Yeah.
So taking away the highest pressure jungler, forcing him back on the Kindred, that again, I believe is now 1-4 on the season.
Yeah. I miss the days of Nidalee.
Do you really?
Oh, it was.
Do you miss the days of a
please
skill
don't do
shot
this.
coming out of the?
Please don't do this.
Out of the dark part of the map, doing 1500 damage.
Okay, here we go. They lock the Azir and the Alistar. Does Kongdu just take the Corki like they did in Game 1 and have Edge body the hell out of everybody?
Well, they didn't win that game.
They didn't win that game, but it was pretty tight-knit at some points. But after Kongdu coming off of that victory, you gotta imagine that they have the momentum working on their side.
You take Sivir here if you're Kongdu Monster. You need some wave clear.
Take Corki Sivir.
Corki Sivir will be fine. Sivir and another champion, then last rotation LeBlanc would make a semblance of sense. I think you really, really want the Sivir if you're going to go for the LeBlanc. Otherwise, Lissandra, more for team comp than lane, is a possibility as well.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, Corki into the Azir. He's got some good poke, but after Crown's performance on Azir in that last game, I wouldn't be too scared of it.
I mean, you take Sivir, remember.
Sure,
Kalista is banned. Kalista and Jhin are both banned. Sivir is by far the best AD carry available. It's going to force Core JJ on Lucian, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah. Which is fine. That's a champion that he is comfortable on. And you can see the lock-in will come in quite quickly here for Core JJ. Alistar, Lucian going to be the bot lane. And Elise going to be the repeat jungler, so this is what we saw from Ambition in Game 1.
I think you do the LeBlanc again. You play with your flares up, LeBlanc or Jarvan. This time you have the Sivir for wave clear, so there's not lose the early game, lose the game potential. If you have Sivir for wave clear, I think you go for an Assassin. It worked for you really well in Game 2.
Yeah. Big question is, what do they pick up for Kuve? Played Gangplank twice in a row. Did not work out in this game, in that second game whatsoever. I think you want to go for something a little bit more frontline here for the team to really enable that Lucian and that Azir. Could go for something, I guess, a bit more aggressive because Elise can get tanky. We saw Ambition play a very tanky Elise. But here we go. We might have another Jarvan, our second Jarvan the fourth of the day, third in Champions in the mid lane.
This time you'd have Maokai and Elise, so some semblance of magic damage.
But if you're Edge, I think the LeBlanc just makes too much sense. You played it well into the Azir in that second game, and it will be the pickup. Rom to follow as the last pick here for Kongdu Monster in that bot lane.
And you go Poppy this time. You don't go for the Gangplank a third game in a row. You go for the earlier power spike. Cube's best champion this season has been Poppy, so I like that adaptation. And this time, we've got a really interesting draft. I like what Kongdu Monster have done in the context of what they did in Game 2. This is a great draft for them. The question mark is Ambition. If Ambition can have a big performance on Elise, get his lanes ahead, we won't see a reset of what happened in Game 2.
Yeah. But we saw Crush not doing anything on Italy in Game 1, coming out in Game 2, out the gate, just going for those ganks, constantly applying pressure on the Crown of that mid lane. If
That's
you
why
do that again.
That's why I like the Sivir in the second rotation, is it opens up the LeBlanc again. LeBlanc has CC, Maokai has CC. Once again, much more reliable to get the ganks off in games 2 and 3 when you have CC in the lanes.
Yeah, CC in the bot lane as well with Rom. You get those concussive blows. Sivir's going to proc really quickly. This is a very strong draft from Kongdu Monster.
Season on the line for Samsung. If they lose here, and Africa wins one game tomorrow, doesn't even matter if they lose the series 2-1, the one game, Africa are in the playoffs.
Yep. A lot of pressure here for Samsung. Do or die time. Have to net this win. Where they're effectively out of playoffs. The likelihood of them making it in,
if you
with
lose
the scenario
to Monster in your last match, you don't deserve to go to playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. You should not be in playoffs. So, very questionable from Samsung so far. Going to have to redeem themselves as we move into this third game. Everything on the line for these guys if they want to go to playoffs and face the rest of the teams here. Game 3, let's get right into it. Samsung versus Kongdu, everything on the line.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
And I'd say we're at a 50-50 now with that audience chant. Kongdu picking up some fans here in Jeonju.
And with a performance like that in Game 2, they deserve to. The Game 1, they had no chance. They played decently, specifically Edge on the Corki, looked excellent. And then on the LeBlanc, took a step up and looked supreme, won the MVP. Can he crown this particular series as, yes, he's against crowns, that's an awkward thing to say. But can he crown this series with what would maybe be a career-defining set for him?
It's quite possible after what we saw from him in that last game. If you guys missed out on that second set, Kongdu had a very convincing victory over Samsung, who never really had any ground whatsoever in that match. Now Kongdu looking to probably have one of the biggest upsets that I've seen potentially so far in my career here at Champions.
Next to Spenu 2-0ing Longju a couple of weeks ago.
I don't consider that much of an upset. Longju hasn't been doing so well, and Samsung was at least in playoff contention. Longju it was a far cry from them. This is much more on the line, and this is also a team that wasn't showing improvement, whereas Spenu was showing a hell of a lot of it in the recent weeks.
I think that's fair, but also harsh, given that Longju did have a realistic chance at making playoffs. Should have been able to book the 2-0 win, but ended up just losing 2-0 and basically losing any true hope of making champion. This is interesting. So Ambition actually entered lane super early.
Yeah, playing with Kuve.
Just try and push up.
Yep, just gonna back off, and now we can see the Maokai retreating in to help Crush out as Wraith is trying to harass the hell out of him, but he's not gonna be able to take away this blue buff, of course. Does he get any of those minions? No, he's not, and now Wraith getting caught out. Gonna have to flash the wall. If he had missed that, that would have been devastating. He does get out, but again, that's big summoner spell burned out here. Whereas Cougar is having a much better time. Looks like he did take away one of the blue sentinels.
Really intriguing to see Ambition take the first camp, then go into lane to help the push, knowing it was a lane swap, trying to get Poppy a little bit of extra experience. We have not seen that in the lane swap game, but that was all centered around getting Poppy a bit extra.
See, Crush gonna be sticking it out in the jungle, has the blue buff so he can spam those heals on himself, smite the red buff for a heal as well. And with Hippo arriving, he's quite safe as he goes through those Raptors, so we'll be able to make a relatively quick and safe rotation through his side of the jungle.
Let's just watch this particular trade, because basically Samsung pushed out an early wave, and then of course, because they showed in bot, we're always going to be delayed meeting the eventual group in top lane. So interesting to see who gets the benefit in turret taking speed, given that one wave was pushed up that wasn't expected to be, versus multiple members getting to that top lane turret later.
Yeah. Both of these AD carries are going to be quite adept at taking down the towers early on. The ricochet resets for Soul. Core JJ, of course, with the double tap passive, will be able to make pretty quick work of this. Kuve messes it up a little bit. Messes it up pretty badly. Does not get it, and the shield doesn't take it down either. So this is going to be a really delayed take here for Kuve as he's trying to bounce. Going to try and have to bounce this tower, but I don't think it's going to work out. This is a really big tempo swing for Kongdu.
Well, Kuve messed that up real bad.
Yeah, that is not a good look if you're Samsung. And Ambition has to arrive, says, you know what, let's finally kill this thing. I will correct your mistakes.
But the lane's basically in disarray. No way to get the reverse bounce they were looking for.
Yeah. So now Gugar and Soul going to roam up to this top side, knowing that this is going to be in their favor.
And if that is not an illustration of anything, Achilles, that's the nerves of playing in a match with everything on the line. You don't make those sort of mistakes in scrims, let alone on the stage. But when your season's basically as finely poised as it is right now for Samsung, you make mistakes that you just didn't realize there was scope to be made in this series.
Yeah. See Edge going in for a bit of a trade here on a Crown. Jamie will connect, but he's taking a bit of damage. Still trade relatively evenly at the end of this, it would seem. Potions being chugged up and keeping the CS pretty close as well, but this wave is coming in for Crown, so that could give him a good stretch of a lead if he can get those underneath the tower. Wave comes in though. We'll have to hold these in mid, but you can see the Sand Soldiers are doing some work, so he'll be able to pick those up.
Let's hope there's no repeat of the bad bouncing. Let's see, Poppy's going to enter lane first in bot lane.
All right, Kuve. We saw you mess this up the first time. We won't let you do it again. Passive gets popped though onto Edge as he goes ahead and retreats back. This will be his first recall. We'll see what route he wants to go. He went with the Frost Queen's claim in last game, which was interesting, but it wasn't really punished. And then he was able to get the Morellonomicon.
If you can get away with going gold per 10, a snowball item effectively,
yeah,
you do it, but
absolutely,
it should be heavily punished by the comp. And now that we have Ambition on a magic damage jungler, I think you have to go Abyssal Scepter, because any semblance of CC hits from Elise, and you're dead if you don't build magic resist as LeBlanc.
Pretty much. Towers get swapped out yet again. Tier 1s, the top side for Samsung, and the Tier 1 bot for Kongdu. And that will just result in a Rift Herald and Dragon trade. So we're going back to much more standard trades here. The difference being the gold differential in favor of Gyeongju Monster at the moment, but it's going to equalize right there.
The evolving story has been the value of Rift Herald going up, with teams playing smartly around the pushing capabilities it gives you. So Civ and Italy duo, if they enter a lane, should have a significant advantage pushing an inner turret compared to what Samsung can muster.
Yeah. So far, though, we see the Caulfield's Warhammer coming in for Soul, and really early Swifties for Court JJ has that call. That's really going to be the only damage contributing item that he has outside of the Doran's Blade from the level 1. So prioritizing that quick movement through these skirmishes.
So what this tells you, it's an interesting time, because when we saw Swiftness Boots in our first series, it was about keeping all the recalls, rapid recalls that specifically Ash was doing from the Rocks Tigers to match and match the 2v2, to force 2v2 lanes.
Yeah.
The reason why in this time Core JJ's gone for Swiftness Boots after both turrets have fallen is literally because he's going to be farming in long lanes, because he's not just farming in mid lane like other AD carries sometimes get to. He just wants to be able to get away from ganks with sheer movement speed. Yep. So it's defensive choice of the Swiftness Boots.
Probably a good one, because we've seen Core JJ overextended and giving up kills from time to time. The enhanced movement speed should help him out quite a bit. We can see both these mid laners, though, are going to be going for the Abyssal Scepter's first item. Doran's Ring up for Crown, but it will be a refillable potion for Edge as he looks for a little bit more sustain through these trades. Could see the ring come through. Not sure if he wants to pick up the Dark Seal or not, but is an innate possibility, I suppose.
And we're seeing extended laning despite there being no turrets on the top side. Edge.
Yeah,
this is the chains,
for a trade, yeah. Misses the chains, but still gets a decent trade. Will come out slightly ahead in that one. Crown does get the passive proc to deal a little bit of damage on the backside of that one.
Another reason that Lucian's priced into Swiftness Boots is against Sivir. So even though Sivir has no boots, of course, the on the hunt will give him the movement speed.
Oh wow, Soul eating a big calling. Has to pop on the hunt. Cougar arriving just in time. Flash held on to, had to use the heal, however. That was just odd placement by Soul to be that far forward in the face of a Lucian.
But you think you can be confident when you have a Caulfield's Warhammer and Lucian has no damage stats outside of a Cull and a Doran Blade, but that just shows you the innate difference in the kits trading early between Lucian and Sivir.
It's probably a hidden passive. The calling deals increased damage when you have a call in your inventory.
No, not going to give that one to you.
I don't know. Could be one of those little interactions to try it. No, not quite, but still, that ultimate does a hell of a lot of damage, even for not having too many items in your inventory. So poor JJ, coming out on top of that trade, will build up some pressure, but not going to get too much of a CS lead as we see him backing off. He should have a good amount of gold in his inventory to get a purchase in. We'll see what he's going to snatch up. Likely going to be going for a BF sword first item as well. Great though, level 4. Nice headbutt will knock Crush away after he
coming
uses
in, both sides.
Yeah, TV coming in. Kube already here. Can he get the stun? Nice flash away by Crush. Will keep him safe. But it's going to be just both teleports used and a flash down from Nidalee. So overall, that's going to be in the advantage of Samsung.
The mini way of pushing out from a Congo perspective. So all in all, very even. As they start to push up the lane. No neutrals to speak of. So in the end, just a big stalemate with that teleport.
Yeah, we can see Hippo itemizing for some very early armor. The Chain Vest already coming in, where it's going to be the Bomby Cinder for Kube, so looking to burn down those waves passively.
Anything that delays the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Big spear under the face of Ambition. Nice leap away. We'll dodge the Cocoon. Any further follow-up from Wraith, who did have Flash available.
Yeah, anything that delays the Iceborne Gauntlet is a win from the side of Gyeongju Monster.
Yeah.
Big thing that Poppy has with Iceborne Gauntlet is so much chase potential. Just pop the W and then your ranged auto attack, throwing that shield, acquires a target with the slow, and from there, your suite of CC is enough to chase down.
Yeah, the amount of harass that she brings out with that as well is just pretty absurd.
And the changes on 6.7, decreasing her range in ranged form.
Nice trade by Edge. Jumps out before the Sand Soldier can connect any auto attack, so effectively not going to take any damage from any other than auto attacks from Crown. Really whittles him down.
Kongdu are really pushed up, but have a couple of wards. This is actually fairly safe, despite the fact they are very extended onto Samsung's side of the map.
Yeah, they also have a trap waiting in that brush there for him as well, so if somebody were to walk up through the jungle that way, they would spot him out, be able to retreat. Edge going back in, finds Crown, the Emperor's Divide comes out, nice distort back. Chain will connect and root him down, but Crown not going to die quite just yet. Heal and Flash still available, so neither of these mid laners going to be expending their summoner spell. You can see the Rift Herald has been started up. Edge going back in. Dragoon immediately by Ambition has to jump back. That was questionable at best. Does get out with his life. Doesn't have to use anything, but still. Edge, calm down. I know you got the MVP, but just relax a little bit.
He wanted to show a bit of lane pressure because his team was taking the Rift Herald, and he had the Abyssal Scepter, so didn't really think that Ambition could kill him, but that was certainly pushing it a bit close.
Ambition is a very seasoned vet, as we were talking about earlier on the broadcast. 4 years for this guy in competitive play. You have to know that he's going to have a quick trigger finger for the...
Well, the disrespectful play doesn't hurt Kongdu Monster at all in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Still neck and neck right now between these two teams at 12 minutes. Not the story that we saw in neither the first or the second game. Had some sort of lead starting to develop. Right now, it's just going to be that there's a dragon on the side of Samsung, with Hongdu looking to change that for themselves as they start up this dragon of their own. Soul here to back them up. And Guger just running the cow back into the jungle. Edge on the roam down as well, walking over these wards. Can Ambition go for the hero play? On the hunt, gets popped. They need to finish this one out. It's going to be Crush confirming this, but he's stuck in the pit and he goes down. That's going to be first blood going over to Samsung. Ambition, the one picking up that final blow.
And Siva needs to hightail it to mid lane, make sure she's in position to wave clear, because Samsung looking to back up, losing out on the dragon with a mid lane turret.
Well, they don't have core JJ here, so they can only pressure out so much. Crown would be able to use the W.
But Siva with a Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're just going to have to go ahead and peel back off of this one. But first blood for a first dragon trade in favor, for Kongdu Monsters. So I think Samsung will be relatively okay with that exchange.
Seemed like Crush was slow on the smite. I saw the dragon flashing 600, 550, level 9.
Yeah.
Should have been able to pick up the smite.
I'm surprised Ambition didn't get a seal.
Especially as Elise, as we mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, you get that execute damage off of the Q. It makes it really easy for you to get those steals in. I mean, we've seen so many junglers with Elise steal, even in North America. Moon on energy. He's gotten a plethora of Baron steals in his time on the team so far.
Ooh, Wraith trying to catch out Edge.
Yeah, well, I think he's pretty safe. He has a blue buff, so Distort not going to be on cooldown. Looks like it's just a general reset. 500 gold separating the teams at the moment. 13, actually now 14 minutes in here. Question is, when is it going to be the time that these guys have a full-on clash? Could be at the Dragon Pit, could be something a little bit later on as Barons will become a point of contention in the next 6 minutes.
Feels like Kongdu are definitely the one that will pose the questions in that regard. They have the Siva, they have Maokai, the better teleport flanker, so feels like they are the team that will make the aggressive play, but no side of home guards yet, only 14 minutes into the game, so
yeah.
Engaged, not trivial from either side.
Not at all. See though, Boots of Lucidity finished out here by Edge, looking for that CDR, and still going to be going for the Frostfang as he picks that one up. Meanwhile, it looks like Crown, Gnasher's Tooth will be coming in, goes for the Fiendish Codex first, should have the Stinger to follow.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it is interesting to see Frost Queen's claim second. Still going to get good gold generation. It's a good pick item when you pop the Spooky Ghosts, so definitely some validity to it.
I mean, it's also going to allow Edge to play forward in this lane and keep harassing Crown, because you can always pop that. It's got a very short cooldown. The Ghost will go out and find any jungler that happens to be waiting in the wings. So it enables Edge to play the way that he wants to play. So it does make sense, and it will generate that passive gold for him in the long run. Crush, did you not notice that pink ward? I don't think he knows that.
It is in the brush, to be clear.
He walked through the brush.
Well.
So, okay. Crush is blind. Or it's one of those nice hidden feature parts of the brush.
Our favorite broadcast language of this season, the hidden feature.
Ah, yes. Thank you for that.
No problem. Inventories are littered with pink wards on both sides, but Kongdu really are sticking their pink wards better than Samsung can claim to. Already 3 on the map.
Yeah. But we can see a little bit of gold here. Still keeping Samsung ahead from that first blood. Crown getting engaged on by Edge. Has to wait for the cooldowns to come back through. Spots out. Several members of Samsung will just follow that distort back to safety. But still, good harass coming through continually onto this Azir. Could make for a big fight as we see several members of each team grouping up in this mid side.
Siva's pushing in bot, so no way for Kongdu to congregate 5 members.
Could just rotate over, maybe pressure out this tier 2 as the wave's getting ready to move up. But of course, JJ does have the calling available, so the likelihood of that is not very likely.
They really want this mid lane turret, trying to create pressure in other lanes and then rotate to mid, but with only Siva for true wave clear or even pushing capability, it's not trivial.
Oh, Ambition getting jumped on. Concussed blow stacks coming through. Azir throwing those Sand Soldiers over. Crush taking a lot of damage. The double TP coming through on either side. Crush looking like he was going to be the first one to fall, and he is crowned. Finds the kill, and the fight is broken out. Edge goes down. Cougar on the run. 2 kills picked up for Samsung. Nicely played here. Now Hippo too far into no man's land. Gonna have to try to get out of this one. Throws out the Arcane Smash to try to get the slow. Gets jumped on. Can he pop Ambition? Don't think it's gonna happen, and it does not. Ambition finds the kill. 3 members of Kongdu falling, and that's Samsung coming up with a substantial lead now.
Yeah, Maokai needed to be a frontliner, but actually went for more of a flanking teleport this early in the game. Crush and Edge just die in the focus fire at the start, and no value from the Maokai teleport. We see double teleports come in. Ambition takes a large burst of damage. Kuve's able to teleport into 3 members. Maokai's teleport counts for nothing in the back line.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful pulverize by Wraith, catching 2 members, and Kuve's arrival pins Edge to the wall, meaning that LeBlanc can't do anything.
Empress Divide occupies a full choke in that particular area, and Poppy gets the stun onto both Empress Divide and any of the walls, guaranteed to get the wall slams. Really nice play by Samsung.
Nice play indeed, and that's going to net them a nice lead here. 18 minutes, 4 kills up, even on turrets and dragons, but now going to find themselves almost 2,000 ahead. So still not the biggest of leads, but it's something. It's something that we weren't seeing for the first 16 minutes of this game, where it was just neck and neck, back and forth, trading objectives. And now Ambition going to find Edge, and he takes a ton of damage actually from this Elise.
All 3 games, Samsung have had a lead early. Yep. Game 1 it ballooned, Game 2 it was answered, and now Game 3, that's the big question mark. Third dragon is spawning. Both teams have won, so no one rushing towards an early 5th dragon.
Yep. We'll have to see what Ambition wants to do with this build. Has the Ruby Crystal in his bag. Last time he played this Elise, he went for the Haunting guys, which was a really interesting decision. He could have a repeat of that one. See what happens. On the hunt gets popped out in this mid lane. Kuve getting stuck up here. Takes about half of his health and damage. The culling will be thrown out by Core JJ just to try to dissuade any further engagement. Several members of Samsung chunked out, going to have to back off. Maybe give up this mid-tier 1. Edge goes in. Chain does not find Crown, nor does the Javelin. They're just trading back and forth. Both teams trying to clear out these waves as best as they can. Azir, he's pretty adept at that. Now we can see, though, second dragon for either side. Does Samsung really want to contest this? Is the big question. Poor JJ not quite there. Dragon already engaged, down to half HP. Kuve charging up the Keeper's Verdict. Throws it out, not able to find Hippo. Hippo goes in with a flash, gets on the ground, and he gets popped. Nice spear coming through from Crush, and that could open up the fight here for Kongju Monster. They do take down Hippo, and Cougar, low on mana, has to back off with an Unbreakable up. This should be the disengage, and maybe the Dragon even standing. I don't think Samsung want anything else to do with this. Kongju Monster, do they go forward, or do they pinch into this mid side? Looks like it's going to be the latter as they try to hold onto this tower, but Core JJ is working it down and should be able to finish this off. Edge comes over, gets stunned to the wall immediately by Kuve. Nice play, but he's able to distort back to safety, and that should be the disengage. So all in all, a 1-for-1, but the tower goes down in the mid lane for Samsung, and now they go to the Dragon.
It's also worth knowing that Samsung got away with Lucian, channeling his back, walking back with no home guards, and going even in a fight, then picking up a bonus dragon. So yeah. Samsung, in multiple different ways, made out like bandits in that engage.
Absolutely. Can't go for the dragon quite just yet, just get the Scuttle Crab.
But this is all Samsung buying time for Lucian. Lucian's fully channeled, gone back, shocked, and a 1-for-1, even though it's advantageous trade. It's Azir, the control mage, for just the Maokai. Buys enough time for Core JJ to come back, and then Samsung, smart and just realizing, okay, not going to worry about the dragon, just take this out of mid lane tower.
Yeah, and beautiful reaction by Kuve. He did, I believe, use the flash to get the pin onto Edge on the wall, but the reaction period for him to just do that right after the distort comes through, was showing that this is his best champion, this split, this Poppy, and he is playing it quite well. Falling slightly behind Hippo and CS, but making some plays around the map. And see the Spirit Visage is completed for him. The Iceborne Gauntlet not quite yet on the horizon, so I'm sure we'll see that one in time. But for now, second Dragon for Samsung does get picked up here at the 21-minute mark.
Another good shot call by Samsung. Hippo didn't have teleport till after the Dragon went down. Just matching QV would have known that because they matched teleports previously.
Yep. So
use that window to get an unanswered Dragon. Good play by Samsung.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see just 2.3 thousand ahead. Still just a little bit of gold separating these guys. Keeping it close is Kongdu Monster, but they need some definitive plays, a clear win in these team fights if they want to take the edge, if they want to take this win. Because Samsung, if they can clear out the series, can still make it into playoffs.
Right, if Samsung was to win 2-1, Afrika's job is to beat CJ. Doesn't matter the manner in which to do that, 2-0, 2-1, either would be enough, but would be required to beat CJ Entus.
Then it all comes down to CJ, BDD, Kramer, and Madlife to try to find that win. Edge, though, going in on the crown. Won't finish the channel on that chain, but the TP up into his top side. Might have a skirmish coming through his Kube. Is getting picked off here, taking a lot of damage. Summons Hippo into the wall, but not a lot of damage being returned. And meanwhile, Crown gets picked, solo killed out by Edge. Wraith will find Hippo, but here comes Crown, and he finds Core JJ. Burning through him, and Ambition on the run, nowhere to go, has to flash the walls. There's nothing to repel to. And just like that, Kongdu Monster find an opening, taking out 2 members, only losing the Maokai.
I have no idea how Crown was caught in rotation. They were matching rotations up to top after already a damage trade to come out from Edge. Without the ultimate bursting down the Azir, must have just been disrespect on the side of Crown.
Yeah, must have been. Hopefully we'll get a replay so we can take another look at that one. But Kube as well, not the tanky Poppy that you would hope he would be.
I mean, it was a tale of 2 fights in chokes. Remember when we saw Samsung fight in a choke with the Azir wall? They got a lot of value.
Okay, so he already threw out the soldiers.
So they're in full vision.
I mean, yeah, what are you going to do here?
The aggressive flash there was the big difference. Yeah. But the thing about this fight is that Hippo channeled the ult and 4 members stood in a choke. So just like the Azir wall was what won Samsung the fight, the value they got out of the Maokai ultimate is what allowed them to have the health bars to go at least even or better in that trade.
Yeah. Now we can see just about 1,000 gold separating these 2 teams. Kongdu Monster closing the gap ever so slowly. A couple more skirmishes like that. If they can continue to come out on top, they will find themselves with a lead. You have to question Samsung's decision to make these fights. It hasn't really paid off too well for them.
And Crown in particular, he didn't need to take such an aggressive route.
He should have just backed off.
If he knew that Edge had flash, the Emperor's Divide is not enough of a guarantee to stop kill pressure. So against an Ignite LeBlanc, again, you have to kind of shake your head at Crown's play there.
Yeah. And it's been questionable, to say the least, on the Azir. Especially in that game 2. Did not have a very good performance. And so far, it's leaning a little bit more towards that.
I've just been very stubborn in playing the Azir game after game. It's 3 games in a row of Azir now from Crown.
1-2-4 is not a bad scoreline, but it's slightly behind in CS here, behind Edge. Crown needs to make some big plays with this Emperor's Divide to really solidify a lead and a win here for Samsung.
No sight of the Iceborne Gauntlet for QV.
Yeah.
Gone into...
Well, this cloth armor could be going into it now.
It's going to be very late.
Yeah.
Again, the chase potential. It's so much easier to hit the resulting CC when you get that first range slow from your passive.
Yeah, but right now it looks like he does need to be tanky. We saw him TP into that last fight and just get destroyed almost immediately. So the Sunfire Cape coming in on top of the Spirit Visage is going to help him out a lot. The innate armor that he will get from the Iceborne Gauntlet will certainly help him as well, and I'm pretty sure that that's going to be the next item that he picks up. But it does make sense that he has delayed it a little bit here because he hasn't been going for that chase Poppy. He's been trying to take up the front line. So far, he's just been unable to do so.
He's got an Elise, or okay, has gone fairly offensive with item build, but helps in the tankiness. Alistair also. I just feel like Iceborne Gauntlet is so core to Poppy's kit, especially pre 6.7 when both item and direct and indirect nerfs will kind of change the way Poppy plays. But on 6.6, Iceborne Gauntlet, you can never skip over it. It's just so powerful and cool.
Sure. Sure, it'll come in. Just gonna be a bit late, but like you said, Ambition still going for a very aggressive build for the Elise. Has this needlessly large rod, so he picked up that Ruby Crystal a while ago and just hasn't done anything with it.
It's gonna be a Rylai's eventually.
I would surmise as much. But you never know. We saw him build a Leandries, or build into a Haunting Guise rather. And there it is. Okay, he has the full, the full gold. So it is the Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Yeah, Ambition's having a much better Game 3 after being caught out multiple times on the Kindred in Game 2. I like that he didn't go with the Kindred again. He wasn't stubborn with the Elise. Probably going to steal away a blue buff.
Yeah.
Dragon
gets spotted right at the end.
They have the control over the Dragon area. Samsung will have to face check if they want to come.
And this could be really devastating. Ambition walks over. This is going to take a little bit of damage. Get that 1Q from Braum. TP coming in the backside here as Kube's coming in on the hunt. Gets popped over from Soul. Ambition up in the air. Has to flash away over the wall. The chain not going to connect. The Poppy ultimate not going to connect either. Now
Guy's all alone.
All on his own. Has to flash. He's going to get headbutted away by Wraith, who's taking up in the front side. Nice pulverize. Does connect on the crush. Can Samsung finalize these kills, however, as they're getting whittled down little by little as this engage continues. Ambition about to go down, has to back out of this one. Edge getting that dash denied by Kuve. Now it looks like Samsung might just go straight over for this Dragon, would be their third. And there's not going to be any further contention here from Kongdu Monster.
I mean, Kongdu got away with what was a very poor engage. I believe there was a flash over the ridge, so Hippo ended up over-pursuing into 4 members, basically tanking alone, even with the full tank build. Although, he's actually the first one to pick up Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, Kuve taking a lot of damage, though. Look at this, he's just going to go down. There's nothing more you could say about that. Crush finding the kill. Kuve down for 40 seconds. No TP available when he comes up. This is going to be the Baron started up as all 5 members are here.
Baron is still in base.
Already down below half HP. Ambition trying to get over here desperately as fast as he can. They throw out the orb, but they can't even get close. It's going to be the Baron going down now. Wraith taking a hell of a lot of damage from Edge. No Alistar ultimate available. And no engage to follow up. Kongdu Monster take the Baron, and they take the gold lead.
First it's Edge, then it's Kuve just dying, milling around the Baron pit. The first one was the rotation to top. This is just Kuve overextending, and this is the second time Kongdu have punished a pick on Samsung. And the second game, it was a large part of why they had enough control of the game to pick up the victory.
Yeah. Suddenly, Samsung have to really be having a cold sweat going on in this match as the lead swings over into the hands of Kongdu Monster. The Dragon looking like it might need to be the saving grace of Samsung, as they could get their 5th at about the 39-minute mark. Kongdu Monster with this Baron buff, the question is how much can they do to try to close out this game before that can happen?
It's just so hard to understand why Samsung finds themselves in these positions. They only had 1 series this week against the bottom team in the ladder. They could have prepared, they could have really been on top of things, but they've been found wanting in multiple different ways.
Yeah. See though, this tier 2 in the bot side will go down. No way for Samsung to flank, no fight to be found. They're just gonna have to let it fall. That gives the turret advantage and furthers the gold advantage here of Kongdu. Several members here on the side of Samsung just proving to be ineffective against this lineup.
Really strange, Achilles. No other way to really talk about it. Samsung's had so many impressive performances this season, but just like Jin Air, just like KT, the brain fates have been real for the chasing pack behind Rox Tigers.
Yeah. Absolutely, Edge. It's like, you can't have that CS, that's mine. Double the swords to clear it out.
And then we just start seeing bonus items, you know, bonus Void Staff on the side of Edge compared to what Crown has compiled. Iceborne Gauntlet, a very aggressive choice from Hippo, but even more CC available to the mount.
Yeah. Now, Baron Powered Minions still up here in this top side of the map. Pushing onto this tier 2. Wraith already goes in with a headbutt. Close the gap, Calling gets thrown out. Luger gonna block a good amount of it.
Hippo's really smart. Actually pops the ult just to try and allow the Baroned up cannon minion from getting more shots into the turret.
Very cheeky play there by Hippo, and the onslaught's going to continue. I think with this wave that should be the tower going down, Samsung, you probably want to just surrender this one. I don't know if you want to stick around too much. Well, they do have the wave clear.
The Bonk's going to look for the
Looks
poke.
like it's coming through. Yeah, Edge waiting over the wall, going to try to get something. Has to be careful. We saw how quickly Kube can go for those stuns. He pops over that wall. He could get blown up immediately. Wave getting ready to crash in. Samsung not looking like they're going to be able to get any real poke onto the members of Hongdu. Edge goes forward, can't find anything, takes a bit of damage though. So that's going to be a little bit worrisome here. Now the Baron buff expired. Minion's not going to be able to take up nearly as much damage. Samsung should be able to hold onto the turret now.
But Samsung shouldn't really be in this position. You look at the minion waves, they're not pushed up from Hongdu, so they're able to 5-man defend in the top side and are not getting punished on the map.
Yeah, his Ambition just didn't notice that sapling. As he gets his recall stopped, and he is a very low Elise with not much mana as well. Spear goes wide, straight through all of the members of Samsung. We see that wave clear coming out from Soul. He takes a bit of damage. Kube can take a launch as well, almost down to half HP from Edge's combo. And Edge is back to full because Crush has just been pumping heals into him.
Yeah, but now Crush is low on mana, so something's always coming off. One of the wheels is always a bit unsteady in this 5-man versus 5-man in the top lane. There should never be a chance with how far ahead Hongdu got with that Baron for Samsung to fight 5v5 and not be severely punished on other sides of the map. But because the minion waves were both equalized around the center of the map, Samsung were in the unlikely position of, given the fact they lost Baron, it was stolen away after the pick, fighting even with decent wave clear instead of being punished in one of the sides of the map.
Now we can see though, Dragon getting ready to spawn in about 50 seconds. This would be the 4th Dragon for Samsung. And is pretty much one of their last win conditions that they can really hold on to outside of Hongdu misstepping or them sneaking a Baron in, which is possible. However, I'm sure they're going to be looking for this Dragon as soon as it spawns. 34 seconds now on the clock. Not able to get any vision in quite just yet. Actually going to be Wraith recalling.
A lot more magic resist stacking this game, so Edge's pick power on both Ambition and Crown is lower than expected.
Yeah. Does have that Void Staff. And is now picking up another needlessly large rod. So.
But still Locket, Double Abyss, or Spirit Visage.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get through that.
Even the QSS doing a little bit of help for CoreJJ.
Yeah. You can see though, vision control completely in hand for Hongdu Monster. One Scrying Orb available on ground. Dragon getting ready to spawn. Wraith, wow, already getting chunked out. That is disgusting damage.
That is late game LeBlanc.
Yep. He says, you have a locket? I don't care. See though, looks like, I don't know about Samsung. Yeah, Samsung going to try to trade for the tier 2. Several members of Hongdu peeling back. And we'll be able to finish off the Dragon. Question is, can we get there in time? On the Hunt is available. Edge arriving. Oh, look at CoreJJ. Down to 30% HP. That's going to be the ultimate coming through from Poppy as he tries to boot him away, but Kube taking a ton of damage in the front line already, gets rooted down by the chain. Hippo running forward. Can he find anybody? He's going to go to his advance. Onto Kube, gets booted over the wall. Now Crush going in as they try to finish off Wraith. He should get locked up. A nice pulverize onto 3 men. The Emperor's Divide to try to keep him segregated from the rest of the team. Samsung completely hightailing it out of here. The Glacial Fissure not going to connect, but that will be the connection from Souls. He takes down Wraith. Another pick comes through. So Hongdu net themselves the Dragon, save the tier 2, and take down the support of Samsung, and now are looking to take down the second to last tier 2 here in the mid lane, maybe even more. We'll have to see how they push forward.
Everyone is so healthy. So it's a true 5v4 here.
Yep. Edge just going in. The Cocoon not going to land onto Crush. Just connects onto the minion, but no wave there for them to continue this siege. Hongdu going to peel back, but they still have to be quite satisfied with the pickups they just got.
Bo's backing in a ward.
Yep, kind of realizes it. Eats that Cocoon, but
his mount guy.
Yeah, Piercing Light is not going to do anything to him. Probably hit him for about 40 damage.
Plenty of HP regen, so
yep.
He's K.
Very K. Oh boy. Oh, CoreJJ.
But now Edge.
Which way does CoreJJ go? Oh, he goes around the other side. So Edge is like, okay, maybe I'll just recall here.
Didn't get too angsty. That was good from Edge.
Yeah. I think he still got it. But
not worth the risk without enough vision.
Sure. You lose Edge in this scenario, and that could just be a Baron going over to Samsung, or at least pressure around it.
Definitely.
So plays it safe. So good on Edge to identify that he was not in the safest of areas. Kongdu Monster, though, almost complete vision control around this Baron Pits. Sans this pink ward that is now spotted out and should be cleared.
Well, Samsung really need to avoid getting picked around Baron again. Would be the upteenth time already.
I think if this Baron goes down to Kongdu Monster, that is the game for them. I don't see Samsung coming back from this.
Maokai has been in base for a while now, looking for a teleport. Only has one ward around Baron. That's at the
Well, they're trying to bait him in.
camp.
They're trying to bait him in, but there's double scrying orbs available here from Samsung. They throw out the one into the pit. They're going to go ahead and clear it out.
Again, only one teleport ward available aggressively, at least.
Yep. Hippo goes back to the base, however. Going to be looking for a TP flank of his own. He doesn't have really anywhere to go, so he's just going to have to exit the base and come out here. Looks like Kongdu are not going to continue this bait around the Baron pit.
They just don't have the wards for it to be a reliable way to engage. So they're smart to back away, cultivate this minion wave in bot lane.
This is a tense moment here as Samsung pushes in to try to clear out the rest of this vision. Scuttlecrab's still there for some time, so we'll be able to spot them out, as well as the two scrying orbs available here from Kongdu Monsters. They actually throw both of them into the same rush. So we will see those over on the cooldown. But this is one of the tenser moments that I've seen in a game here.
Not a word we expected to associate with Kongdu Monster versus Samsung.
Not at all. Not at all. 10th place team.
With nothing to play for, except momentum going into an inevitable relegation series that they probably come in underdogs.
Yeah, I would agree with that. MVP's been looking really strong. Kongdu need all of the confidence that they can possibly get. Taking down Samsung would certainly help them.
Oh,
he's gonna get caught. He's locked up by those concussive blows. Kube charging up the ultimate, boots away Hippo. Kind of just puts him closer to the team. Cougar has been chunked out. Can Kongdu find any sort of follow-up here? Hippo looking for a twisted advance, but Samsung is successfully disengaging for the time being. Fallen gets thrown out. It looks like they may get out of this one safely. So no Baron pressure really going to be here. Cougar's still low, but Crush is, of course, there to just continually throw out these heals and get that Braum up to tip-top shape.
Kongdu do have the minion waves in top and bot pushing for them, so they want to keep applying pressure. This is the time when everything is working for them.
It seems like everything
Look at
is...
the gold that LeBlanc's sitting on, though.
Oh my god, yeah, 2,300. That is a significant purchase there.
3,500 standing gold, about 4,500 gold.
Gonna go for this bait yet again. They cannot see this one. Do they find Ambition? They do. Not gonna get locked up quite just yet. Hippo actually taking a lot of damage here.
Oh,
half HP on the hunt gets popped. Question is, who's gonna be the first to fall? Repel up in the air for Ambition. Goes to the other side. We go on to Kube. Hippo taking a lot of damage. Here comes Kube. Stuns Edge into the wall. This could be the turnaround that Samsung need as they take down the LeBlanc. Soul gonna fall as well. Kube finishes him off. Crush on the run on the other side, and Hippo looking like he's gonna be the next one to go down. He is. Crown finds the kill. The chase from Ambition onto Cougar, who cannot do anything against this Elise, yet run away. Crush exiting up toward the base. Gonna try to take down that tower, perhaps. No, just gonna leave it to the minions. Has to recall, try to get back and defend his own base. And we can see it's gonna be the tier 2 going down. And more than likely the inhibitor.
Long.
Yeah, 40 seconds on Soul, 40 seconds on Hippo. Can Samsung go for the win? I think they have to do it right here. Inhibitor gonna go down. The wave's still with them. It's just Cougar and Crush against the world. Kube throws out the ultimate, cannot find it, but they're already under the towers, and Core JJ is just melting them down. They deny the dash in. They get on the Crush. They take him out. Crowd finds the kill. Cougar stunned into the wall. He's gonna go down, and Samsung, after being behind for so long, are going to come out on top 2-1 over top of Kongdu Monster.
Samsung fought the last fight so cleanly, Achilleos. They realized that Edge kept fishing more and more aggressively for the poke. Got stunned up, died without putting out any damage, had gone for a full offensive build. For once it was punished. One punishment at 38 minutes is enough in this meta to end the game.
That it is. And wow, Samsung looking like they were completely down and out of that series. Coming in with a miracle victory in that last fight, and it was just enough to get them into the base and take down the Nexus. And Kongdu Monster putting up one hell of a fight. Gotta feel good going into relegations after almost taking this set off.
But the crazy thing for Samsung is it's both a miracle victory and a hollow victory at the same time.
Oh, for sure.
2-0 was the minimum standard, honestly. for their hopes for playoffs. Okay, they are not out mathematically, but now they give Africa what they would have honestly demanded. If Africa beat CJ in any fashion, they go through to the playoffs.
Yeah.
All Samsung can do after this is watch and hope.
Their fingers are certainly going to be crossed for that set tomorrow.
Ambition going to be calling this old org and be like, please, one time, just for me.
Do this for me. Get me the win. But, good lord, yeah, Samsung. And again, we were talking about this. If Samsung had lost this set and Africa lost and they made it in the playoffs, they would not have deserved it. It's still a little bit questionable after that performance. Kongju Monster were very much in the lead during that set. And Samsung just have to go back to the drawing board. They have to prep for these playoff games should they make it in. Because if they play like they did in this set, they will not find success.
There's only ifs about Samsung because on the whole, you'd have to say Kongju Monster were probably the better team over the course of the 3-game series. Okay, Samsung won, but you know, we're talking about coming into playoffs. We're talking about building momentum. If anything, Kongju are the team that built momentum and optimism around playoffs.
Yep. You can see though, your MVP for that third game is Ambition, 3-0-7 on the Elise, with a 91% kill contribution. Not the flashiest plays that we've seen from Ambition. You know, we've seen his Graves play, we've seen his Kindred play, but it will be an MVP for him. All the same, he's going to end up tied against Someday in that #2 spot, just inching above Ixu and Peanut.
Look, he was quite poor in Game 2, but Ambition was a lot better in Game 3. He was much better with his target selection. I'm going to wait for a replay to see who it was that got that first snare onto Edge, but if it was Ambition, it won him the game.
I think it was Kuve.
This was when Samsung fought very smartly.
Yeah,
terrain around specifically the Emperor's Divide. That was a really good fight from Samsung.
Yeah, Kuve was also pretty much the unsung MVP here. Got a lot of stuns.
Watch Edge in this fight. Was Edge getting caught?
Yeah.
It was Kuve again.
Okay, yep. Just straight into the wall. And that was great identification from Kuve. He was consistently getting those wall stuns.
Yeah. Onto Edge. Very difficult to hit the precise stun onto a champion with as much mobility as LeBlanc has, but game winning in this game.
Yeah, it certainly was. Couldn't get that last cocoon, but it didn't matter at that point. Guger was not going to be able to do enough with Crush to save the basin.
And now we're going to have a surreal team interview because it's going to be Samsung after an impressive long season, very much with their futures still up in the air.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting interview. Of course, we have all 5 members here, so we're going to throw over to Robin for the translation. Robin, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for yet another great day on the cast. And man, if that wasn't a crown fiesta, I don't know what was.
또 오늘 중요한 경기 펼친 만큼 삼성에게
After a
여러분
very
큰 박수
important match
보내주시기
for
바랍니다.
Samsung, they managed to somehow clutch the victory. Let's meet all 5 members of
축하드립니다.
Samsung.
자, 먼저 앰비션 선수.
First of all, Ambition.
오늘 또 1승이 중요한 상황에서의 승리입니다. 소감
Your victory
어떠신가요?
was very important today.
일단
How do you feel
저희가
about this
경기력에
win?
대해서 되게 좀 많이 아쉬운 부분이 좀
Well,
남는데
I do feel a lot very disappointed about this match because we did drop one game, but yeah, I
이번
guess I'm
시즌 또
glad that we
좋은
were able
모습을
to
많이
win.
보여줘서 앰비션 선수가 잘 크면
Now,
삼성이
Ambition,
승리한다는
people have been
속설이
saying
있을
that when
정도입니다.
Ambition gets
어떻게
fed,
생각하시나요?
Samsung wins. What do you think about
근데
this?
어쨌든 간에 제가 못했던 판들은 진짜 저
Well,
때문에
there are some games that I did poorly, and those games were my fault that we lost.
네, 잘 안 되네.
And yeah, hopefully
또
I can
4월
improve on that.
11일이 앰비션 선수 데뷔 4주년이라고
April
들었습니다.
11th is going to be your 4-year anniversary of your debut. Congratulations.
감회가 남다를 것 같은데 어떤
네.
생각이 드나요?
How do you feel about that?
근데 솔직히 처음 들었던 생각은
Well, the first thought I
4년
had
동안
was
성적을
for
별로
the
못 낸 것
past
같다.
4 years, I
이런
don't think
생각
I've
되게
achieved
많이
that much.
들었고요. 근데 뭐 앞으로라도 좀 잘
From
돼서
here on, I will
그냥
try my best
성적
to
좀 잘 됐으면 좋겠어요.
아,
grasp some
4주년 정말
victories
대단한 것
under my
같습니다.
belt.
자, 아프리카와의 막차 경쟁이 아직
Now
끝나지
your
않았습니다.
battle for
내일
playoff seeding against
아프리카가
Africa
CJ와
is not
경기를
over
펼칠
yet. Tomorrow
예정이거든요.
Africa goes
마지막으로
against
CJ에게
CJ.
한마디 남겨주시죠.
Please say something to CJ.
일단 CJ
more.
바텀 듀오가 진짜 정말 잘하시는 것 같고
I
1경기
think CJ is playing really well.
이 경기에 메드라이프 선수가 MVP 받았으면
And
좋겠어요.
hopefully Mad Life should
여러분
get
MB
both
선수에게
MVPs
큰 박수로
in those
축하해
games.
주시기 바랍니다. 오늘 고생
Round of
많으셨습니다.
applause for Ambition.
자, 큐베 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Moving
안녕하세요.
on to Cube.
큐베 선수 1세트 또
So
MVP
Cube, you
받았습니다.
received
소감이
MVP in the
어떠신가요?
first game. How do you feel?
1세트 때 제가 굉장히 라인전부터 잘
In the first
풀려가지고
game, I played really well starting in the laning
받아서
phase,
정말
and
기뻐요.
yeah, I think that's why I got the
항상
MVP.
근데 용산에서만 하다가 이렇게 또 전주에 와서
We always
팬들의
been playing
뜨거운
in
열기
Yongsan, and now
느껴보니까
we're in
어떤가요?
Jeonju. How does it feel? Does
전주에
it feel
와서
different
정말
to receive
새롭고
MVP
정말
over here?
재밌었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, it's interesting
어떤 게
because there's so
재밌었나요?
many fans here.
그냥 여러 가지 그냥 이제 환호성이나 그런 것들이 더
It's very different.
많아가지고
People are very, very loud here, and
경기하면서
I really
그런
appreciate
열기를
the
느낄 수
enthusiasm from
있었나
the fans.
봅니다. 그동안 혼돈의 스프링이었는데
So
아직도
far it's
순위
been
경쟁이
a
끝나지
very
않았습니다.
chaotic
좀
spring split.
지치진 않나요?
Are you perhaps
굉장히 힘들긴
worn out?
한데 그래도 이게
Yeah, I definitely am
프로니까
really
체력
tired.
관리도 실력이라고 생각해서
And
괜찮아요.
but however, I do think
또
that
자신의
conditioning yourself
개그를
is part
10점
of your skill.
만점에 10점으로 평가했다는 그 인터뷰를 제가
People say
봤거든요.
that you've said before that
마지막으로 팬들에게
you give your
재치
own
있게
humor
한마디
rating of a
해주시죠.
solid 5 out of 7. Maybe you want to end this interview with a funny remark. Give him time.
갑자기 하면 생각이 잘 안 나가지고.
I can't really
너무
remember
어려웠나요?
anything he says.
Put me on the spot.
네, 그럼
do it.
큐베 선수 마지막으로 팬들에게 그냥 인사 한마디 해주시기
Finally, we'll
바랍니다.
say
전주까지
hello to
와줘서
the fans.
응원해서 정말 감사드리고 다음에
Thank you so
계속
much
더
for
좋은
coming and
모습
cheering for
보여드리겠습니다.
us.
감사합니다.
And hopefully we'll be able to
축하드립니다.
move on to playoffs.
자, 이제 크라운 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
Next up is Crown.
크라운 선수 3세트 모두 아지르를
So, Crown, you
픽했습니다.
picked Azir in all
공격적인
three
모습도 많이
games
보였는데요. 오늘 컨디션
You showed a
어땠나요?
lot of weaknesses and a lot of strengths. How was your condition today?
잠을 좀 많이 못 자가지고
Well, I didn't really get to sleep
안
that
좋았어요.
much, and my condition was
아지르를
kind of
계속
poor, I'd say.
해왔고 제일 좋다고 생각해서 그렇게 해서
But yeah, I
뽑은
picked
것
Azir
같아요.
because
아,
Azir
오늘 근데
seemed like the
상대
best pick
미드라이너
for each
엣지
situation.
선수가 또 굉장히 경기력이 좋았습니다. 불안하진
Edge played
않던가요?
very, very well today. Were you worried about this?
불안한 거는 이제 이 세트가 좀 불안했었는데
The only thing I was
네,
worried about
그래서
was during the second
지더라고요,
game because Edge got
불안해서
huge,
그런지.
but
3세트는 뭐
in the third game,
조금 불안한 느낌도 있긴
it
했지만
was
그래도 이길 것
I
같은
did
느낌이
feel
있어서
a little bit
네,
uncomfortable,
열심히 했던 것 같아요.
but yeah, I wasn't too
그래도
worried. I
이번
think.
시즌 크라운 선수가 펜타킬도 기록하고 또
Crown,
성적도
you
더 많이
even got a pentakill
올라서
this
기분은
game,
좋을
and
것
you've been playing
같은데
very well so
어떤가요?
far. How do you feel about this past season?
펜타킬한 걸 또 깜빡하고 있었는데
I completely forgot about that pentakill
딱히 그런 건
actually.
생각 안 하고 그냥
And I don't really think about that kind
빌리는
of stuff.
방법이나 그런 거나 생각하고 있어서
Yeah, I take each game
더
one at a
열심히 해야
time.
된다는 걸
And
느꼈어요.
I always try
또
hard.
오늘
to
경기에
improve.
있어서 감독님, 코치팀 많이 애쓰셨을 텐데
Your
마지막으로 한
coaches
말씀
and your directors,
부탁드립니다.
your staff have been
항상
trying
신경
very hard. Do you
써주시는데
have anything to say to them?
그만큼 보답을 못 해드려서 좀
You guys are always
죄송하고요.
trying really hard, and I'm so
다음 썸머
thankful.
때는 더
And unfortunately, we haven't been able to respond
여러분,
100% to your efforts, and hopefully during the summer we'll be able to respond properly.
감사합니다.
자, 코어 장전 선수
Let's
만나보겠습니다.
move on to Core
축하드립니다.
JJ, who maybe finally got the Dignus toss out of himself.
오늘 방심할 수 없는 경기였죠.
Today's
공주전
matches were
어떤
nothing to
마음으로
scoff
준비했나요?
at. How did you go into this match?
저희가 꼭 무조건 이긴다는 자신감을 가지고 왔었는데
I came in today with the
생각보다 경기가
confidence that we will
힘들어지고
absolutely
좀
win.
당황도 했었고요.
But we were a little startled by the
정말
fact
여기
that
이 자리에 서서
we lost
인터뷰하고
game
있는 거
2.
보니까 좀 제 좀 마음이 괜찮아지네요.
Yeah, now that I'm sitting here in the P booth,
이제
I
내일
can breathe a
아프리카의
sigh of
경기를
relief.
지켜봐야 하는 상황입니다. 어떤 심정일지 궁금한데요.
You have to watch CJ versus Africa, and your fate depends on it. How do you feel?
팬으로서
Well, as a CJ fan, a longtime CJ fan, I
최강
will be
원딜과
cheering for
세계
CJ.
최강 서포터와 함께
And they have the best
다들
supporter in the
목표가
world.
활약해주길 바라고 있는 것 같습니다. 또 락스와의 결승 무대를 꿈꾸고 있다고 했는데
You guys said that you
마지막으로
were dreaming
결승을
of a
향한
finals
각오 한
match
말씀
against
해주시죠.
Rocks. Do you have any final
네,
remarks?
일단 저희가 지금 플레이오프를
right now,
갈지 못 갈지도 불투명한 상황인데
Don't even know if
이제
we'll go on to
여기서부터
playoffs.
써내려가야 드라마인 것
But-
같아요.
와.
But yeah, it'll be dramatic as it always
네,
has been
그
for us.
드라마 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
네,
자,
감사합니다.
이제 레이스 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
Finally, it'll be Wraith.
레이스 선수 이번 시즌 마지막 경기
So, Wraith,
승리했습니다. 소감
You won the
어떠신가요?
last match of the season.
오늘
What is it
승점이
like?
중요한 경기라
네.
It was a very important match
당연히
today,
이겨야 된다 생각하고
and
2대 0으로
I thought it was absolutely
이기고 싶은
necessary that we
마음으로
could
왔는데
win, and I came in with
한판 진
hopes of
건
winning,
아쉽지만
and we didn't 2-0, but
CJ한테 기대를 걸고
all my chips are
열심히
on CJ
응원할
right now.
생각입니다.
오늘 인터뷰가
And I will be
기승전
cheering for them
CJ가
avidly.
된대요. 삼성에 오래 몸담았 나왔던 레이스 선수인데 작년
Wraith, you have been a part of
지난
Samsung for
시즌과
a long
비교했을 때
time.
이번 시즌 삼성 달라진
Compared
게
to
있다면
last
뭐가
year,
있을까요?
what's different in Samsung this year?
일단 그 앰비션
Well, I guess ambition is a
선수님의
huge factor.
팀의 합류로 저희 팀이 앞으로도 많은 발전할 수
Well,
있을 것
from
같고
here, I think we'll
이번
continue
시즌을
to
통해
improve.
보완할 점이나 부족할 점을 많이
And
느꼈고
all our shortcomings in
썸머
this
시즌
season,
때는
we
또
will have
많은 부분들을
compensated for them
보완해서
and cover them by
높은
the
성적을
time summer
낼
comes around.
각오입니다.
역시 앰비션 선수가 이번 시즌 정말 많은
Seems like
활약을 했던 것
ambition really had
같습니다.
a large
자,
impact on the team.
콩두 팀 승리를 바라고 있었을 아프리카에게 마지막으로 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Do you have anything to say to Africa, who probably hoped you guys would have lost?
그냥
Well,
아프리카한테는 해줄 말이 없고
I don't really have anything to say to Africa.
CJ한테는 파이팅했으면 좋겠네요.
I love
파이팅!
CJ fighting.
여러분 다시 한번 선수 전원에게 큰 박수 보내주시기
No
바랍니다.
surprising. And that's it
축하드립니다.
for the interviews for the 5 biggest
자,
CJ
이렇게
fans you will
해서
ever meet.
e스포츠에 대한
Back to
열정
you guys to
가득한
wrap
이곳
up the day.
전주에서의 첫 번째 날
Thank you
매치를
very much, Rob, for
하겠습니다.
the translation,
과연 삼성과
as always.
아프리카 이 두 팀 중 플레이오프
Maybe I
진출한
prefer
마지막
George.
한
I'm just
팀은
kidding.
누가 될지
Good
끝까지
translation
기대해
as
주시기
always
바랍니다.
from him.
내일
And
인사드리겠습니다.
nice
좋은
interview coming up for these
저녁이었습니다.
guys. No smack talk to be had, of course, because they're standing on the knife's edge against Africa. So don't think they're going to be throwing any shade anytime soon at those guys.
It's hard to have smack talk when you can't influence the result. You're just viewers for what is a massive first series tomorrow.
It's basically like a my dad could beat up your dad type scenario
Sure.
if they were going to have any kind of smack talk. But of course, a recap of the day. Rocks Tigers with a convincing 2-0 over Jin Air, who looking like they're going to continue their struggle through playoffs as they are locked in.
And as convincing as it was for Rocks Tigers, you'd have to say the opposite was true for Samsung.
Absolutely. Kongdu, the fact that they even picked up a game off of Samsung, we did not expect that whatsoever. And as you heard from these guys right here, it makes their playoffs, the potential for playoffs for them, that much more limited.
Exciting news, top 4 is set.
It is set indeed. So it's going to be Rocks Tigers, KT Rolster, SK Telecom T1, and Jin Air Green Wings in that top 4. The big question, though, is who will be our 5th place team? Is it Samsung or Africa Freaks? We're going to find out tomorrow.
I really hope it's Africa, because the stories of facing a Jin Air team that's a bit out of form and then another meeting with SK Telecom would be so juicy.
That would be pretty juicy indeed. We can see, though, our game kicking us off is going to be Africa Freaks versus CJ Entus, a series to be had indeed. Mickey versus BDD going to be coming out in that mid lane. And then SKT1 versus Spenu Sonic Boom. Saucin and the gang, they've been looking a little bit better, but it's still SKT. It's my pick that I think is going to be able to make it into the grand finals against Rocks. You never know, could be KT, could be any other number of teams due to upsets, but after that, KT Rolster versus Kongju Monster, and then Jin Air versus Longju. Both should be pretty well-handled games for the respective sides there. But overall, we got some good games still coming up here in Jeonju.
And really exciting to be in a new venue with really loud fans. As
Oh
the
yeah,
players were saying.
audience has been fantastic today. Really good stuff from those guys. Love and support for the teams. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more League of Legends action with CJ Entus versus Africa Freaks.
Match of the week for sure.
Absolutely. We'll see that one. It's going to be a good one. We'll see you guys tomorrow night. Same time, same place here in Jeonju. So make sure you tune in.